Good morning, Chad.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. Good morning, Sheriff Smith.
Good morning. This is the Sheriff's Office.
Thank you. We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you.
Good morning, James.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Good morning, Jeff.
Hey, Rhonda, can you hear me?
I can, but there's a bit of an echo.
It should go away here soon.
Yes, sounds better already.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm.
Good morning, Rhonda. Doing a sound check.
Good morning. My apologies. I didn't see you come in. You were on my second screen. Thank you for being here, Supervisor Ellenberg.
No worries. Good morning.
Good morning, Rhonda. This is Miguel. Can you hear me?
And good morning, Veronica.
Good morning, Rhonda. How's my sound today?
You sound great.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisor Chavez.
Good morning, Rhonda.
Sounding wonderful today, as always.
Thank you, Rhonda. Have a great day.
You as well. Good morning, Eureka.
Good morning, Rhonda. How are you?
Good, thanks. And you?
Very good. Thank you.
Have a great meeting.
Thank you.
Good morning, Thing. You are still muted. Good morning, President Wasserman. President Wasserman, if you are speaking, we're unable to hear you.
Hello, Rhonda. I am not speaking, but I am now. Good morning.
Good morning. Now I can hear you. Happy Board Meeting Tuesday.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Your esteemed clerk today is going to be Colin.
Colin, right on.
Good morning.
Good morning, Colin.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Yeah, sorry about that.
you
Some
betcha.
technical problem.
Great to see you.
I think we've got 9:30. Do we have everyone?
I don't
Yes.
see Supervisor Simidian yet.
Oh, no, we do not have Supervisor Simidian.
Those Palo Alto people. And Supervisor Lee, you'll be leading us in the pledge once we get started.
Will do.
Do you
Thank
see
you.
the beautiful flags by our invocator?
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
Good morning, Rhonda.
Good morning.
Let's give them another minute. And then it's time to rock and roll. That would sound better coming out of Vice President Ellenberg. She knows more about rock and roll than I do.
And we have the esteemed Supervisor Simidian has just joined.
There, all right.
Recording in progress.
Super. Let's get this meeting started with a roll call.
Supervisor Lee,
Lee present. Good morning.
Supervisor Chavez,
Here.
Supervisor Simidian,
Here.
Vice President Ellenberg,
I'm here.
and President Wasserman.
Here as well. Thank you very much, Colin. And with that, I'll ask all of you that can or able to stand up as we go to item 2, Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led today by Supervisor Lee.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And again, appreciation for your service. We now move on to an invocation, which also is by Supervisor Lee. Take it away.
Great, thank you. Good morning. This morning, I would like to invite Ms. Teresa Hong to do the invocation. Ms. Hong is a well-respected attorney in Santa Clara County for many decades. After coming to America as a refugee from Vietnam, she's built a career focused on providing services to the community and has been described as practicing law with integrity, clarity, kindness, and devotion. Outside of her work, she enjoys dedicating her time supporting many Bay Area nonprofit organizations and one of the founding members of both the Vietnamese American Professional Women Silicon Valley and the National Conference of Vietnamese American Attorneys. She served as volunteer legal counsel for many Vietnamese American nonprofit organizations, including the Vietnamese American Communities and Coalitions of Northern California, the Vietnamese Elderly of the Bay Area, and the South Vietnamese Navy Veterans. Ms. Hong also enjoys volunteering at the Lady of Lavang Church by providing marriage counseling for married couples and couples preparing for the marriage. And before that, she also worked for my predecessor's predecessor, Supervisor Pete McHugh in District 3 from 2006 to 2007 timeframe. And at this time, I'd like to welcome Ms. Teresa Hong.
Thank you so much for having me here. It is truly an honor. Today, I would like to share inspiration from the Vietnamese diaspora. Every April, millions of Vietnamese people think of April 30th. That day, otherwise known as Black April, marks the anniversary of the fall of Saigon, ending the Vietnam War. Countless lives were lost during that struggle for democracy. From the brave soldiers of the Republic of South Vietnam Army and the US military to the innocent civilians caught in the middle of the conflict. The loss was not limited to the battlefield, as thousands more lost their lives in an effort to flee, to find freedom, by the way of small boats, and those unable to flee suffer still at the scene of concentration camp. As we remember those who died in the struggle for democracy in Vietnam, we are faced with a new tragic struggle in Ukraine. And similarly to how countless Americans and others abroad helped the South Vietnamese fight for their freedom in Vietnam and later built roots for their new homes in America. I hope that we find the strength now to help those in Ukraine who are in need. As voiced in Anne Frank's diary, what is done cannot be undone, but one can prevent it from happening again. I am inspired by the way that people send support to the South Vietnamese in forms beyond just military assistance, including medical aid, food, supplies, and services. It demonstrated true compassion for our neighbor, and I know firsthand that compassion is desperately needed and appreciated. And we can do similarly even more for the Ukrainian people who are experiencing such hardship. We all are children of God, hand in hand, working to build a brighter future, peace, freedom, and happiness. May our observance be a timely reminder that our freedom cannot be taken for granted. Let us pray that our Heavenly Father guides the board's discussion with empathy and compassion, and for the betterment of our beloved Santa Clara County. Amen.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Thank you, Supervisor Lee.
Thank you.
Item 4 is announced adjournments in memoriam. We do not have any today. We're moving on to item number 5, which is accommodations and proclamations. I would like to use this opportunity to remind anyone wishing to speak under item number 6, which will come after half a dozen accommodations and proclamations. Item 6 is public comment, which is your opportunity to speak on anything not on today's agenda under the purview of the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, so please register electronically there. We turn to item 5A, Supervisor Chavez.
Morning, all. Today, I have the privilege of presenting a commendation to Tang Do, and I saw him here just a moment ago. I will ask him if he can turn his camera on so I can properly acknowledge and embarrass him. We're presenting a commendation on the occasion of his 42 years with IDIS Architects, where he first started as a draftsman and now serves as CEO and principal. This commendation is also being presented on the heels of the grand opening of the Vietnamese American Service Center, which was designed by Mr. Do. He is an architect, an entrepreneur, an advocate, an activist who is actively engaged in improving the urban quality of our communities through professional practice, public service, and civic engagement. Tang's architectural imprint on the county's landscape can be seen at almost every corner. These include the San Jose City College Carmen Castellano Fine Arts Center, Evergreen Valley High School, the Hillview Branch Library, the Saratoga High School Music Building, the new South Valley Middle School in Gilroy Unified School District, and of course, our own Vietnamese American Service Center. Tang's charge was to design a structure that visibly embodied the values of accessibility, belonging, and a sincere recognition and respect for the Vietnamese American community. Under his careful leadership, we have a facility that reflects culture, identity, and the experience of the Vietnamese American community, and a physical environment dedicated to healing and wellness. Tang's service to the community extends beyond his craft. He is a board member of the Progressive Vietnamese American Organization, also known as Pivot, whose mission is to engage and empower Vietnamese Americans for a just and diverse America through civic engagement, leadership development, and organizing. Tang Do is married to Grace Liu, and together they have 4 amazing children. Tang lives by the belief that we cannot afford to be disengaged from the issues of the world and that we must all work toward leaving for future generations a better world than the one that we inherited. It is my great pleasure and an honor to present this commendation to Tang Do to recognize and commend him for his years of service to and advocacy on behalf of the residents of our entire county. Thank you so much, Tang. And I have your commendation, which we will be, it's signed by all of my colleagues and will be delivered to you. And I'm just so honored to get to turn the stage to you, Tang. Oh, you're on mute. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Perfectly.
Yes, thank you very much, Supervisor Chavez. Good morning, honorable supervisors. Thank you very much for this recognition. It's particularly meaningful at this late career stage of mine and upon the completion of the VASC, of the Vietnamese American Services Center. Please accept my gratitude, both as an architect and as a Vietnamese American member of this community. The opportunity to design the VASC, a project with such a profound and large community service, cultural and historic impacts, was a great, great honor for me. I couldn't ask for anything better than being involved in a project like that. As a resident of this community, I'm also grateful to live in this such an inclusive, multicultural community of ours, with capable and caring leaders that have given the Vietnamese American community a new and beautiful home in the form of the VASC. That has meant a lot and a lot and a lot to all of us in the Vietnamese American community. So once again, thank you with deep gratitude to all of you. Thank you to this community, to Santa Clara County, to the board, to all the colleagues and staff at the county who've worked with me to make this a success. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. Supervisor Lee, you have your hand raised. Is that for this item?
Yes, it is. I just want to say, Tang Do, thank you so much for all your great work and your team designing the VASC. Your work will be remembered by everyone who visits this amazing center, and that your hard work has fulfilled our community's dreams. So I just say thank you very much. Come on.
Thank you. We now move on to item 5B, accommodation, and this one is also by Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. And Tang, thank you so much for being here. Really an honor.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have also another great honor to bestow to another leader, and this is a commendation to Nam Pham. And this is in recognition of his service to the Vietnamese American community and to the Vietnamese diaspora around the world, and for his contributions to the people of our Santa Clara County. We are joined on screen today by Elise Nguyen, Nam's wife, Mr. Loc Bu, Nam's mentor, and Mr. Kung Nguyen, the former Minister of Economics of the Republic of South Vietnam. Nam Pham is the director of the Immigrants Resettlement and Cultural Center, a long-standing organization dedicated to providing culturally competent programming and outreach services to advance wellness and civic engagement in support of our successful resettlement for the refugee communities. Nam is also a beloved journalist and a familiar voice to many Vietnamese-speaking households who tune in every week to hear from him about the latest news and issues affecting their community. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, Nam used his wide-reaching media platform to protect the health of our county residents by providing critical and timely information on COVID-19 and COVID-19 response efforts in language accessible and culturally competent manner. Nam Pham's contributions are many, and one that can be seen every day is the Viet Museum, also known as the Museum of the Boat People and the Republic of Vietnam, which he helped establish along with his mentor, Mr. Loc Bu, to memorialize the experience of Vietnamese Americans and their search for freedom. NAM has organized events celebrating Vietnamese culture, heritage, and history, including Black April, Thank You America Day, and Lunar New Year celebration. Nam Pham is married to Elise, his wife of 35 years. They are parents to Vincent, their pride and joy, who is also watching today. I will now turn it over to my colleague, Supervisor Lee, to say a few words.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you so much, Nam, for all your dedication service to improving quality of life for the Vietnamese Americans for so many decades. Through the IRCC, the Immigrant Resettlement and Cultural Center, Nam has helped Vietnamese when they first arrived in this country to basically learn English, find a job, and learn to adapt to the American mainstream, and especially so many of them who came as a refugee back in the 70s. He's also worked with the RCC hosting many events honoring mothers and fathers during the Mother Days and Father Days for the past 2 decades. Nam is a hero and is a true leader. He uses his skills to work with others in creating many platforms for everyone to participate, share the knowledge and talents, and for friends to network. During his critical condition that he's been suffering in, he still works to ensure someone will continue to maintain a series of community events for the benefit for the Vietnamese American community, and asks our office to continue supporting those events for many years to come. He reaches out to community leaders and members to work through all the different issues, setting aside the differences, and work together to embrace and empower the community as a whole. This is really, really unusual. And I just want to say once again, thank you, Nam, for your devotion. And I really hope that you will feel better and get well soon. Our community really needs you. Take care, and God blesses you and your family.
Very nice. Thank you both very much.
Thank you, Otto. It's with great pleasure that I present this commendation to Nam Pham to recognize and commend him for his years of tireless dedication, commitment, and advocacy for all residents of our county, especially those that are most vulnerable. And again, I'm so happy to see Elise with us today. Accepting on behalf of Nam Pham is Mr. Kung Wen. Mr. Pham is not able to join us this morning because he is undergoing cancer treatment. But if I could, Kung, if you could join us, and I'm gonna present this to you and Elise on Nam's behalf, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Wen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I cannot speak much because we are in the hospital right now.
Oh, thank you for being with us, Elise, and give Nam just a huge hug from us. Mr. Wen?
Best wishes.
You're on mute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
All right, thank you, dear Supervisor Cindy Chavez, Supervisor Otto Lee, distinguished members of the Board of Supervisors. We are honored to accept this board commendation on behalf of Pham Phu Nam. We thank the Board of Supervisors for its kind words bestowed upon Pham Phu Nam, which he richly deserves. Furthermore, we are doubly honored when Pham Phu Nam asked us to represent him, for he is an exceptional person in his work, in his contribution to society, and in his personality. Now, a few words from my wife, Mary Nguyen.
Supervisor Cindy Chavez and Supervisor Otto Lee, members of the Board of Supervisors. For my part, I just want to say that I'm truly touched to be the co-recipient of this commendation on behalf of Mr. Nam Pham. And I would like to add my sincere thanks to the Board of Supervisors for this commendation. You know, when we were asked to represent him, I felt deeply humbled by his strength of character and his unwavering beliefs and his unequal courage in the battle of life or death. May God continue to give him strength and courage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was wonderful. We now turn on to 5C, a accommodation presented by Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you very much, President Wasserman. It is my honor to present this commendation honoring Luther Burbank School. Luther Burbank was awarded the Caring School Climate Award from Project Cornerstone. This award honors a school whose campus offers a caring community where all students are valued, welcomed, and respected. Located in the heart of Silicon Valley in District 4, Luther Burbank is a TK through grade 8 school that provides a challenging, safe, orderly, caring, and engaging learning environment while valuing individual differences and preferences in learning styles. The school was constructed in 1906 and has a rich history of committed families, community partners, and staff. 88% of the Luther Burbank students are English learners, foster youth, and are eligible for free and reduced price lunches. The collective effort of the Luther Burbank community is anchored in its unwavering belief in equity, inclusion, and partnership. Luther Burbank aims to transform the learning experience of its students to foster a lifelong joy of learning and develop globally minded scholars who are compassionate problem solvers and leaders. It is my pleasure to welcome and introduce Tree Nguyen, the principal of Luther Burbank School. Tree, you're invited to go ahead and say a few words.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for having me here to receive this honor. I share this award with our rest of our school team and also our district team. So here I also have Ms. Edie Muertos, our superintendent, who's also a big supporter of our school and the mission that we have forward. So once again, thank you for your words of encouragement and support. And now I have Edie share a little bit about our district as well. Thank you so much, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyen. And truly it is a teamwork here at Luther Burbank in all that we do. Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg and distinguished members of the board for this special recognition. We truly are humbled and honored to receive this award and commendation. It's an honor to be able to serve and provide the support and resources for our students and families to thrive, especially in these challenging times. Our teachers and staff under Principal Dr. Nguyen's leadership go the extra mile to ensure our students are supported academically and social emotionally. We're also very grateful for the partnerships and support of our education partners, our parents who work really hard and long hours to provide for their families and find the energy to encourage and nudge their children to do their best. Thank you to Santa Clara County Office of Education, Dr. Dewan, Superintendent, and County Mental Health Services for helping to establish our wellness center here on campus, and also to School Link Services for supporting our most vulnerable families to provide wraparound services. All of these partnerships are critical to helping our students be well and succeed in their daily challenges, both big and small. So thank you again for honoring us and letting us represent the good work that is happening in schools all across the county. Thank you again.
Thank you both, and wonderful to see you, Edie. Thank you so much for your leadership as well over the district for the last several years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wasserman, you're
muted. Yes, thank you very much, Vice President. Thank you for that. And we're going to move on to 5D. And just before we go to 5D, just a reminder again, for anybody wishing to speak on public comment, please register electronically. Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you very much. Once again, President Wasserman, it is now my honor to present a commendation to Yonit Parenti, the School Link Services Coordinator at the Moreland School District. Yonit was awarded the Project Cornerstone Assets Champion Adult Role Model Award. This award honors an individual who inspires positive and responsible behavior for young people. Yonit has worked in the education field for more than 2 decades, and her drive and enthusiasm for working with children has never faltered. She works hard to be a trusted adult for children, to advocate for children, and to make a difference for all children who come across her path. Her comprehensive counseling framework reflects this mission by emphasizing personal interactions with children, which include providing both one-on-one and group therapy, visiting classrooms to discuss valuable mental health topics, including suicide prevention and bullying prevention and avoidance, and running the Wellness Center, which is open to all students every day during lunch. Yonit has also been a driving force in the Moreland School District's efforts to expand social emotional programming and improve the quality of service for a diverse student population in these ever-changing times, particularly during COVID. It is my pleasure to congratulate and welcome Yonit Parenti.
Wonderful, welcome.
Thank you from the bottom of my heart, Board Vice President Susan Ellenberg and distinguished members of the Board of Supervisors for recognizing my work in mental health and social emotional learning in schools. I am deeply humbled and honored by this experience. I've always had really an intuitive desire to be a trusted adult for children and to address those inequities and stigmas associated with mental health, because when we support the whole child, we foster students' development in their relationships, their identity, emotional skills, and overall well-being. And let's face it, learning academics becomes so much easier for them. As you mentioned, whether I'm leading the Moreland School District or consulting with local school districts to implement social emotional learning or writing grants or connecting students with those outside services, opening wellness centers, training staffs on restorative practice, or really volunteering as a Project Cornerstone reader parent, the mission is always to increase the odds that all of our students can succeed. Our students' needs are really continuing to shift as the world's changing around us, and we need to develop new ways to respond to them, and I'm eager and up for that challenge. Thank you once again for this recognition of my contributions to the children and families in Santa Clara County. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, very well said. And before we move on to item E, Supervisor Ellenberg, I need to talk to that Luther Burbank principal about my taking a little more off the sides and putting a little more on top. I like that look. All right, item E is Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you, Supervisor Wasserman. And my first opportunity for presentation this morning is really one that's of mixed emotions, because we're going to take a few minutes to recognize and express appreciation to Jan Stokely, the Executive Director at Housing Choices. And colleagues, I think we all know from our experience that advocates come to us in all shapes and sizes, all 31 flavors. There's no clear-cut definitive mold for advocacy, but I have always been struck by the fact that as she has done her work at Housing Choices, Jan Stokely has been low-key, persistent, frankly, easy to underestimate, but has been a steady and solid voice for affordable housing for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and remarkably effective in that way. Our board will recall that we have in place now a custom and practice of allocating $10 million a year to help fund various housing projects, affordable housing projects for folks in the IDD community. And Jan played a key role in her advocacy for that. I think of her and talk with her often, frankly, about the work we're doing on the 525 Charleston project in cooperation with Ability Path. She has had a 10-year tenure at Housing Choices. It happens to largely coincide with my return to the board, and I just want to say how appreciative I am that she has been a really remarkable resource during that period of time. Before we give Jan an opportunity to say a word or two, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say one of the often surprising and delightful parts of taking a moment like this is you learn a lot about somebody when you have to pull your thoughts together to say thank you. And I had worked with Jan over these last 10 years, found her advocacy really very heartening. She always brought what I would call both hard logic and common sense notions about what would and wouldn't work, as well as a real moral clarity to the work she did. But I didn't know, I had no reason to know that she had had a very distinguished career, as in the field of law. She was a scholar at University of Virginia way back in the day, and was what's known as an Eccles Scholar, which is a really extraordinary program for undergraduates at UVA. She graduated with the highest honors. She went on to have a Fulbright fellowship, went on to law school then at University of Virginia again, and graduated with Order of the Coif. And for those of you who are not lawyers, let me just say, I can see the smile on Supervisor Ellenberg's face. Order of the Coif is a big deal. It means you've not only got the smarts, but the determination to do the work and to really be a student of accomplishment. Went on to practice law with a firm in LA, then found her passion with affordable housing law with the National Economic Development and Law Center, ended up as a clinical law professor, was, I guess the head of 2 other Bay Area nonprofits before I first worked with her at Housing Choices. So people have these remarkable lives, these remarkable careers. We may not know of them, we may not see of them, but they have, in my experience, come to fruition in Jan's work at Housing Choices. And the last thing I will say about Jan Stokely, Mr. Chairman, is I was struck when I looked at Jan's official biography on the Housing Choices webpage that her official CV, her resume, includes the following, and I want to read from it verbatim. It says, a parent of an adult daughter with developmental disabilities, Jan finds that her job at Housing Choices has woven together many different threads of her life in complex ways that never fail to surprise and reward. Would that we were all so real, so candid, so personal in our presentation of self to the community and the folks with which we work. So thank you, colleagues, for this opportunity to offer thanks and congratulations to Jan.
Thank you. And did you have Jan speaking or not?
I know she was hoping to join us, and if she has not, then I will say thank you for the opportunity to publicly fet her. Let's just ask real quickly the clerk to check one more time.
How about you do your—
Jan is here.
Okay, there we
Your
go.
mic is open. Jan,
Go ahead, Jan.
go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much, President Wasserman and Supervisor Simitian and all the supervisors. That was amazing introduction. Thank you. I feel really privileged to be here celebrating my 10th anniversary of Housing Choices. As I plan my exit, the County Board of Supervisors has been an incredible partner with the San Andreas Regional Center and Housing Choices in opening up new housing opportunities for people with developmental disabilities. That work has been so important. I can see that the staff at the County Office of Supportive Housing has fully embraced our cause. I talk to developers and tell them about our wonderful county financing program. They already know about it because Consuelo and her team has already talked it up to them. So this partnership that we developed in 2018 to open new doors for people with developmental disabilities is really making a difference in so many different ways. And I hope it will continue after our first 4 years comes to a close. And thank you so much for this privilege of being here with you today to celebrate my departure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And he was celebrating a lot more than your departure. What a resume. Thank you, Supervisor Simitian. We now move on to item F as in Francis. Supervisor Simitian, you are up.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. We will, in a moment, have the opportunity to hear from Noreen Bagdasarian with the Armenian National Committee, ANC, as we recognize and memorialize the 107th anniversary of the genocide of the Armenians in the Ottoman Empire. But I want to take the conversation in a slightly different direction this year because, Mr. Chairman, you and all of my colleagues have had occasion to hear my thoughts on this subject in years past, as our board has kindly made time each year to take a few minutes and memorialize the genocide and acknowledge it and call it by that name, which is not a small thing, because for more than 100 years following the genocide, no sitting American president had ever called the Armenian genocide by that name. Today, we're in a different place, and it is a source of some satisfaction, because back in 2019, the U.S. House of Representatives, on a 405-11 vote, in fact, took action to call the genocide of the Armenian people just that, a genocide. And then on April the 24th, the commemoration date last year in 2021, a sitting president, President Joe Biden, called the genocide again by that name. And so as we meet here today, we're once again taking the opportunity to acknowledge on a day of remembrance the genocide, but as I say, a very different frame of reference, a very different conversation, because of one very important word, and that word is genocide. And now that an American president has actually said that word clearly and unequivocally, I think it is perhaps the right time to ask ourselves, particularly given current state of world affairs, does it matter? Many in the community would tell you that they had waited more than 100 years to hear it. So we should ask, I think, does it matter? And if it matters, why? I mean, it's at one level, it's just a word. So why does it matter? And I think it matters to folks in the community because it tells their story, whether they're from Boston or Beirut, Ankara or Anjar, Cairo or Cupertino. More often than not, where we are and where we're from was in some large measure determined by this genocide, which created a worldwide diaspora in the Armenian community. So, colleagues, I have to tell you, the genocide is the answer to so many questions when people ask what your story is in the Armenian community. Why are my grandparents buried in New York? Why are my great-grandparents buried in Cuba? Well, the answer is the genocide. And more than just a matter of personal geography, the genocide informs, I think, who the Armenian community is as a scattered people around the globe. I remember as a kid, my father once told me, we are a melancholy people, which again, as a kid, it's hard to understand. But I think he meant that our community shared a common sadness, and it was the sadness of the genocide. So the word matters. Hearing it out loud matters. And even as we are determined that it's a word that will not limit or define us, even beyond our own community, I think the word has meaning and importance. I wanted to take a few minutes to speak a little bit more personally, because I do think this is a really extraordinary time for those who waited so very, very long to hear the word. And I would say, finally, it is an important word above all else, simply because it is the truth. With that, let me turn to Noreen Bagdasarian from ANC and ask her to say a few brief words in accepting this commendation resolution from our board commemorating the genocide from 107 years ago.
Thank you, Supervisor Joe Sabition, and so beautifully said. And good morning, honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. The Armenian National Committee of America, Silicon Valley Chapter, thanks you wholeheartedly for continuing to use your distinguished platform to make a meaningful impact and demonstrate true leadership by doing the right thing. I am honored to accept this commendation recognizing the 107th anniversary of the Armenian genocide, honoring the 1.5 million Armenians who perished at the hands of Ottoman Turks. In the Nagorno-Karabakh War in fall 2020, we saw firsthand the importance of the concept of accountability as Armenians once again fell victim to targeted attacks of ethnic cleansing in what Turkey and Azerbaijan proudly and openly called, finishing off the work of their forefathers a century later. Armenians worldwide were both shocked that this nightmare we grew up hearing about as kids could possibly be happening again and in the 21st century. And at the same time, there was nothing more predictable, because where accountability is lost, history always finds a way to repeat itself. And as we are now also unfortunately witnessing with the Russia-Ukrainian war. By recognizing the Armenian genocide every April 24th, you are choosing to raise the ethical standards for humanity, starting with the world in your own backyard. Please know that your support impacts real lives and represents that big brother voice of hope that says, I see you, I hear you, and I've got you, when we often feel the most invisible and vulnerable and abandoned. And sometimes that gives us just enough courage to keep going. Supervisor Joe Submitian and the entire Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, the American Armenian community expresses our very deep gratitude to you for doing the right thing. And we look forward to continuing to work with you both as a team and as a local family. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Trying to unmute. What I was saying was thank you, Supervisor Submitian, and thank you for your words and her words. It's always thought-provoking. Thank you very much. And you're truly right. We now move on to item number 6, public comment, which is the opportunity for anyone to speak about anything not on today's agenda, but does come under the purview of the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors. With that, I'll ask people to continue registering. And Colin, let's go with 1 minute each, please.
All right, first speaker is Mike Rogers. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Oh, 1 minute here. There we go.
Good morning. Thank you for your time today. I just wanted to make a public announcement for the board and county staff and the public about a very special speaker we have tomorrow evening at the Health Advisory Commission. We're very honored to have the Honorable Dr. Robert Lustig, Professor Emeritus, UC Berkeley. He's Professor Emeritus of Pediatrics and Division of Endocrinology and a member of the Institute for Health Policy Studies at UCSF. Dr. Lustig is honoring us with this time to give a talk on ultra-processed food. And he is, he is an honorable, eminent speaker, keynote speaker at many metabolic and health conferences and nutrition conferences around the world. So just wanted to make that a public announcement. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, the next speaker is B. Beekman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. It's been a while since I've been at public comment time. Thank you. To try my best to comment on the items of public genocide and the concepts of how we describe history. When we're going through a time of war, there's an important battle for public opinion that really it lacks a clarity in how to better talk about and understand issues. Good luck how we can do that now. With time and history, we're able to better label and name situations. I hope all sides in the Ukraine can get a break and we can treat this idea fairly and talk about it honestly and really, really work towards ideas of peace and not war. With 14 seconds, a quick reminder that with so many new subsidy programs available at the state level, good luck how we can make the conversations of subsidy more open to everyone. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nadia. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. And Nadia, go ahead.
Hi, good morning, Board of Supervisors. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nadia. I am one of the many employees that Santa Clara County has on unpaid leave. I am calling to ask all of you to please step up against the discrimination that is going on in Santa Clara County. Mr. Smith is not doing anything to accommodate us like he has stated in the past meetings. Not sure how is that Mr. Smith is allowed to continue to discriminate all of us just based on our religious beliefs. Every time he calls in, he says that he's looking into it and that something's going to be printed, and at the end of the day, nothing gets resolved. So I am calling again to ask all of you to please step in regards to this matter, because all of us are still not working. We're being very affected. We are ready to go back and serve our community. So please do something about it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Christina Lopez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Christina Lopez. Please align with California State Public Health Orders. Please investigate the risk tier system that's discriminating against employees from returning to work. It's not fair to only pick and choose who can work and who can't. Hospitalization is down right now in San Jose. San Jose mayor ended the booster mandate for San Jose city workers, but they're still enforcing it for county workers. We all live in San Jose, work in San Jose, we shop at the same stores, our children go to the same schools. I don't think it's fair. We should all be treated equally. Please investigate the risk tier system. Please stop the discrimination.
Our next speaker is Ken Horowitz. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. My
morning.
name is Dr. Ken Horowitz, Health Advisory Commission. I want to follow up on Commissioner Rogers. Our meeting is tomorrow evening. You can go to the meetings portal for Santa Clara County at scc.gov.1qm2.com and learn about the Health Advisory Commission. The commission is going to also be talking about functional medicine. We believe as a commission that to close the equity gap in Santa Clara County, there is an additional approach that needs to be addressed. And Commissioner Rogers will give a presentation on functional medicine. And along with Dr. Lustig, who will be talking earlier on food as medicine. So again, go to the meeting portal for the Health Advisory Commission starting at 6:30 this evening. Wednesday evening. Thank you.
Next speaker is Delilah Pulido. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
There was no interactive process for these workers. There was no reasonable accommodation. And if you think putting workers on unpaid leave is a reasonable accommodation, then something is seriously wrong with you and you don't understand the law. Third, ESI and EOD made it perfectly clear there would be no transfer and no reassignment into another position. Instead, you left these workers scrambling for help and there was no help to be found. These workers worked through the entire pandemic, keeping the county services from collapsing. And now that we're in an endemic, you want to get rid of them. This whole situation has exposed the corruption going on in the county. You don't care about your workers, you just care about money, power, and control. Jeff Smith has mentioned that department heads and managers were involved in the decision making, and we know they signed the religious exemption documents. Every single person that was involved in creating a policy and signed off on the documents that discriminated should face court for crimes against humanity and civil rights violations. The county is persecuting and violating workers' religious rights. The county wants us to violate our religious beliefs and convictions in order to keep our livelihoods.
Next speaker is Larry Alba. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, I'm Larry Alba, and I have been researching tax bill redesign ideas for 5 years. I have seen and heard many suggestions from the grand jury, school teachers, and many homeowners. I understand that the supervisors approved item 47, the tax bill redesign requested by the grand jury. And I have similar ideas to make the tax bills more transparent, easy to read, and understandable. Actually need about 3 minutes to read my letter that I've given to the supervisors, but part of it is the detail and taxes section, and then I've got ideas in there about how to show homeowners about their exemptions available, and also that the tax bills should be larger. I hope they will call me and invite me for future help on this.
Next speaker is Alex L. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. As a vaccinated county resident and employee, and also as an SEIU steward, I want to echo the concerns lifted up by those who are on unpaid or other types of leave due to the vaccine mandates. You'll note that I started with my vaccination status. This is because there is a privileged status associated with it, meaning there's a corresponding discriminatory status for those who are not vaccinated. My firsthand experience in representing my colleagues from at least 4 different county departments has made it very clear that the accommodation and interactive process is in name and paper only. I ask that, how is it healthy for the community, for those employees on unpaid leave, to lose their health insurance? And I ask that in a meeting with one of the Board of Supervisors staff in the fall, and don't have an answer yet.
Next speaker is Brenda Perez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Brenda Perez. I work for the Santa Clara County Sheriff's and the Custody Bureau. I'm a sergeant there. I've been with the county for 16 years. And I am considered a high risk, have not been accommodated, have not had no process to be accommodated. And I'm currently on unpaid leave, pending termination according to my letters. So same as anyone else, like, we just want answers. And you know, what I'm requesting is that you follow up on any of these updates that Jeff Smith has been asked and there has been no answers. I would like to request the specifics as to how being unvaccinated, I'm more of a risk of those who are vaccinated based on studies and research, not just opinion. And I would like to request the source for all those studies that Jeff Smith's referenced. The jail is very short in staff. They were short when I was there. And he said he would submit a waiver if we were struggling. Deputies are being mandatory twice a pay period. That means they have to work 7, 12-hour shifts. That's how mistakes happen, because people are tired, exhausted. They don't get enough time to spend with their families and care for themselves. We've been on mandatory for years. Thank you.
Next speaker is Teresa. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm calling because my husband is a roofer and he was put on unpaid leave. They did not, actually they approved his religious exemption. And then when the tier system came out, they put him as high risk, even though he's outside as a roofer. And I am disheartened by that because my husband interviewed on the day that he buried his brother. He went to his interview for the Santa Clara County because this job was so important to him. And he has been on call at the beck and call of whatever was needed. He would go in and do whatever was needed to be done. I also want to talk about being in violation of the California Health and Safety Code 24171, which states the legislator hereby finds and declares medical experiments on human subjects may be beneficial. However, such experiment in respects to oppressions of human life is at the individual.
The next speaker is Rhoda Fry. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I have concerns about the 2 quarries in District 5. Stevens Creek Quarry has been operating with land use authority for 7 years now, and with its conditional use permit having expired in 2015. To avoid being out of compliance with the state, the county created a stipulated order to comply with milestones that are now overdue. The use permit does not allow queuing of trucks, yet this is happening and is a public nuisance. County reports show that quarry walls have been overmined, and given the truck traffic, I am worried of the possibility of overmining both vertically and horizontally. Lehigh has been idle for over 2 years. Reclamation is overdue. The landslide above Permanente Creek is a safety hazard to downstream homes. They are exporting rock that likely breaks the approved 2012 promise to stabilize our crumbling protected ridgeline. I am begging you to please regulate these quarries. Finally, a huge thank you for Supervisor Lee's referral on item 17, which has at least a dozen letters of support. Thank you.
The next speaker is Lori. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Lori, and I am a nurse at Valley Medical. In 2016, I was hired by the county, a dream employer. Since exercising my religious conscience to not get vaccinated, my 2016 dream employer, the County of Santa Clara, has become a daily nightmare that I am currently living wide awake. I was forced and not allowed to work at my county job. I have been denied a self-initiated reasonable accommodation on my unit and denied any efforts or interactive process to obtain an accommodation. I have done nothing wrong. The high-risk unvaccinated are not a significant health and safety risk like Dr. Cody and Jeff Smith claim. Omicron did not and does not distinguish between vaccinated and unvaccinated. Asymptomatic COVID positive vaccinated healthcare workers were allowed to work in hospitals, but yet unvaccinated COVID negative workers were not. We should be able to return to our jobs. I have done nothing wrong. Thank you.
The next speaker is Brenda Perez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, yes, I'm a nurse in the ER at Valley Medical Center. I am vaccinated, and I'm calling to speak on behalf of my fellow coworkers who are all vaccinated. We would desperately like to have our fellow unvaccinated staff back to work. I want to speak to the fact that we have been working short-staffed. On a previous meeting, Jeff Smith said that the nurses are not short-staffed. However, in real time, we are. I worked the last 4 shifts, at least 5 to 6 nurses short. 12-hour days, extremely long and difficult. We would like our coworkers to come back to work to please assist and help our patient populations. Thank you.
Next speaker is Rosie Moreno. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Go ahead, Rosie.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I want to thank Supervisors Ellenberg and Chavez, whom have been the ones advocating for those of us on unpaid admin leave as of 11/1/21, for questioning the county on the risk tier system, which, by the way, nearly 6 months later, we still do not have a clear understanding or definition of the parameters, and the continued request as to why the county refuses to align with California state health orders. Where is the evidence the county made up risk tier system works at all? Both vaccinated and unvaccinated individuals can pass COVID on to others. Across the nation, mask mandates are being eliminated, both through the court systems as well as through public and private organizations. Yet the county has posted in all county buildings that masks are required regardless of vaccination status. Contradictory information yet again. The county's COVID fear-mongering agenda no longer works for the community we serve. The county does not want to die on this hill. Please use your taxpayer dollars on more important business matters rather than spending them on bullying those who oppose your.
Next speaker is Carlos Padilla. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thanks for taking my call. I called before. I'm just echoing everyone's concern about our rights being violated. I'm put on administrative leave without pay. I've been with the county for 24 years, 10 years part-time, 14 years full-time, working at the Boys Ranch and starting their sports program, doing a lot of things that, that is stepping up as a counselor to really try to impact these young people. And then to be treated like this, even after the 18 months we worked the COVID schedule, tested twice a week, wore a mask, and then just all of a sudden in 10 days be put on unpaid administrative leave, I think is wrong and violates our our rights. So I'm hoping that the Board of Supervisors will do something about this. And I just can't believe this is happening in America. Thank you.
Next speaker is Danette. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. And Danette, are you there?
Yes, sorry, couldn't find
Thank
the unmute. Thank you. Yeah, I've read the information that was posted by Jeff Smith on the tier and risk criteria. And I think what's challenging in my head is that they speak as though the criteria were always there, that this tier system is just how we do things. It's what has always been there, but it isn't. It's something that they made up. And then we're basing our lives and our careers off of this very wobbly, built on sand criteria that is falling apart. So I'm asking if you could again review the fundamentals and why this tier system was even made up out of the blue, and then we're basing our lives on it. The other thing that I wanted to ask is that in also what he wrote, he uses the same verbiage that's been used since, I don't know, back in the summer, clinical trials, scientific research.
The next speaker is Emmett Mummy. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There are county departments such as county hospitals currently employing the unvaccinated. I work for the FAF department as a carpenter. I periodically get work orders in high-risk areas. I do not clock into one or work in one on a daily basis. However, FAF department employees may not enter a county hospital unvaccinated at this time, unless off the clock. When the term unvaccinated comes up, our department has no leniency, even with opportunities for us to work outside literally, and in many cases, away from high-risk areas. We have never been given opportunities such as alternate start times or locations to limit exposure. FAF tradesmen and women perform job duties isolated from all county personnel and community members for safety, regardless of COVID. Community members no longer have to prove their vaccine status to enter a shared airspace. Why do we? If one person in the building is unvaccinated, we all should be able to enter vaccinated.
The next speaker is Meg D. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Megan. I have been a Bay Area resident my entire life. I have worked for the county over 12 years, and as of November 1st, I was placed on unpaid admin leave. I find this to be quite discriminatory, especially since the fact that I have had COVID and recovered from it, but apparently Jeff Smith refuses to look at the science of the over 150 studies showing natural immunity as being just as sufficient as vaccinated. I have put my time and effort into this company. I have lost my income, my benefits, and I will eventually lose my pension if I am terminated. I have 3 kids that I am caring for, and I've had to pull them out of their private schools. I have had to sell my house. And I'm just asking for the Board of Supervisors to look at the actual science of everything and not just the narrative that is being pushed, please.
The next speaker is Greg. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Greg. I work in the ER at Valley Medical Center for over 17 years now. I am vaccinated, and I would like to voice my support for the unvaccinated. Please allow them to work. We are being inundated with sick calls, and we do not have enough staff to work. And we need our unvaccinated employees to come back and help us take care of the community. I would also like to point out the inconsistency in what Jeff Smith said last week in the last meeting when he said that masks only protect those who are wearing them. Unvaccinated people who are tested do not have COVID, and we are vaccinated. I still got COVID. I can still spread it. It is ridiculous that these people aren't allowed to work. Please bring them back to work. We need their help. Thank you.
The next speaker is Christina. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name's Christina. I work in the VMC ER for over 10 years, or at VMC for over 10 years. And I just want to point out when Supervisor Wasserman asked Jeff Smith if a COVID positive staff member wears gloves and PPE, could that person still transmit COVID? And Jeff Smith said yes. So I'd like to point out that there was a written policy that was actually released during the surge that actually allowed vaccinated staff that were positive with COVID to return back to work. And it also allowed vaccinated staff who were asymptomatic but positive with COVID to return to work in the so-called high-risk units. So if Jeff Smith is saying that this tier system was meant to protect the clients, I was just wondering how it made any sense for us to allow those who were positive to continue to work in their units, but not allow the unvaccinated who were negative and testing twice a week to even return to work. It seems that the tier system is really inconsistent and it doesn't make sense. And I just hope the Board of Supervisors will just consider the unfair and hypocrisy of this tier system.
The next speaker is caller ending in number 168. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi,
Go
good
ahead,
morning.
caller.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, great. Hi, good morning. My name is Elisa. I've been in the emergency room at VMC for 15 years. I know you've heard a lot about getting our employees back to work. And as a vaccinated employee, as well as other vaccinated colleagues, we urge you to help us. We 100% feel comfortable working around those who aren't vaccinated. There's no greater risk for their health or the patients they are caring for. We have been extremely short-staffed and the last of our travelers are leaving in 2 weeks. Currently, there are only 5 admitted COVID patients, and in the last few weeks, there has been nearly the same amount of TB cases. We've all been trained for proper PPE in order to not contract that airborne disease. So there's no greater risk for these employees to contract or spread COVID. We need them. And let's not forget, these are the same employees who put themselves and their families on the front line for the first year plus before there was even a vaccine. Let us all respect each other's personal beliefs and get them back to their home units. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Alyssa. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Alyssa, are you there? And there was no one there. That concludes our request to speak.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you very much. And I thank the 23 speakers that we just heard from. That concludes public comment. We now move on to item 7, which is approval of the consent calendar and any changes the board members may wish to make. Colin, will you please read the consent calendar update as it stands now?
Sure. We have a request from Vice President Ellenberg to consider item numbers 8, 9, 10, and 11 concurrently. Item number 8 is to receive a report relating to the updated status of jail reform efforts. Item number 9 is to receive a report relating to jail diversion and community awaiting placement supervision program for individuals involved in the justice system. Item number 10 is to receive second interim report from the Office of Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring relating to the audit of jail reform recommendations. Item number 11 is to receive a report from the Custody Health Services Department relating to response to the Office of Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring recommendations on the custody health review process for in-custody deaths, suicide prevention efforts, and handling of inmate grievances. We have a request from Vice President Ellenberg to add item number 16 to the consent calendar. Item number 16 is to consider recommendations relating to constituent relationship management systems for the Board of Supervisors. We have a request from President Wasserman and Vice President Ellenberg to add item number 17 to the consent calendar. Item number 17 is to approve referral to County Council and Administration to report to the board with options for consideration relating to proposed amendment to section 4.10.370 of County Ordinance Code, prohibiting mining within 20 linear feet of any water-bearing stratum or groundwater basin boundary as identified by the California Department of Water Resources is in Bulletin 118. We have a request from Vice President Ellenberg to add item number 19 to the consent calendar. Item number 19 is to approve referral to administration to report to the board on August 16th, 2022 with options for the creation of a program to support the mental health and wellness of Santa Clara Valley Medical Center employees. We have a request from President Wasserman, Vice President Ellenberg, and Supervisor Lee to add item number 21 to the consent calendar. Item number 21 is to consider recommendations relating to the sponsoring Valley Medical Center Foundation's Live with Chris Wilder event. We have a request from Vice President Ellenberg and Supervisor Lee to add item number 22 to the consent calendar. Item number 22 is to consider recommendations relating to sponsoring the Bay Area Women's Sports Initiative Gala. We have a request from President Wasserman and Vice President Ellenberg to add item numbers 23, 24, and 25 to the consent calendar. Item number 23 is to approve county sponsorship of Vegilution in the amount of $1,000 from the Supervisorial District 3 allocation in the Office of the Clerk of the Board fiscal year 2021-2022 budget to support Feast on First. Item number 24 is to approve county sponsorship of Sunnyvale Chamber of Commerce in the amount of $1,250 from the Supervisorial District 3 allocation in the Office of the Clerk of the Board fiscal year 2021-2022 budget to support the 48th annual Sunnyvale Art and Wine Festival. Item number 25 is to approve county sponsorship of the Asian Pacific American Leadership Institute in the amount of $500 from the Supervisorial District 3 allocation in the Office of the Clerk of the Board fiscal year 2021-2022 budget to support their 25th anniversary event. We have a request from Vice President Ellenberg and Supervisor Lee to add item numbers 26 and 27 to the consent calendar. Item number 26 is approve county sponsorship of Ravenswood Family Health Network in the amount of $1,000 from the Supervisorial District 5 allocation in the Office of the Clerk of the Board fiscal year 2021-2022 budget to support their virtual 20th anniversary event. Item number 27 is to approve county sponsorship of Hope Services in the amount of $3,000 from Supervisorial District 5 allocation in the Office of the Clerk of the Board fiscal year 2021-2022 budget to support the 4th annual In Concert with Hope. We have a request from Vice President Ellenberg to add item numbers 31, 32, and 35 to the consent calendar. Item number 31 is to approve request for appropriation modification number 189 for $890,122, increasing revenue and expenditures in the Santa Clara Valley Medical Center Hospital Clinic's budget relating to augmentation of revenue cycle staff. Item number 32 is to adopt salary ordinance number NS-5.22.80, adding various positions in Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. Item number 35 is to receive a report from the Public Health Department relating to the work plan expanding the Perinatal Equity Initiative. We have a request from Vice President Ellenberg and Supervisor Chavez to consider item numbers 38 and 39 concurrently. Item number 38 is to receive a report from the Office of the District Attorney relating to various efforts to combat human trafficking. Item number 39 is to consider recommendations from the Office of Gender-Based Violence Prevention relating to specific recommendations brought forward at the November 19th, 2021 meeting of the Human Trafficking Commission. We have a request from administration to hold item number 42 to May 3rd, 2022. Item number 42 is to receive a report relating to coordinating with system partners to develop and implement a comprehensive response to mental health and substance abuse treatment needs of county residents, including strategies to address workforce shortages. We have a request from administration to hold item numbers 43 and 44 to May 24th, 2022. Item number 43 is to receive a report with options for consideration relating to county regulation of the possession, manufacturing, sale, and/or assembly of private manufactured firearms, popularly known as ghost guns. Item number 44 is to receive a report relating to the implications of the study of the public costs of gun violence. We have a request from administration to hold item number 76 to date uncertain. Item number 76 is to consider recommendations relating to intent to purchase real property necessary for the long-term preservation of affordable housing located at 699 West San Carlos Street, 277 DuPont Street, and 258 McAvoy Street, San Jose Assessors Parcel numbers 261-38-001, 004, 030, 047, 048, and 049. That concludes the consent calendar update.
It certainly does, Colin, and I have to tell you, I'm out of breath, and all I was doing was listening to you. All right, supervisors, because of my position in Microsoft and Johnson & Johnson, I want to say for the record, I need to recuse myself from item number 16 and 77. With that, I will turn to Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. Let me get my Zoom video working here. Okay, very good. Yes, I'm ready to also make a brief comment regarding one of the items on the consent calendar, if this is appropriate time, President. Yeah. Okay, so I just want to talk about item number 17, which is one of my items, which requests the county council to come back with recommendation to amend our county ordinance to prohibit mining within 20 linear feet of any groundwater basin boundary, like our neighboring Santa Cruz County has done for many years. Underground water storage is the only water source for many in the county, particularly in the South County, where that is the primary source of water. And during this extreme drought that we're suffering, we really should take all steps available to protect the precious underground water storage from contamination. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll look for any other hands and turn to the public. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you very much. I want to, I'm going to lay out a couple of issues, and I'll go slowly because I want to leave as much on consent as possible.
Thank you.
Item 43 and 44, these are ghost guns and the cost of gun violence. The item 43 is a report back on possible actions the board can take to help address the epidemic of gun violence in our communities that was brought forward by myself and Supervisor Lee. And item 44, colleagues, is a study of public costs of gun violence my office put forward in October of 2019, both approved by the board. What I would like to verify with Dr. Smith and James Williams is that these items will indeed be heard on May 24th. And if that report includes budgetary implications, those additional resources will be considered for the revised recommendations Dr. Smith typically brings to us at our first budget hearing.
Thank you. Dr. Smith?
Yes, you'll hear them in the meeting as you mentioned, and if there are budgetary implications, we'll address that. Number 44 is a particularly challenging one to respond to because the cost of gun violence is hard to get a hold of because it's so prevalent. But we will do our best to give you a useful rendition.
Thank you. And I know some of this work is also being done by James, by your office. Are you also prepared to have these reports come back on the 24th?
James? Of May. Oh, James, you may be muted.
Yes, sorry about that. Yes, we are doing item 43, and that will be ready for May 24th. We'd requested additional time because we actually had a completed report, but need to substantially rework it in light of the recent federal announcement of the new federal regulations. So the fully drafted, very comprehensive memo and item is now being significantly reworked in light of those new federal regulations.
Thank you.
And thank you. And James, I think it would be helpful for us to understand as you're reworking it, just the implications, because there appears to be some disagreement about what can and can't be done at a federal level, which I know, surprise, surprise, that will be our concern. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Regarding item 19, the referral that I signed on to with Supervisor Simidian, I would like to also ask the staff, when the report comes back in August, if it can include a progress report on the actions Supervisor Ellenberg and I requested and the board approved in our referral regarding nurse recruitment, retention, and safety.
Thank you. Noted.
Regarding items 31 and 32, this is the revenue cycle positions. I want to thank Dr. Smith for you and your staff working with SEIU to discuss the related issues. And I just wanted to verify that the RFP for coding services included in item 73 on our agenda is for services different than the ones that SEIU was concerned about. And for my colleagues, this is on packet page 1469 and is scheduled for solicitation on May 3rd. Dr. Smith?
Yes, it is different, and we have worked out the concerns that SEIU had. In general, the entire issue is related to our desire to improve coding considerably, and we will be adding more coders in the future in order to attend to that problem in our revenue cycle. However, in the intermediate time period, we do need external coders. So we're moving in a good direction with SEIU.
Great, thank you. Item 65, This item will award the Community Development Corporation Capacity Building Awards to the African American Cultural Center, Somos Mayfair, and the South Bay Community Land Trust. I wanted to just say to staff how much I appreciated their creative work to manage this process. We were asking them to do something brand new. I'm really excited that these grants will be able to organize and begin to capture state and federal funds that we can use for affordable housing and other activities. I do want to ask staff if they can begin looking into those opportunities and report back to us in August as to whether or not there are any grants we should be applying for or supporting the efforts of our nonprofit partners to apply for. And colleagues, I also just wanted to acknowledge that the land trust model is also being included in this, which can really be directly helpful for folks to be able to stay into their communities and their homes while prices around them may be skyrocketing. On item 71, I want to thank the county staff and our partners at San Jose State University for their work. This is the latest addition to the development of the county fairgrounds. And we're hopeful that this is going to serve as a, not just an opportunity for the university and to have the track and for the community to have access to the track, but to really reflect the civil rights history of Santa Clara County. I'm very encouraged by this next step and looking forward to the outcome. Item 72, this is a report from the CEO on the application to the state for the psych hospital funding. I would like to keep that on our regular agenda.
You want 72 to be heard now?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And I'm happy to put another item, on consent in exchange.
Good. I like that.
But I want to hear from my colleagues. This is item 18. This is our broadband referral from Supervisor Ellenberg and I. And I would be happy to put on if my colleagues are comfortable with it.
Thank you. Is that it, Supervisor Chavez?
Yes, Mike. Thank you.
Yep. And we will hear 72 under item 45. All right. Thank you. Vice President Ellenberg, you were next.
Thank you very much, President Wasserman. Supervisor Chavez, thank you for suggesting putting item 18 on consent. That's our joint referral to administration and county council to report back to the board with options for consideration relating to the feasibility of leasing on rooftops. For example, at county properties like VMC or St. Louis, to a private internet service provider or a wireless internet services provider to provide affordable Ethernet-based broadband internet connectivity to unserved areas of the county, while preparations are being made to run the fiber optic broadband links throughout the county, limiting leases for ISPs and WISPs to those that offer a low-cost data plan, as defined by the California PUC's final rule on last mile funding, as was provided in Senate Bill 156. This referral is in alignment with previous directions supported by this board that administration provide recommendations for short-term, medium-term, and long-term solutions throughout the to address broadband issues throughout the county.
So you're okay with that going on consent?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
With regard to item 19, I want to express appreciation. Thank you to Supervisors Chavez and Simidian. I agree that this is an important issue. I would like to request, if the authors are comfortable with a friendly amendment, that the report back comment on number 1, the current employee assistance supports in place and how these new proposed supports could integrate with existing mechanisms available to employees. And 2, defining the parameters of which employees might have particular pandemic-related needs for supports, which certainly would include the VMC clinical staff, as the referral mentions, but possibly also other pandemic responders in roles across the organization, including, for example, public health and DSWs. With regard to item 31 and 32, happy for it to be on consent. I support moving forward with the addition of staff today, but I did hear some further concerns from SEIU regarding the overall operation of the revenue cycle team. I've also heard from a few constituents who have reported challenges with VMC billing And given the critical importance of this function on the financial stability and the financial state of VMC, and by extension to the county overall, I'd like to recommend that Harvey Rose and FGOC, in their planning for the fiscal 23 audit plan, undertake a review of VMC's billing and revenue cycle activities to assess the following. Number one, how do our reimbursement and revenue rates compare with similar organizations? Number two, what are the best practices for organization of revenue cycle functions, and how can we implement them here? Number three, are there any benchmarks for customer service or customer experience related to patient billing for similar organizations? And if so, how does our county compare? And finally, I'd like them to look at best practices for billing dispute resolution and share recommendations for that function as well.
Thank you, Vice President. If you can pause for a minute, Dr. Smith, is that direction you can take in the form that was just given? Do you need that to come back as a referral? Where do you stand on what was just said by Vice President Ellenberg regarding Harvey Rose and Valley Medical Center? And you might be muted.
Sorry. My understanding was the referral was to discuss it in FGOC, which would be the appropriate place. And then we can take action from that referral from FGOC.
Okay. Thank you. Vice President Ellenberg, does that work for you?
Let me think that through for a minute, because the board directs Harvey Rose's work plan. Is that correct? So Supervisor Chavez, looks like you're going to correct or help me here.
Dr. Smith?
Well, I can only tell you that the typical process is we accept a referral when something's discussed at FGOC and comes through the report back to the board to be approved.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was just going to say that under Supervisor Otto Lee's leadership, the FGOC can prioritize Harvey Rose's work and integrate this in. So I think if we can just ask it to be heard at FGOC, we can figure that out.
Absolutely, then. Thank you so much for clarifying.
And I'm on board with that too. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Item 35, the Black Infant Health and PEI expansion. Just want to thank staff. I'm really pleased with the progress of the work and the engagement of our hospital systems in the work group. I'm looking forward to strategies and metrics that I understand are going to be identified through the partnerships. I'd like to ask Supervisor Simidian, as chair of HHC, if he would consider including an annual report on the perinatal equity initiative in the 2023 committee work plan, perhaps for next March, ahead of the Black Maternal Health Week. If that's acceptable, then I would request that administration bring back such a report in 2023.
All right, that's under number 35. Supervisor Simidian, are you okay with that as the chair?
Absolutely, thank you. I think it's a
thank you.
Good idea.
Thank you so much. Item 42, this report is in response to the referral that Supervisor Lee and I submitted in January, and at the request of administration, this report is being held to our next meeting. I want to sunshine to my colleagues that I conveyed to Dr. Smith and staff in agreeing to the extension that I expect the report to the board will be specific in terms of the current status and gaps in slots or beds in our system of care, that it will lay out the long-term vision for expanded capacity, not just what we have already identified or designated grants or other funding to address, and that it will have a clear connection to the CEO's recommended budget so that we can act on efforts to expand facilities, workforce, or programs to address at least part of that gap in fiscal 2023. I'm hoping that our discussion at the next meeting, as well as part of our jail study session today, will balance the recognition that we have to plan for long-term efforts and partnerships to expand the system of care, while also acting with urgency on implementation of some key elements now to make progress on what it will take over time to ultimately build out a complete gapless system. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And please bear with me. We've got a lot of moving parts today, so I'll do my best after that. I think what I'd like to do is on item number 19, which was the VMC mental health item that Supervisor Ellenberg asked that we place on consent. I will take yes for an answer given the length of our agenda today and say thank you. I think the fact that this item is ending up on consent is acknowledgement of the extraordinary nature of the need and of the breadth of support on our board for addressing that need. So thank you all around there. Particular thanks to Supervisor Chavez for co-authoring the referral with me. And we've heard from folks at RNPA, the SEIU Interns and Residents Group, VPG, Krona, Working Partnerships. Thank you to all of them for weighing in. I think the fact that they all chose to weigh in is also testament to the nature and extent of the need. On items 51 and 52, which deal with mobile crisis response teams, happy to leave those on consent, but just really wanted to take a moment to give a shout out and say thank you to see the quick progress there, at least in putting this effort in place. You know, again, I think the nature and extent of the need has been pretty well documented, and just very gratified that we have the opportunity to say, yes, we're going to do something and it's going to be real and tangible and sooner rather than later. On items 71 and 96, that's 71 and 96 for the clerk, I would like to be recorded as an abstention. These are both items dealing with the fairgrounds. And for the record, my abstention is part of a sort of a broader concern about approaching the fairgrounds in a piecemeal fashion, which I've articulated previously, not about any of the merits of the particular proposed uses. Again, it's just a hope and desire that at some point we'll be able to take a more comprehensive integrated look at the use of that property. And then finally on items 98 and 100, which deal with the construction of a psychiatric facility, including teen beds, as I refer to them colloquially, I'd like to ask that those items be pulled. And again, Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull 98 and 100 and just give staff a heads up. I would like to use this as an opportunity to revisit the timeline and get a handle on where things now stand in terms of the timeline for this project moving forward. So, short version, thanks all around on 19. Thanks very much on 51, 52 for the mobile crisis response team. Abstention on 71, 96. And please pull 98, 100. Yes to Supervisor Ellenberg's request to have the perinatal item that she referenced come to our board, and I too am happy to have item 18 go on consent. Thank you, Supervisor Wasserman. I hope that covers the ground for you.
Thank you. You put took two items off of consent, 98 and 100. Do you have half a dozen you wish to put on consent?
No.
No, you don't. Okay. Dr. Smith.
I just want to make sure that the word pulled means they're going to be heard on regular.
Yes, they are. They will be heard under number 45.
Okay.
So we've got 72, 98, and 100 being held under 45. Everything else as detailed and picked up by Colin and everybody else. And we have one speaker. Would you please allow that speaker 2 minutes, Colin?
All right, the next speaker
I'm
is...
sorry, excuse me 1 minute. Supervisor Submitting, did I cut you off? Your hand is raised.
No, you did not, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Colin, please proceed.
Sure. Next speaker is Brian Schmidt. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, Brian Schmidt here for Green Foothills. And I'm speaking in support of moving item 17 to consent. And we thank supervisors for supporting this. It's appropriate for consent because it is uncontroversial. It's just a really good idea to protect our groundwater from potential mining. I specifically want to thank Supervisor Lee for your leadership on this issue. And I'm proud to note that I understand some constituents who have gone through Green Foothills Leadership Program were involved in alerting Supervisor Lee's office about this. So thank you again, the Supervisor Lee and all the other supervisors for taking a look at this. We understand this is just a referral, not an actual decision yet. We do hope a decision is taken in the future to help protect our groundwater. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian.
Next speaker is B. Beekman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, Boyd Beekman here to comment on consent calendar items today. Item 16 is a board referral. Just a quick reminder that as you'll be working out new contracts with Microsoft for your Board of Supervisors department, the future of cybersecurity, it really needs to be a part of the future of the surveillance and technology ordinance. You really cut it out back in 2017 or so. You offered some really nice words at the time, just some simple words that the public can be involved and ask better questions about the cybersecurity practices and policies involved. I hope you can continue those efforts. You don't have to cancel them out. Good luck in that work. There were a few other items I wanted to mention. I was really impressed with items, I think 65 is an item about the future of community land trust issues you're building with Somos Mayfair and an African American community center. Boy, good luck in those efforts. It sounds really, just a really interesting item. Thank you for that. There's also item 72 that was mentioned earlier today, also was a very interesting item, as I need to scroll to it really quickly here. Yeah, you're going to be funding an $80 million for a child adolescent psychiatric facility and behavioral health and services center. That, with all the talk of jail things, that's interesting. I thought I should just mention it at this time as a public item of interest. And I think that's about all for myself. And thanks for your meeting today.
The next speaker is Jennifer Hughes. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, good morning. This is Jennifer Hughes, Vice President of RNPA, and I'm also a nurse at Valley Medical Center. So this is a personal letter in full support of Supervisor Simidian and Supervisor Chavez's referral to create a program to support the mental health and wellness of Santa Clara Valley VMC employees. So I've been working at Valley Medical Center for the last 10 years at VAP inpatient psychiatry as a registered nurse. And the workload expectations as well as the high acuity of our patient population we serve has been increasing over the years. The COVID-19 pandemic over the last 2 years has left a huge impact on the mental health of my fellow nurses and coworkers and continues to do so. Accessing the county's EAP program is often difficult and challenging for nurses to get an appointment. And it's been even challenging with their own healthcare providers for mental health and wellness services. So compassion fatigue is sometimes a reality, and I've witnessed it firsthand. I've seen nurses retiring early, leaving the profession, or cutting back on their hours. And we're also faced with as I'm sure you're aware, a devastating national nursing shortage, and we can't afford to lose more nurses due to lack of support. So it's imperative that the county implements additional funding and programs that support the nurses and staff at VMC and the whole county. So we're the backbone of the community, and please show your support for the nurses and county employees who continue to serve the community of Santa Clara County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Devin Conley. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, honorable supervisors. My name is Devin Conley, and I'm the president of the Digital Equity Coalition and also a trustee on the Mountain View Wisman School Board. I wanted to thank you for taking action to move item 18 to consent. Thank you to Supervisor Chavez and Supervisor Ellenberg for bringing this referral. We know there are many unserved and underserved households in Santa Clara County that don't have adequate internet access. And I'm so excited about the work that the county is doing to develop long-term broadband infrastructure. But in the meantime, a stopgap measure like this to make sure we can get people connected quickly is a really wonderful thing to do. I'd also like to thank Supervisor Simitian for supporting moving this to consent. Have a great day.
And that concludes our request to speak.
Thank you very much, Colin. And I thank all those people that recognize when we move things to consent, we're basically saying this is a no-brainer. It's going to be a 5-0 vote. Most of what was left on the agenda is to receive reports from various departments and various individuals. And I want to thank all my fellow board members for putting so many items on consent today, knowing as Supervisor Simitian said they were the right thing. And we're doing a lot of good stuff. And by putting things on consent, I think kind of shows where we all stand. All right, with that, Colin, would you please do a roll call vote for all that was involved with item number 7 in the consent calendar?
Do we have a motion and a second for that?
No, we don't. I'll be happy to make the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee.
All right.
Now we do.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes. Thank you very much. We're now going to move on to 8, 9, 10, and 11, all being heard at the same time. They are all received reports. There is no action. I'm sure there'll be a lot of talking. Deputy County Executive Key Lee, you're going to start us off?
Yes, thank you,
And
President.
sir, Key, I need to interrupt you for a minute. Supervisor Lee, I see your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you, President Wasserman. I just want to have a process question. Since these are heard concurrently, are we going to have only one set of time for the public to comment on all 4 items, or are we going to split them up?
Yes, we'll hear one time. Good question. So anybody in the public wishing to speak, we will speak after. The public will be called upon after the presentation, and you may speak on items 8, 9, 10, and 11. Get under the time that you are given at that time. Thank you, Supervisor Lee.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Wasserman, and good morning, supervisors. Keeley, Deputy County Executive. I'll just share our plan for this morning. Veronica Marcello from the Office of the County Executive, Program Manager 3, will be her custody, behavioral health, and the Office of Reentry Services will use the PowerPoint presentation to cover items 8 and 9. The PowerPoint presentation begins, I believe, on package page 37 in your packet. And then once that's complete, we'll turn it over to Mike Chinako of OCLEM to provide some verbal comments regarding item 10. And then Dr. Day, Custody Health Services Director, will make some verbal comments regarding item 11. And then we'll be available.
You've lined up. And for those presenting, we do have in advance all the PowerPoints ahead of us. I just want you to know that as you're communicating with us. All right, let's start with number 8.
Good morning. As an overview on the status of jail reform efforts, since the September 28th study session, an additional 3 summarized recommendations have been completed by staff. These would be in the categories of inmate healthcare and external oversight reporting and organizational accountability. This brings us to a total of 49 out of 80 summarized recommendations marked complete, which is 61% of the total recommendations. Additionally, as of the beginning of this month, 13 or 27% of the 49 completed summarized recommendations are with the Office of Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring as part of the jail reforms audit. Also, we have 2 quick updates relating to the technology and jail capital projects. Regarding the jail management system, the request for proposals for a new system, or the new system, was released on January 31st of this year. Vendor selection is tentatively set for mid-July. Also, staff anticipates recommending a vendor for the board's consideration in September of this year. Additionally, on today's agenda, the inmate tracking system contract is under item 40. The inmate tracking system will streamline operations, simplify data collection, storage, and retrieval, and also ensure access to required data. And then regarding the jail capital projects, as of March 2022, the Facilities and Fleet Department is currently working on 8 high priority projects ranging from ADA improvements to suicide prevention cell upgrades at both Main Jail North and Elmwood. Additionally, 51 jail-related projects have been completed out of 61 projects listed on the jail capital project summary. On this next slide, it details 2 of the 3 recommendations marked complete since September 28th, which are in the category titled External Oversight Reporting and Organizational Accountability. These are OVR 1 and OVR 2. For OVR 1, it has been deemed complete by the creation of the Office of Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring, and this work is currently contracted to the OIR group. Then for OVR 2, this has been deemed complete by the establishment of the Community Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring Committee that held its first meeting on March 5th of 2021. Thank you, and I will be passing along the presentation over to Gabby Olivares from the Behavioral Health Services Department.
Thank you, Veronica.
Morning, Board of Supervisors. Again, my name is Gabby Olivares. I'm the Division Director for the Criminal Justice Division, and I just wanted to review with you inmate healthcare number 3 and just discuss what are the recommendations that came forward from our jail diversion and our behavioral health subcommittee, which Supervisor Chavez participated in. And so I wanted to review the recommendations and provide updates. The first recommendation was to develop and implement a screening tool and assessment process, which thankfully has been completed. Expand post-custody mental health and co-occurring outpatient services, again, which has been completed. Increase our criminal justice full service partnership capacity, which is highly utilized and as well has been completed. Expand the 90-day intensive outpatient service team program, which has been completed. Develop 1 behavioral health urgent care center as the drop-in center for law enforcement. I just wanted to point out that this item was actually turned into the Mission Street Sobering Station. So you'll see it called differently as we proceed through our slides. Also add flex fund for our criminal justice FSPs. And this is to help support clients when they're leaving the jail and in treatment. Flex funds help pay for housing and ancillary services for our clients. Number 7, establish a permanent supportive housing program, has been completed and highly utilized. Enhanced pretrial mental health supervision with court. There is a dedicated position within pretrial that tends to these duties. And number 9, add staff to behavioral health services to assign jail diversion referrals for treatment and placement. Again, another completed item. So the jail reform summaries recommendation of inmate healthcare number 3 corresponds with the updates provided in our jail diversion report. Next slide, please. So again, proceeding with our recommendations, implemented the brief jail mental health screen, which is now embedded in our referral form and is actively being utilized by our justice partners. Expand custody mental health and co-occurring outpatient by 40 slots. And currently we've added additional slots. That brings us to a total of 180 slots. Increase full service partnership capacity. We currently have 308 slots for people that are justice involved. Increase outpatient, which was implemented in 2017 and meets current service needs. And again, just want to point out that the previous item to have a drop-in center for law enforcement is now our Mission Street Sobering Center, which offers both mental health triage and makes referrals to crisis stabilization when necessary. Next slide, please. As we stated, we've added flex funds, but we've actually bookmarked flex funds for housing. So we are able to provide flex fund housing support to individuals, not just when they're with our full service partnership, but as they are being serviced within criminal justice. If they need a higher or lower level of care, this housing flex fund follows them so that they don't lose their housing. Community Solutions selected as provider for our permanent supportive housing, which this program is housing people when they leave the jail. Pretrial services officer position is filled, and this position currently resides at the Reentry Center and helps to support CAPS and our clients that are part of our collaborative courts. Behavioral health restructured screening tools and has expanded slots, flex funds to effectively connect individuals on the JAC list. We have added to our screening whether an individual is homeless to ensure that there's good care coordination when someone leaves the jail. Not only are they going into a treatment slot, but also a housing placement to ensure continuity of care. And last recommendation, investment in custody health, pretrial reentry services, and other justice partners aligned to refer and connect individuals that are leaving from the jail that are currently placed on the JAC list. Next slide, please. So as many of you know, the Behavioral Health Services Department provides care to adult and older adults. We have a wide array of services. We offer mental health, substance abuse, and co-occurring treatment to individuals that are diverting away from the jail and into a treatment setting. The table below provides detail on jail diversion programs by level of care, name of program, length of stay, FY22 capacity, and number of unduplicated clients served during the reporting period of July 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2021. And we also have some information demonstrating our current wait list as of February 2022, which I just want to point out in the column that says current wait list. If it says NA, it means it's non-applicable. This program does not hold a wait list. And if you see 0 next to that column, it is because there's nobody on that wait list. Next slide, please. So the data in this table reveals higher levels of care, such as crisis residential, intensive outpatient, our forensic community assertive program, and our full service partnerships. Also, what you will see is our Mission Street Recovery Station. And what I do want to point out in, again, the column where it says wait list, you'll see an asterisk. And what this means is referrals are made to crisis residential and our first full service partnership simultaneously upon release from the jail. And that's to ensure that there is good care coordination. So once someone enters into our crisis residential, we ask the full service partnership to start that discharge planning and meet with the client as they're in crisis residential so that there's a warm handoff into the next level of care. Next slide, please. So as we're constantly always looking at capacity, it is a moving target. And based on our utilization and data, we're going to increase capacity for FY23. The programs that we're looking to increase is intensive outpatient by 11 slots. The funding source is our Mental Health Services Act. The cost per slot is $20,900. Following crisis residential, we're looking to increase this by 24 slots. Part of that funding is coming from the Department of State Hospitals. The cost per slot is $150,000 for medication and $28,000 for the actual treatment slot. In addition, we're wanting to expand, again, full service partnership, highly utilized by justice involved populations by 50 slots. Funding source is our Mental Health Services Act, and the cost per slot is $18,500. And lastly, transitional housing, as we talked about, when someone leaves the jail, we want to house them and provide a treatment slot. And we're looking to increase that by 20 slots. Again, funding source is Mental Health Services Act. Cost is $18,202.84 per bed. Next slide. Next slide. As one of the strategies to increase success rates in jail diversion, behavioral health meets regularly with stakeholders. Part of those stakeholders include the district attorney, public defender's office, probation, pretrial, adult custody health, our county community programs, and our courts to discuss ideas and solicit feedback on the continued expansion of jail diversion programs and strengthening efforts aimed at deflecting individuals with mental health and co-occurring conditions into treatment and recovery programs. rather than outpatient and correctional settings. So I just wanted to provide the results from our meetings and what the feedback has been. So, feedback is to increase crisis residential beds for incompetent to stand trial. We used to just refer incompetent to stand trial with a felony charge, but now we've expanded that through the legislation changes, and we're also referring individuals with not just felony, but also misdemeanor charges. And so the recommendation is to increase our crisis residential beds. And behavioral health has been awarded an additional $1.4 million and is working on securing additional beds. So we've so far secured 6 beds, but we continue to look at other vendors and possibilities to increase our inventory. Another recommendation is to add IMD Light for justice involved. And this is a level of care that's highly utilized in LA. And this is a step down for individuals that are leaving an IMD. This level of care is used as a step down to continue to provide robust care and treatment, but it's an RCF instead. And behavioral health is reviewing documentation from LA and is currently discussing this potential level of care with A&A Healthcare, which is a vendor that provides this level of care. We're also wanting to secure additional funding from the Department of State Hospital as additional funding opportunities become available. On February 7th, Department of State Hospitals awarded behavioral health an additional $568,000. We will be discussing at the next AB 1810 work group with our justice partners and our stakeholders, how should we expend this money given the different levels of care that this population utilizes. I also want to add that 2 weeks ago, we submitted a letter of intent to secure additional funding for housing for justice involved populations through the Department of State Hospitals. We have also provided educational meetings and training to Superior Court judges on the different levels of care that behavioral health has in order to increase timely access. Most of our work is always done with the collaborative courts, but we're casting a wider net and looking at the pretrial calendars. So the criminal justice inventory of services was presented and an overview was provided of the behavioral health continuum of care on January 4th, 2022. Next slide, please. So continuing with our recommended stakeholder feedback, one recommendation is to assemble a team of behavioral health clinicians that can start screening individuals at the Hall of Justice. Prior to COVID, we had a team there that was doing screening and referral. So a meeting was held with the new presiding judge, pretrial services, and the public defender on January 7th to initiate discussions and recommendations of behavioral health evaluating potential resources to be able to screen additional clients that are not connected to the collaborative courts. Another recommendation is to provide substance use groups inside the jail and ensure warm handoff when an individual is ready to leave the jail. So behavioral health has submitted a list of employees that have gone through the jail clearance process, and we're in communication with the Office of the Sheriff, Adult Custody Health, while we're working on our clearances and just discussing coordination, because we already have a program there, the STEP program that works inside the jail, and we're just discussing whether additional groups can be provided by that vendor or if we should look at other resources that we have within the department to provide those substance use programs inside the jail. Another feedback was training for adult custody health and behavioral health. There was a training that occurred on December 7th, 2021 by Dr. Borton from the Department of State Hospitals. So we're looking at additional joint training for behavioral health and custody health to have better care coordination. That concludes my presentation. Thank you, and I'm going to hand it back over to Veronica.
Veronica.
Hello. So now we're passing it along to Chad Martins from the Office of Reentry Services.
Good morning, supervisors. Chad Martins with Office of Reentry Services. Just with some quick verbal updates for you on the Community Awaiting Placement Supervision, or commonly known as CAPS program. So first, as you know, CAPS is a smaller process within the larger JAC list review. Every week, our multidisciplinary team reviews the JAC list and coordinates placements into treatment. So people are typically released to CAPS when no treatment bed is available within a couple weeks, but because capacity and placement pathways have been improved over the years, we seldom need to resort to CAPS releases and are usually able to release everybody directly into treatment. So
Chad, I'm going to interrupt you for just a minute. For all those following at home, we've now moved to item number 9, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Supervisor. So just to illustrate that we don't need to use CAPS as frequently, we have only released about 40 CAPS releases since July 2020. Back in February of this year, the release process was slow due to frequent exposures in custody. For this reason, most of the review team's focus during the winter surge was on logistics around quarantine, testing, and vaccination to really get people placed into treatment beds as quickly as possible. But starting in March of this year, these bottlenecks began to open up and we began placing people consistently again. This did create some initial capacity bottlenecks, but these are looking better and better each week as we review the list. And each month, many people are moving, on the list as judges refer them and off the list as we release them. So currently, as of today, which is actually our JAC list review date, there are only 67 people on the JAC list for review, and many of those people are scheduled for release later this week. That concludes my update. Happy to receive any questions.
Thank you, Chad. I appreciate that. Supervisors, are you all fine with continuing through our presentations 8, 9, 10, and 11? I don't see any hands raised, so let's continue on, please.
Supervisor Wasserman, let me just.
Vice President Ellenberg, yes, I'm sorry, I don't have you on my screen.
That's okay. I have some questions on 8 and 9 which I can either ask now or wait until both are presented and then refer back to 8 and 9 as you.
I think it's easier for people following us if they hear your questions now after we just heard the information. So I'm opening this up, board members, to any comments or questions regarding 8 and 9. Go ahead, Vice President.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you to the staff for the progress that's reflected in this report. In reporting on inmate healthcare number 3, those tasks are noted as complete. You provide metrics on the effectiveness of the programs for individuals, particularly in terms of recidivism. But I'm wondering, aside from kind of checking the box on the recommendations and the individual level, are there metrics that you would recommend that the Board of Supervisors monitor to assess whether we have sufficient behavioral health capacity, behavioral health system capacity to support diversion? And might that metric be the number of people on the JAC list at any point in time? Happy to hear thoughts on that.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Ellenberg. I think that question, is very sort of related to some of the questions identified in the behavioral health workshop in our sort of conversations about jail reform. I think what Gabby provided was our current system capacity and sort of the wait list associated with that. I think what we hope to do in the May 3rd report, the response back to your referral, is to sort of describe an overarching sort of continuum of services, and then sort of to delineate how we might sort of organize our services and to identify the capacity needs. And I see Dr. Smith has his hand up.
Great, thanks, Kate. Dr. Smith.
I just wanted to make a comment about the CAPS list. I don't think that would be a very good measure because
the JAC list.
JAC list, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Wouldn't be a very good measure because we have a number of reasons for people to be on the JAC list. We've begun to see more and more severely troubled and dangerous individuals ending up on the JAC list. We've been working it very hard to get the numbers down, but once you get severe charges on the patients who are on the jack list makes it harder to place them. So that number alone, I don't think would be a good measure, but we can work on trying to come up with a suggestion for a good measure for the board to get an idea of progress in the capacity.
That would be great. I appreciate that. And your comment about the jack list makes sense. I was just looking for to suggest options, and I'll look forward to hearing more. I'm wondering also if someone can share a little bit more information about the IMD light level of care. I did have the opportunity to see the facilities in Los Angeles and really was impressed by the continuum that's offered on one campus. But I'm wondering specifically, can judges order someone to one of these facilities as a condition of release from jail? And would that level of care be an option for someone who's been deemed IST or on a Murphy conservatorship?
Thank you. Who's appropriate to answer that? Is that you, Gabby?
Yes, I think so. Actually, what happens is our staff will actually do the assessment and provide the level of care to that judge, whether it's IMD, light, whether it's IOP. So basically, once we provide the recommendation, because we've done our assessment in court, the judge will agree or disagree to release that individual. So it's really behavioral health coming forward based on our clinical determination. What is the appropriate level of care? But from the colleagues that I've talked to, we have a lot of conversation with the diversion courts in LA. That is not a model that's utilized for Murphy conservatorship. It's usually a model that's utilized for individuals that are coming out of an IMD or someone that was in crisis residential and needs more stabilization. And I can provide the description that LA has sent me. We will provide that to your office, Supervisor Ellenberg. But it's not a level of care that's utilized for someone that's on a Murphy conservatorship.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I realize that's a very high level of need, and my understanding is that's one of the populations that we actually have the hardest time finding placement for, and that the IMDs with whom we contract are not really eager to take on that level of responsibility. So I'm just thinking about what the best placement options are. But I appreciate that, Gabby. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I think the department continuously looks at different levels of care, and that's why there's conversation. You know, we recently met with Santa Cruz just to look at what other jurisdictions and other counties are doing and how they're best supporting this justice-involved population. And based on feedback, we provide that to our stakeholders. And we're trying to actually find somebody from LA that can actually come and do a comprehensive presentation on that level of care, or if there's other levels of cares that we don't provide within behavioral health, if they can share that knowledge and information with us.
Thanks so much. And Gabby, since you mentioned stakeholders, your slides 10 and 11, you were reviewing stakeholder feedback. I heard you mention the different departments, but I didn't hear if there are system engaged individuals or their families that are represented amongst the different stakeholder groups.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yes, we usually invite, NAMI's a huge participant, and also we also ask individuals that have participated in our services to provide feedback. And as of yesterday at our Prop 47 meeting, we had an individual that graduated, came to talk to us about what worked. And we're also looking at hopefully having a focus group with some of our recipients from our Evans Lane program, just to better program plan. And they were also invited to our Mental Health Services Act. We had a specific session just for justice involved, where we had our peers, families, and our stakeholders.
Oh, I'm really glad to hear that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Aside from the Department of State Hospitals, what facilities or providers is our county currently utilizing to provide that competency restoration service for people who have been deemed IST?
So we have different contracts. We contract with Napa State, and then, you know, the people that are actually coming through the collaborative courts have been deemed that they can actually restore into community. So what we're actually doing is we're stabilizing people, having the provider go into the jail, start explaining treatment, what the release plan looks like. And we're actually presenting those cases in court, explaining that a provider has agreed to take this person based on our level of care recommendation. And then again, based on our assessment, what is that level of care recommendation? And we're finding a lot of people are going into our intensive programs. So we're dealing more with individuals from my side that are actually preparing to release. They were incompetent to stand trial. The assessment was done, and now everybody is in agreement, including the court, the DA, the public defender, that this person would be better suited to restore full competency in community, but does not pose a public safety risk and can release into treatment.
It's really exciting to hear the cross-departmental engagement and participation in this work. I'm going to wrap up here with maybe the beginnings of a motion. President Wasserman, I know that we've got more to hear, and this is to accept report, but I'd like to offer a little bit of direction right now, because I see from the report that while services are being expanded to satisfy the requirements of the jail reform recommendations, we know that additional needs exist today. And the direction that I'd like to offer in the form of a motion is that we should see specific recommendations in the May 3rd report back on behavioral health systems issues that specify needs for various types of treatment slots and facilities, and a clear connection to those needs in the CEO's budget.
Thank you for that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. Vice President Ellenberg, are you finished?
I am finished with 8 and 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee.
Thank you very much. Yeah, very comprehensive report, and certainly a lot to cover. And I'll try to do as best I can with the limited time we have today. On the jail reform audit update, as they said, of the 623 recommendations, those have been summarized into the 80 recommendations. And out of those 80 summarized recommendations, 49 which of those, which is 61%, have been completed. For the remaining ones that has not been completed, I just want to check in, how are these remaining recommendations being prioritized to be worked on?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Lee. I think at your direction, we provided an off-agenda report that sort of outlined both our plans for one, the timing for completing the sort of uncompleted summarized recommendations, and two, the timeline for submitting the completed recommendations to OCLIM for auditing and review. And that was, I think, a few months ago. We've updated that timeline based on our current progress, and have attached, it is one of your attachments.
Okay.
I believe it's 8D, I believe. Veronica can correct me up on that. And I think just overall, I think the departments have been doing a good job. We were not able to sort of make as much progress as we had intended, but I think that was primarily because Custody Health and Custody Bureau were working extensively to sort of contain and limit sort of the Delta and Omicron surges.
Right, and if you look at the table, the chart there's orange and the blue lines of the summarized recommendations, we see that the one area which has the least completion is the jail culture and environment. And I think that's only an area that we've heard from many stakeholders that's the area that our jail culture really needs significant improvements on the reform effort. So it certainly correlates to what we understand. Certainly the need of getting those reform being taken place is highly needed. As for some of the renovations issues that we talked about regarding the physical features related to suicide prevention, in terms of the modification, like the vents, the ducts, grill lights, drains, telephone cords, clothing hooks, toilets, beds, smoke detector, related to the suicide prevention cells, have those renovations already been started?
I thank you for that question. May I ask Roger Su, who is one of the deputy directors, is on from FAF, if he can sort of respond to that question.
Roger. Roger, you've got an audio problem. Roger, you're sounding like Darth Vader. You need to adjust something.
Is this better?
Yes, there you go.
Okay, sorry about that. Yes, the renovations has started.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. And so I guess the question really is, do we really have a complete picture of the suicide prevention efforts, not just only on the issue on looking at from mental health side, but also from the facility way to see what's currently in place? And is this something that you could provide, since you say you've started? Can we provide that as update to us on the off-agenda report?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Now, in terms of the bed slots that we've been talking about and that we're increasing, certainly music to my ears that we are increasing these slots with all the different sources of funding. In general, are we serving more clients than we have treatment slots?
Anybody?
I think that's for Gabby, maybe.
I think we would have to look at a time frame before I could really answer that and look at what the utilization has been for those treatment slots. Like I said earlier, we've worked really hard to bring down our wait list, and the only 2 levels of care that we've really held wait list has been for crisis residential and for our full service partnership. As you can see, we're adding additional beds, and that's based on our projection of what we've seen in the last 3 months. So, if you wanted a very comprehensive assessment, we'd probably have to look at all the levels of care and what the utilization has been. But within the last 3 months, what we've seen, it's been crisis residential and FSP. And that's why we're adding in those additional beds to be able to, manage the uptick. And I think a lot of it has to do as well with the change in diversion, as we spoke of earlier. In January of 22, we've seen an increase with now not just the incompetent in stand trial felony cases, but now we're also seeing the misdemeanor cases that, have just started to come in. So we'd probably also have to just look at our court calendars and how many people are being calendared with that designation and who's going into those levels of care.
Okay, so on the issue of crisis residential, that's the Merrill Wright Center, correct?
Correct.
Right. Now, the proposal, the way I read it, correct me if I'm wrong, is to 24 additional beds in addition to the current one. And currently, we only have 15 beds. Is that correct?
We also have some additional beds with our Momentum provider. And we've increased this fiscal year 2 beds with that provider. And also we're adding 4 additional beds. So we have that additional provider that also provides crisis residential.
Great. But the proposal today that's on table 1 on report number 9 is the fact that we are increasing 24 beds, correct? On the crisis.
And we're correct. And we're looking at other vendors to increase our inventory for that level of care that's highly utilized.
Okay, good. Now, on the second one you mentioned was the transitional housing unit. And I see that the TXU, as you stated in the report on table 2, is to increase an estimated 20 beds. But I do not see a current inventory of how many beds as they laid out in table 1, like the other beds. Could you give me a number, or you might have to look it up?
Yeah, if I could look that up and report back to you, just to make sure that we give you the most correct information.
Great. All right. And those are folks who are being relieved from jail and have nowhere to live, basically. And that's why it's so.
So basically, they're going to an outpatient provider. and they also need that support that a transitional housing provides. And they focus on recovery, so it's people that are usually substance abusing that need that additional support, and they need to live with people that are also working a recovery plan, so it's an additional added support for them.
Okay, thank you. I have some questions regarding the FACT slots, and I know it's like alphabet soup for many people, FACT being the Forensic Assertive Community Treatment Beds. We've been hearing some comments from the community about the numbers being reported on the cost. Like, for example, I think you mentioned that the Momentum has some crisis residential beds that's not included in this report. And that they also have served over, I think, 89 unduplicated clients. Now, for the FACT beds, we currently have, according to report, 120 beds, right? The cost per bed was stated it's 142,000 per slot, which seems extremely high, and that the cost should have been a lot less. Could you confirm that? It's on page 5 of 11 on the item number 9.
Yes, so what I'd actually like to do is check in with our finance team. Usually program staff don't provide the cost for the bed, but what we can go back. And I think what happened was all the flex funding was added into the cost per slot. So what we can do is come back and provide you the actual treatment cost slot.
Yeah, that would be very helpful.
Sure.
Discrepancy information does not seem to jibe, and there might be a couple more that it's in the report. So I would just like to ask the administration to connect with the providers to double check on these numbers, just like the Behavioral Health Contract Association, to address these issues. And if you could report that back to our Health and Hospital Committee in the May meeting, I certainly appreciate it.
Of course, Supervisor Lee.
Great, thank you. Now, will the behavioral health BHSD contract for beds with the A&A Health Services for the IMD light level of care for justice involve populations?
That is correct.
That is right, correct. Okay.
Correct.
And in terms of the assembling a team of the BHSD clinicians, can you give us a bit of progress of when they could start screening individuals at the Hall of Justice? Because the
yes.
Initiated back in January 7th.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Actually, what we've done is we've actually met with the public defenders that are actually working the pretrial courts. And so we're actually already initiating those referrals. Those referrals are already starting to come through us, and the public defender is actually filling out our referral form and sending that to us. We had a meeting last week, and we're having a meeting this week to start those referrals immediately. The thing that happens is sometimes people get booked, after hours or weekend on the jail. So as soon as the public defender goes into custody, they can initiate that referral to us.
Okay, very good. All right, that's the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And before I go to Supervisor Chavez, we have one speaker who's been waiting. If you don't mind, I'd like to let that one speaker speak for 2 minutes.
Sure. The next speaker is B. Beekman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak, and the timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I guess you're taking comment on all the items
yes.
related. Okay, thank you. Thank you for how you've been clarifying this issue, Supervisor Wasserman.
You bet.
For myself, there's a number of issues around the future of surveillance technology issues that has a play in all of this that I think should be noted. You talked about the programs for people who will be leaving the jail system. You have a consent calendar item that has the exact question of the future of surveillance technology that will be needed for these people and their housing services after jail. Couple this with the overall ideas of the use of biometric cameras in the jail system. I think it's a real important time to mention the importance of the Surveillance and Technology Ordinance and its openness and clarity can bring to our lives and our situation, and that we're, with the vaccine questions we're having at this time, I think can really, really help make clear a conversation that we can have, and that can be an open conversation. And this sort of item actually paves the way to do that. So good luck with this issue. Good luck in how the yeah. I guess I've said enough in those terms. I think there was a few other things I wanted to bring up that I just can't recall at this time. So I guess I will stop for now, and just good luck on open public policy ideas for the technology involved in this item. And a quick reminder that, as we're bridging the digital divide, it is the open public policies that need to work hand in hand with the digital divide issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Blair. Supervisor Chavez.
Oh, we do have another speaker in the queue.
Oh, somebody came on. Go right ahead, please, Colin.
The next speaker is Irvish. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, Rich. Board of Supervisors again, and as well as the respective Vice Chair, as well as Supervisor Lemberg and Supervisor Joshi. I want to mention about how the reform are taking place for the jail system, specifically from the technology perspective. There is a scanning system, there is a biometric system. However, we need to continue to improve as the technology is evolving. We need to be more enhanced towards the biographic information of how the demographics of a face recognition being worked. As more and more technology is advancing, important to set the tracking system for the inmates, as well as providing the right set of technological standards where the inmates.
Oops, Irvish, we've lost you.
It looks like we've lost Irvish.
Okay.
There are no further requests to speak.
Thank you, Colin. I appreciate that. And as I stated previously, the people speaking were on items 8, 9, 10, and 11, and we have no more speakers. We do have a motion by Supervisor Ellenberg, seconded by Lee, but I want to hear from Supervisor Chavez first.
Thank you. And I know we have 2 more items still to hear on this section, this area. I wanted to start by thanking Gabby. This work has been really, since the Blue Ribbon Commission, our partnership with behavioral health and the demands we placed on them have expanded dramatically. And Gabby, I know that you've been working with your team to try to answer every one of our questions around utilization and wait lists and all of that, and also helping us better understand what the needs are. One broad question I have for you is this. It appears to me that one of the challenges that we're beginning to have, and maybe we've been having it for a while, but we're thinking about it differently, is the placement of folks that you just talked about who are much higher need and with much more serious allegations or I presume or convictions, and the placement for those folks. It appears to me also that the JAC list has been increased with those high need folks. And my question is, do we have an appropriate placement outside of custody for those folks we're starting to see on the JAC list?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yes, we've been able to manage and we've been able to manage the JAC list and refer to the appropriate levels of care. Also, I think through our conversation with adult custody health, if there is somebody on the JAC list that is not doing well, through our case consultations with custody health, we're able to identify who that individual is. And, we still do work very closely with the Department of State Hospitals. The Department of State Hospitals has agreed to evaluate individuals if we feel that they're most appropriate to go to the Department of State Hospitals and not release into community.
I guess, Gabby, the challenge that I'm hearing, and colleagues, this is something that we've been discussing at reentry, is that according to Judge Manley, the checklist is more full than it's ever been. We're back where we were in the very beginning of these discussions. And my just genuine question is, do we have a challenge in terms of aligning ourselves with the needs of the court? And it's not a judgment question, because let me just say what I'm observing is that we're all trying to figure out the most appropriate placement for high need people who are seriously mentally ill. And what my thinking had been around that is that we should be expanding robustly the IMD beds, especially given the limits that the state has, because otherwise we're going to have people in custody for. And I guess what I'm really asking, Gabby, is do we have an agreed upon framework between the Sheriff's Department, behavioral health, and the courts about the appropriate placement? And then do we have the appropriate placement? Because from where I'm sitting, that doesn't seem to be clear.
You know, again, everything is based on our assessment. There is coordination with custody, the sheriff's office, and the court. And if someone does need an IMD bed, we're able to facilitate that before somebody leaves the jail through our 24-hour care team. So,
and Gabby, we have IMD beds to send people to?
Well, it's done through our 24-hour care team. I don't have IMD beds at my discretion. I work through our 24-hour care team, and through the IMD beds that we have, we place individuals. We don't utilize IMD beds as much because, again, we're getting people that it has been agreed that they can restore into community. The higher IMD placements are happening on the adult side, and those people are not coming through the collaborative courts from the people that we serve.
Yeah, I think that may be actually part of the problem. And more because my concern, I have a number of concerns, but my main concern in this instance is I do not believe there is an agreed upon strategy. And I think that's why we're having conflicts with the courts. And I'm not like, that's not a blame at all. This is really just an observation, because I do think everybody's thinking is evolving about how we address folks who are high need. And so I think what I would like to recommend is that when we have this discussion on, but when we have this discussion on May 3rd, as Supervisor Ellenberg has requested, I actually think this is something that I would really like you staff to frame up for us. I'm happy to write a referral, but I really think that this is a discussion that needs to happen between behavioral health, the courts, and the Sheriff's Department prior to us doing a referral that says, here's what we think the answer is, because I genuinely don't know the answer, but what I know is that on our continuum of care, there are gaps in our continuum based on the objectives we have for the jail. And one of my other concerns, frankly, is that the difference between that, which is the services that are directly provided through behavioral health, and those that are provided through the health and hospital system, when we're all part of one system, is very troubling. I mean, it's not troubling, like, I don't mean it, again, like, I think we're evolving. I just think it's an area that we have an opportunity to break down a little bit more. Does that make sense in terms of what I'm asking for?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez, sorry to interrupt, Gabby. I was just going to intervene here. Supervisor Chavez, good morning, Sherry. Teresa, Director with Behavioral Health Services Department. I appreciate your question and your comments. I think Supervisor Ellenberg raised a similar question earlier in the conversation, which is to have a better description and plan around how beds are utilized, particularly for different populations within the system of care. And I think at times what happens, because we're speaking of a specific target population, we begin to isolate particular beds and levels of care in that discussion. And I think what we plan to do, and hopefully illuminate on May 3rd during our discussion is just being able to more strategically describe the broad needs of the population and then further describe the availability of different beds and levels of care for these various populations. So I think sometimes what happens is we begin to kind of really distill down into a particular population and then get locked into a conversation about a particular bed and how individuals are accessing that. And I think our hope on May 3rd is to be able to bring forward a more full conversation addressing both the comments that you and Supervisor Ellenberg made related to this.
That's helpful, Sherry. And I guess the other thing I would just acknowledge is that one of the things that I find so challenging about this discussion is that the folks we're dealing with can be on any side of that continuum, right? And I think, you know, one day they're not a jail person, they're a crisis person, and the next day they're somebody who's interacting with the criminal justice system. So one of the goals that I have is making sure, and I love it. I love, Sherry, that you're gonna, you know, I mean, I would love to see that graph, and if I could, while you're thinking about it, my intent is not to make this more complicated, but just to say out loud that I do not believe there is a shared understanding of wait times and utilization. I think that continues to be a struggle between what the public thinks, what you all think, and what, you know, and how people access services. So one other thing, whenever you do the graph, like how people access services is going to be so critical, because again, somebody may enter the services with a family member and end up in a different part of the service. And I'm still unclear about how people access services. So that's kind of a broad comment, but I'll look forward, Sherry, to May 3rd. I'm sure you're all working on that. I apologize. One other thing that I just wanted to raise, and that is that, you know, on the recovery station, on the Mission Street facility, I have to say that I'm not certain that facility is meeting our needs, and I have a concern about it. And I just wanted to share with colleagues that the reason we established that was actually in partnership with the City of San Jose's police department, because they were asking for an alternative place to take folks who were drunk or who were you know, on drugs and didn't necessarily need to go into custody, but definitely needed the opportunity for restoration. I have yet to really understand the effectiveness of that tool, recognizing that for people who have drug and alcohol addictions, that it's not ask one or ask two or ask three. I recognize that we have to interact with folks a great deal, but I want to better understand whether or not the way that functions is how it should function. As an example, we worried about letting people just walk up to get services. And if that's the equivalent of gateway for us, you know, from a human, you know, that someone could be able to walk up and say, I'm ready to get drug treatment. I want it to function in a more receptive way to people who are in need than I think it does today. And I want it to be better connected to accessing services. And, you know, I've been in it multiple times, and I can honestly tell you that from talking to even the staff there, that the ability for them to take somebody who's there ready for services, that they do the same thing anybody would do, which is they call up and down a list. So I'm still looking for the computerized list where you know how many beds, how many slots, and then how fast someone can get in it. And I also understand that we way station people from there to another location while we're waiting to get them into a bed, because we know when somebody's ready to get services, they're ready. And so I think those programmatic problems, we've done incredible work moving everybody forward. So this is not me saying anything other than what have we learned, and from what we've learned, what can we do better? And if we could incorporate that into how we're thinking about our service provision, I think that would be ideal. I have a lot of other thoughts about these reports, and let me just end with one other thought. And this actually was something that Supervisor Lee asked, and Key, this is a question for you that I don't know if there's really an answer, but I just thought maybe I'll challenge you with it. you know, when we originally started out with the Blue Ribbon Commission, came up with all of the list of activities, I was very unhappy about us taking the 560 and breaking them down into 80 categories, because what I was worried about was that we would be missing reforms that we had promised the public and that we would be enacting. And when I'm looking at it now and I see where we are in our process, one question I have, is there an internal tool you all are using to say, here's what's still left to do, here's how long we think it's going to take to do it, here's what we think the, you know, the cost or timeline is of all of that? And if so, when would the board see that? And if not, is that something that you think would be of value in terms of measuring our effectiveness?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor. If I understand it correctly, you're asking sort of what is the timeline for all of the remaining summarized recommendations, which includes a whole variety of sort of specific recommendations. We've attached sort of a our updated timeline for that as item, I believe it's 8D in your report.
Thank you. Let me, do you know the packet page that is?
I will look it up in 1 second or in a couple of seconds. Or Veronica, if you know it, please feel free.
I'm looking at, I just found it. It's packet page 16. It looks like it's 168.
Yes, 167 to 168. Yeah.
I see. So this is the, I'm not sure I do understand this.
Yeah, sorry if the public is not able to see, but we have table 1, which speaks to our plan submissions for to OCLEM. These are sort of items that are complete and then need to be reviewed and audited by OCLEM. And table 2 really speaks to the when the outstanding summarized recommendations would be completed.
Thank you. I'll dive deeper into this. I missed this. Thank you very much for pointing it out to me. That's all I have. Thanks, Supervisor Wasserman.
There we go. Take the mute off. I said, this didn't quite work out time-wise as we had planned. Sometimes things take longer, sometimes they take shorter. All very good discussions, and Veronica and Gabby and Roger coming up, and Sherry and Margaret and Michael's coming up. Great stuff. Great stuff. We're really way into the weeds on this stuff, but the report shows how much wonderful stuff we're doing in Santa Clara County. And I thank you for that. This is the plan I've got, members, now that we've kind of changed things. What I'd like us to do, we'll take a vote on 8 and 9. We'll move on to 10 and 11. I'll give notice to everybody now, including the clerk staff, that I'd like to break at 12:45 to 1:15. Let's try and get 10 and 11 done in the next 34 minutes. So we have a motion from Supervisor Ellenberg, and we have a second for that motion. I'd like a roll call vote if there's no other comments to be made.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes, as well. Thank you. We're going to be moving on to 10 and 11. We do have one speaker right now. Colin, if you could let that speaker in, please.
The next speaker is Irvish. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
And Irvish, we did tell the people that you would have 2 minutes to speak on 8, 9, 10, and 11 previously. And I believe you spoke on 8 and 9. Is that correct?
Irvish did speak. His microphone failed at the halfway point.
Okay, so Irvish, go ahead. And anybody else who spoke previously are not able to speak at this time. Go ahead, Irvish.
Thank you very much, sir. I wanted to mention that it is important to recognize that, we, along with the technology, we enhance ourselves as well with the Inmate programs for the item number 8, 9, and 10 specifically, I got disconnected. And for the item number 11 specifically, as we are moving towards more and more responsive and behave, and as well as improving the improving the in-custody death as well as suicide prevention efforts, as well as the prevention of a crime and inmate grievance. It is important to address that, what are those concerns, that is something, we can address within the inmate and provide them the educational program. In certain prisons, for example, in the prison of within my visit to the Andaman Nicobar Island, there's a cellular jail visit where at the times of the British Empire, the prisoners were being sent to that particular jail in order to complete their sentence for throughout life year sentence. However, during the lifetime sentence, they are also being provided the education resources, so they educate themselves and as well as make themselves aware about that what are the processes that is being outlined for the jail, prison, and inmate program, such that for the doing a good part of a work within the jail, as well as cultivating the good habits, allowing them to be released early. And sometimes their offenses are being pardoned as well. Depends upon the legislative and the development of the law. So it is important that we put those laws and those resources for the inmate as well, based upon the criteria that the Board of Supervisors and as well as the Justice Tribunal system and the law correction and monitoring system to decide. And I also wanted to mention that by allowing this opportunity to give into inmate, they would be able to identify that what are the good people out there in the inmate as well. Thank you very much.
And that concludes our request to speak.
Thank you very much. All right, we're now on to items 10 and 11, and we'll look for the presenters. Michael, I assume? Michael, there he is. Michael Giannacco, you're on.
Good day, President Wasserman. Good day, Board of Supervisors. I'm here as part of the study session just to talk about the two master recommendations, summarized recommendations that really amount, as Supervisor Chavez is asked to get into the weeds, 15 of the 600 plus recommendations. These break down into two basic categories. One has to do with a number of recommendations that were intended to improve the way in which dental services were provided to those housed in the jails. And the second had to do with improving policies on individuals who are restrained for disciplinary reasons or for reasons because of concern about their own welfare or the welfare of others. We are pleased to report that Custody Health has implemented all of the recommendations with regard to dentistry. And we actually had a chance last summer to actually visit the new dentist space over at Main Jail. As I indicated, all of the recommendations that were made by Jail Reform, Blue Ribbon, and others have been implemented, or at least the intent of the recommendations have been accomplished on paper. The second category, as I indicated, had to do with restraints and monitoring individuals who are placed in restraints. And again, our review indicated that Custody Health has complied and followed the recommendations of the experts and the Blue Ribbon Commission that were made several years ago. And so has custody, with one important exception, and that is there was a recommendation with regard to restraints by an expert as part of the Blue Ribbon exercise, recommending that there be continual monitoring by custody of individuals who are put in restraint chairs or are put in restraints and are housed on the 8th floor of Main Jail. Custody's current policy does not match up with that recommendation. And that's why we were not able to confirm that the recommendation has been implemented, because it hasn't. We understand from Custody, as indicated in our report, that they are working on a revision to the policy, but that revision has not been implemented as of the last time we checked in with Custody before we submitted this report. So that is a very high level summary of what we found with regard to this batch. That includes another 15 recommendations of the 600. The other thing I just wanted to mention as an end note is that as a result of some interest by Supervisor Ellenberg in getting those who are housed in the jails involved in this process, we are working with custody and custody health and the clerk of the board and others to try and implement that system and get some feedback. And I think the intent here, as I understand it, and Supervisor Ellenberg, if I don't understand it, I'm sure you'll correct me, is to try and get feedback from those who are housed. So while we are saying the blue ribbon recommendations from 6 years ago on dentistry are really looking good on paper, it probably would be helpful to hear from those who are housed and are receiving dentistry services, what they think of the dentistry services as part of this mission. The recommendations 5 or 6 years ago, while largely sound in our experience so far, we've come a long way now, and certainly I think ways to find ways to get feedback from those who are actually benefiting from the services, or maybe not as much as they could be, I think is going to be an important component, and we're going to continue to work with County Family to do that. President Wasserman, that ends my initial remarks, but obviously I'm here to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Thank you, and you've got some questions coming. Michael, we're going to start out with Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to check in with Mr. Giannacco, since we have him on 2 other matters. Mr. Giannacco, could you give us the status of information sharing between OCLAM, your OIR group, and the Sheriff's Department, please? I know this has been a challenging part of getting your work done. So where do things stand?
Supervisor Simidian, we have been receiving limited access for 2 different projects. One is the one I've just reported on. So we are getting policies to the degree they exist from custody, and we were able to get information in order to complete this report from custody. The other area in which we have been getting cooperation and information and access to individuals is our review of the Andrew Hogan matter, and that is near completion as a result of the information we have. But with those 2 caveats and exceptions, the information agreement that was signed in June, and we've said this for the past 2 years now, while we believe to be inadequate and does not provide us sufficient information to carry out the mission of the ordinance, it would be helpful to have it. And that is why we signed the agreement in October, and the sheriff eventually signed it in January of this year. But I'm disappointed to report that since January of this year, even though we now have an information sharing agreement, we haven't received any information pursuant to that agreement, if that makes sense. So we have not gotten anything. One of the things that we are supposed to get is a list of all open internal affairs investigations. And even though that agreement was signed in January, we haven't seen those lists.
Well, that leads me to my second question, which is where do we stand in terms of getting the report back that the board has asked for on the internal affairs investigation in the Hogan matter? You will recall that we discussed at some length at a prior board meeting the seemingly inexplicable abandonment of a pending internal affairs investigation. You were asked, I believe, to come back to us with a report. Where do we stand on that? And is it going to be possible to get a report if you don't have the information sharing in fact, notwithstanding a written agreement?
Yes, and Supervisor Simidian, the Hogan material and the Hogan project has moved fairly well. We have gotten what we needed from the sheriff on that piece. That means that I expect that next month we'll be in a position to provide the board with a final report on that issue. There may be unanswered questions. There may be witnesses who, for various reasons, decline to speak with us. But we'll reach that bridge when we get there, and we'll report to the board on what we found.
One last question, and thank you, Mr. Chair. You've piqued my curiosity, obviously, Mr. Giannaco. Are we gonna learn in next month's report who gave the order to abandon the internal affairs investigation and for what reason or reasons?
Let me put it this way. I would say that you will get more insight on that very question, which I think is an important question. Will we be able to get information from everybody who was involved in that decision? That remains a little bit to be seen because of ongoing proceedings, including criminal proceedings.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Giannaco, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, you got it. Thank you. Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you so much, President Wasserman. I'd like to start by making a motion that would direct in addition to receiving items 10 and 11, to direct that recommendations that the Sheriff's Office or other departments consider implemented or completed, but have not yet been reviewed by the Office of Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring in consultation with the Community Corrections and Law Enforcement Monitoring, be marked as pending review rather than marked as complete. And I'll share some context in a moment. Those changes should be reflected in addition to in the context of reports to the board on the website, which by the way has not been updated since 2022, specifically items that are updated.
Vice President, I'm sorry, you said it's not been updated
since 2020. My apologies, since 2020, thanks.
Okay, and your recommendation before, I saw Mr. Giannaco shaking his head, nodding his head, excuse me, in approval.
Okay.
So there's not a motion needed there. So please keep going.
Yes, the motion is to change the status to items from complete to pending review if they have not yet been reviewed by OCLAM. And again, I'll give some more context as to why, and I want to be sure that that change is reflected in the jail monitoring website, which hasn't been updated since 2022, that those items are listed as pending review if they
Vice President Ellenberg,
yes,
you said hasn't been updated since 2022 again.
I did it again. I'm so
Did you
sorry.
mean 2020?
I do mean 2020. Thank you for your
Okay,
patience.
and again, for what you've said so far, a motion is not necessary. Mr. Giannaco, you will update that column?
I am not responsible for the that document, but I can work with the county family to make sure that happens.
That's okay. We'll leave it as a motion then, and then you can take it from there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I believe that it does need direction because
right ahead.
not Mr. Giannaco who is making those complete determinations. Thank you. And for context, last year there were 2 recommendations that OCLAM found were not implemented. I was surprised to see that they were still marked as complete and that we didn't receive any updates this session on the status of them. One was number 134, which was to allow detainees access to their files to determine accuracy of contents and challenge any discrepancies. The other was 642, the new classifications scoring system needs to be fully automated. Custody Bureau has already begun the process of modifying the current database to meet this need. Again, they're both pending. Updates should be provided there. I also saw that while 46 recommendations were marked as complete, only 13 were submitted to OCLAM for review. And this to me is, is further fodder for the contention that the recommendations should not be noted as complete if they're not even ready for quality review. We established OCLAM for the purpose of ensuring follow through in the improvements that many experts and members of the public have deemed crucial for us to make, and we are therefore obligated to be responsive to their determinations. So that would be my motion. I do have a couple of questions for the sheriff. But
thank you. Let's get a second for your motion, and then you're on to the sheriff.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. Go right ahead, Vice President.
Thank you very much. Sheriff Smith, can you respond to the concern that first, that the office hasn't aligned the restraint policies with the recommendations?
unmuted. I see our Assistant Sheriff there. You need to unmute Assistant Sheriff Sepulveda.
Sorry about that. I was having a little trouble getting it to work.
No, go right ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, this is Assistant Sheriff David Sepulveda. I'm here at Captain Aspen as well. So our restraint policy is aligned with our use of force policy, which is in compliance with our consent decrees and has been agreed to by our plaintiffs' counsel and plaintiffs' expert. But we agree that this recommendation is important and is something we want to do. To that end, we have been working toward implementing the infrastructure to make that happen, to have CCTV cameras available for where we put the restraint chairs so that they can be monitored. And we actually only have a couple locations system-wide that we don't have that available at this time. So as soon as we're able to finish off one area of the main jail and one area of Elmwood, we should be able to enact that policy system-wide. So right now we're actually doing it for the most part, but because we don't have it everywhere, we want to make sure that we're not going to put a policy in place that we can't comply with everywhere, but we're gonna make that happen as soon as we can get that infrastructure in place.
And I'll look forward to Oakland reviewing that updated action. I had hoped to hear directly from Sheriff Smith, but thank you, Sheriff Sepulveda, for stepping in there. The other question I have is that I'd like to hear from custody, Sheriff's Custody, on item number 11, in which Custody Health was not able to respond to many of the recommendations on in-custody deaths, inmate grievances, and suicide prevention because they're in the purview of the Sheriff's Custody Bureau. Could I get some explanation to help me understand that, please?
Whoever can answer that question, please go right ahead.
And maybe we can get more context on that as well, so we can understand exactly what they mean. We do work directly hand in hand with Custody Health Services with regard to grievances and in-custody deaths and root cause analysis meetings. So if we can get some better context to that, that would be great.
Thank you.
Sure. The item number 11 notes that Custody Health wasn't able to respond to many of the recommendations on in-custody deaths, inmate grievances, and suicide prevention because they're in the purview of the Sheriff's Bureau. So what is the connection, or where is the breakdown between Custody Health and the Sheriff's Office in terms of accessing that information on custody deaths, inmate grievances, and suicide prevention? Does that make sense?
Maybe Dr. Day can.
Yeah, Supervisor.
Dr. Day.
Yes, Supervisor Ellenberg. And good afternoon, Supervisor Ellenberg, Chair Wasserman, and other supervisors. And this is Eureka Day, and I'm the Director of Custody Health Services. I am here to respond to any questions you might have on the Office of Corrections and Law Enforcement Monitoring, Oakland's request for Custody Health Services to provide information on our in-custody deaths, suicide prevention efforts, and handling of patient grievances. And I will briefly state that Custody Health Services, we do support Oakland's recommendations in whole and or in part for those items that fall under our direct purview. Custody Health Services does have a very robust process in using industry standards in addressing in-custody deaths and suicide prevention efforts through a root cause analysis process aligned with Joint Commission and endorsed by our federal consent decree monitors. We do complete a very time-sensitive, in-depth review of the patient's course in care, demarcations in care, decision supports, performance issues, system and process failures under a just culture framework. And to Supervisor Ellenberg's question, although our custody colleagues, they do participate in this process. We have a very multidisciplinary process that we participate in, and this is comprised of not only integrated healthcare staff, but also includes our custody bureau colleagues. Assistant Sheriff Sepulveda often participates in these processes, as does a facility captains, lieutenants, and county counsel. We do have some demarcations in our action plans and our measurement strategies. Those that are falling under custody bureau that are assigned specifically around any personnel issues with custody bureau staff fall under their purview. Custody Health Services does not monitor those, nor do we have processes in place to address personnel issues with our custody bureau. And similarly, if there's any actions that fall under custody health, personnel issues that we would govern accordingly, and we would address those under Custody Health Services. And so those demarcations are basically under personnel issues, those strategies and personnel standards that Custody Bureau would address with their staff if those issues are realized during any kind of root cause analysis.
Dr. Day, thank you. I see now why my question was confusing. It's because the issue really is confusing, and there is overlap amongst the same issues of inmate deaths, grievances, and suicides that are within your purview, and other aspects of it which are in the sheriff's custody, not custody health.
Right. The process is a joint process. The meetings are jointly attended. We have members from across healthcare as well as Custody Bureau. But as far as when we start looking at the action plans and any strategies around personnel issues and or measurement, that's where Custody Health Services, we have our processes in place that have been approved through our federal consent decree, and then Custody Bureau has theirs as well. Now, we will track those items concurrently, and if they're either outstanding and or delays, I will often work with Assistant Sheriff Sepulveda to make sure that we get those timely by the next by the next meeting.
Thank you. That's helpful. And let me just turn before I turn off my microphone to Mr. Giannacco. Is that working for you to be able to put that information all together, or are you still feeling barriers somewhere?
So Supervisor Ellenberg, I'm not going to try and make it more confusing than it is, so I won't. but what I'll say is this, and that is, first, the response that is actually the next agenda item, but we're talking about it now as a result of Dr. Day interceding here in a good way, is a very thoughtful, custody health centric response to the recommendations in that report we did on inmate grievances on the inmate death review process. There is a custody component, and a number of our recommendations in our report were directed to custody because it's a custody responsibility. So ideally, it would be helpful to get custody's response to the recommendations that are within their purview and for which they have responsibility for either accepting, rejecting, or modifying.
Thank you. I'm now just realizing that I had jumped ahead to 11. I was thinking about them together, but thank you all. The motion stands, and Supervisor Lee, thank you for the second.
Thank you. We are dealing with 10 and 11 simultaneous now. We have no speakers. Dr. Day has spoken on 11. We've got 9 more minutes before staff needs to have a break, and I need that break to occur and be a minimum of 30 minutes. Then we have doctors waiting at that time to give a presentation on our COVID update. So we have not heard from Supervisor Lee, I believe. Supervisor Lee, go ahead.
Thank you. So first of all, thanks for the report on the dental side, which obviously is good news that they've been implemented. I guess I do have a little bit more questions on the same issue been discussed regarding this restraint chair and recommendations. When we asked the question earlier, I was told that the information presented was not exactly correct and that the restraint is not a chair, but it's a restraint room. And if it's because the restraint room, the policy update falls under custody health policy and not the sheriff. Can somebody provide us some clarification on this policy?
Supervisor Lee, this is Eureka Day again. And the clarification is that Custody Health Services does have a process for using a restraint room where we can put a patient in restraints by a doctor's order. That's separate from the restraint chair, which is under Custody Bureau. And so the restraint room is a process and an industry standard whereby doctor's order of the patient, because of either harm to himself, can be put into a restraint room where there is a bed with restraint apparatus. Those patients are highly reviewed and monitored. We need to review them for the first 10 minutes immediately, 10 minutes, and then every 15 minutes after. Part of their process and protocol is that we need to also release the patient to do range of motion to make sure that they have range of motion with all of their apparatus as far as their arms, their legs, that type of thing. And this is under doctor's order. It is highly monitored and supervised throughout the entire restraint process. That is separate, however, and this is a medical restraint, but that's separate than the restraint that our custody bureau uses in their chairs.
Okay, so those are two separate things, right?
They're two separate things, and one is under the direction of the psychiatrist by doctor's order.
Okay, so the room is the one that is by the psychiatrist you're talking about.
That's correct. And that is a room on the APU, which is our acute psychiatric unit, and it is designed for the purpose of a doctor's order and a patient being under restraint for quote unquote psychiatric medical reasons.
Okay, and then this the so-called restraint chair is not under that purview at all, and that's actually under the sheriff's control, correct?
That is under our custody bureau control. However, if a patient is in a restraint chair, medical nursing also continues to provide monitoring for that patient during that time, just to make sure that any medical needs are realized, any kind of condition that may present during that time. And so, but that is initiated by our custody bureau staff, not by psychiatry under doctor's order.
Okay, yeah, that explanation is helpful. I don't think that policy is that clear. If we could get an off-agenda report to clean up those two issues and lay out what the policies are and who's in charge of what, I really appreciate it. Thank you, Dr.
And I would defer to our custody bureau for the restraint chair.
Correct, yes. Thank you.
I'll be happy to do so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. All right, we have 5 minutes left. We have a motion on the floor. Supervisor Simidian, you were up next, then Supervisor Chavez, but we do have a hard stop at 12:45. If we're not finished with this item, then we'll come back in a half hour and continue it. Supervisor.
Lowered hand. Thank you, sir. My questions have been addressed.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. What I wanted to say is that I still, we purposefully put the Office of Custody Health under OCLEM as well. And we did that because we wanted to make sure that all of the internal workings were actually working internally very well together. And I have to say that the concern I have about the report on custody health in particular is that I can't, from reading this, really understand how all of this work is done together and whose responsibility what is. And I'm a little concerned that, well, anyway, and so Mr. Giannacco, my office reached out to you and your team to ask very candidly what was your thinking on this. And I think what I would like to request, in recognizing Supervisor Wasserman, your point about time, is to add to Supervisor Lee's request for an off-agenda report that really does, in fact, help us understand concretely the roles of all parties relative to the subject matter that's covered on packet page 2016. And if Supervisor Lee and Supervisor Ellenberg are comfortable, that would be all my comments.
Supervisor Ellenberg, it was your motion. Are you okay with that being added on?
I actually want to make it, I think, even more explicit to make sure that I understand that the direction is really to request that the Sheriff's Custody Bureau report back, ideally at the next meeting, on the recommendations that OCLEM originally directed to custody health, since some of it was reported as.
I'm actually suggesting both parties do it together, because what I'm concerned about is the separation makes it not my job, and I don't think either party's trying to say that, but that's what it looks like in the way the way this one report reads.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you.
Is that the end of your comments, Supervisor Chavez?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other We have one member of the public who has not spoken before. Colin, please let that person in.
The next speaker is Walter Wilson. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. I'm Walter Wilson, and I am the chair for the Community Correction Law Enforcement Oversight Monitoring Committee, working directly with Mike Giannakou's group at Oakland. First of all, I want to thank Supervisor Ellenberg for persisting in these matters that are so important, especially around the reforms. Just because people click the box and say that it was done doesn't mean it was done. And that's why it's important with Mike Giannakou saying, listen, we need to speak to those people who are impacted by this, who are incarcerated, to find out if these things are happening, and if they are, what the status is. So I'm recommending to our committee that we weigh in very intently on these reforms and make sure that they're being done in the way that they're supposed to be done. That's part of our responsibility, beyond just the safety issues of folks who are working in the system. And Supervisor Chavez, I appreciate the fact that you're looking for accountability, because we've run into some of these very same issues with our grievance ad hoc committee and others. Thanks to Dr. Day and really some of the transparency from the sheriff's office, we've been able to make some headway with some of these issues regarding some of the things you're talking about here today. And we'll be reporting some of these things back out in coming days with regard to what we're discovering with regard to grievances. And so I just want to make those comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that man has 2 great-grandchildren. Thank you, Walter. All right, we are moving forward now, and I'm going to call for the vote. Colin.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes, as well. Thank you very much. The time right now is 12:45. We are going to adjourn for 30 minutes and we'll resume at 1:15. Thank you all very much.
Recording stopped.
Hi, Colin.
How's it going?
It's going all right. Thank you very
All right.
much. I scrambled all around to get some food. My wife was gone and got a bunch of odds and ends, was well fed. And I opened up the refrigerator to maybe do a yogurt. And my wife had a lunch in the fridge with an I love you heart on it and wax paper on top. And so I just ate all of her lunch too.
Okay.
There we go. We'll get started in just a minute.
Sure thing.
And Supervisor Smidian, I think you're there. Supervisor Lee, Ellenberg, and Chavez. Supervisor Smidian, are you there?
I am indeed, sir.
Recording stopped.
I just wanted to give you some condolences. Netflix just announced after our earnings, they lost subscribers for the first time and they're down 21%. That's the, used to be one of the largest tax producers in Los Gatos, but no longer since they do streaming. All right, let's start this
Recording
meeting.
in progress.
And Colin, if you'll please take a roll call.
Supervisor Lee.
Lee present.
Supervisor Chavez.
Here.
Supervisor Simidian.
Here.
Vice President Ellenberg.
I'm here.
And President Wasserman.
Here as well. Thank you very much, Colin. We finished with 10 and 11 before the break. We now turn to item 12, which is another time certain to be heard no sooner than 1 p.m. It is 1:16. So we're going to talk to our Public Health Officer, Dr. Sarah Cody et al. Under item number 12. Dr. Cody, take it away.
Good afternoon, President Wasserman and members of the board. I'll provide a brief update on where we are with COVID in our county, and I'm joined by Dr. Ahmad Kamal as well. We'll just start with looking at our epidemic curve, as we always do, on the first slide, and show you how we are coming out of the Omicron surge. And while that slide is loading, what I'll just tell you is that, as you know, the Omicron surge was the fifth surge. We're coming out and our levels look like they're sort of around where they were between the Delta and the Omicron wave. They've not gotten as low as they did the summer of 2021. And in fact, you can just see here that they are beginning to drift back up. And next I'll show the wastewater data, which definitely confirms that. Back one slide for wastewater. And this, interestingly, is a pattern that we are seeing across the region and in many parts of the state and country as well. And it is largely driven by BA2. And so that's a sub-lineage of the Omicron. Think of it as daughter of Omicron, spreads even faster than Omicron. So these are the 4 sewer sheds that we have in the county, and you can see from late January through mid-April and how we had gotten quite low in all 4 sewer sheds in March, and they're now beginning to drift up. And I'm going to point out, the next shows you the last 6 weeks. The next slide, we can just zoom in a little bit. And I want to just tell you a little bit about what these different colored lines mean. So the blue lines that you see in each of the 4 sewer sheds, that's like the overall level of the virus in the sewer shed. The orange line is the BA2, the new one that's emerging. And that kind of gray-green line at the bottom is the original Omicron variant. So you can see not much of that original Omicron variant that drove the surge we just experienced over December and January. It's really this new daughter of Omicron that spreads, that's even more contagious than Omicron, and that's driving up the levels. Next slide. As far as how this translates to hospitalizations, as always, our hospitalizations do lag the uptick in cases. So we are just beginning to see maybe a little uptick in hospitalizations, doesn't even show here, but right now it looks like it's pretty, it had flattened out over the last week and was hovering right around, it was sort of in the inter-surge period. And the next slide shows the deaths, and those, this graph, of course, the deaths then are a little bit delayed from what we see in hospitalizations. So this, I think I shared with you before, just to notice that we did have more county residents die during the Omicron wave than we did during the Delta wave. And those deaths are now beginning to decline. And of course, we all hope that they stay low. So now with the next slide, I'll turn it over to Dr. Kamal to talk about testing, vaccination, and therapeutics. And then I'll wrap up the presentation with a couple other slides. Dr. Kamal?
Thank you, Dr. Cody. So hello, supervisors. We can see here that the positivity rate is creeping up at almost 2.5%. Next slide. The testing is still being predominantly done by the county healthcare system. Once again, this is an underestimate of testing being done throughout the county because of the increased use of at-home testing. Next slide. In terms of vaccinations, we have now achieved 91% of all eligible persons being vaccinated and more than 85% of everybody having a vaccine. In terms of boosters, almost 70% of eligible individuals have received at least one booster. And on the pink over there on the far right, you can see the number of doses of the second booster. Next slide. As we all know, the second booster was approved on March 29th. It is available for individuals aged 50 and above, people with a weakened immune system, as well as anyone who received a J&J COVID-19 vaccines for their primary and booster dose. All health systems are offering these to their patients, but the uptake has been pretty low. And the county vaccination sites, of course, are also offering this to all patients. Next slide. This is the number of people who have received second boosters by day. Once again, showing fairly low uptake. Next slide. In terms of other populations, we anticipate that we will be receiving approval for a booster for children aged 5 to 11 years old to be given 6 months after completion of their initial series. If this is the case, then the first group of children will be eligible in late May. We also anticipate approval of vaccines for 6-month-old to 4-year-old children around that same time frame. And of course, as always, the county health system mass vac sites will be giving shots within 24 hours of approval of any population. The other health systems are also planning on offering vaccines, but mostly in clinics rather than mass vaccination sites. And it's important to note that retail pharmacies, which have been a big source of vaccinations, will not be vaccinating any children under the age of 3. Next slide. In terms of therapeutics, they are now more widely available, both for treatment and pre-exposure prophylaxis. We have Evusheld, which is an injection to be given to high-risk people in addition to getting vaccinated. We have Paxlovid, which is an oral treatment for high-risk patients with early disease, as well as Bebtelovimab, which is the replacement for Regeneron that has activity against the BA2 variant. And we are actively outreaching to increase awareness of all these therapeutics in the community. Next slide.
So now, just in closing, I wanted to touch a little bit on COVID deaths relative to deaths from other causes, both nationally and in our county. There was an article in the Atlantic in early March by a guy named Ed Young. And in that article, the following was shared, that in the US at that time in early March, there were more deaths in a day than deaths from Hurricane Katrina. But we weren't really thinking about that or talking about that in March, and certainly less so now. And as another comparator, there have been more deaths on any random 2 recent weekdays than deaths during the 9/11 terrorist attacks. More COVID deaths in February 22 than deaths across the country from flu in a bad season. and more deaths during the 2 years of the pandemic, 2020 through 2021, than deaths from HIV during the entire 4 decades of the AIDS epidemic. And I think that this just tells us what we're doing in our minds around COVID and how we think about COVID. These are, I think, startling comparisons, at least in my mind. Across the United States, COVID is the 3rd leading cause of death in the United States, behind heart disease and cancer. Remember, heart disease and cancer are terms that encompass many, many different conditions rather than a distinct disease, whereas COVID is a single distinct disease. So even so, it comes in 3rd. Next slide. So what does this look like in our county? In our county as well, COVID was also the 3rd leading cause of death among our residents, also after deaths from heart disease and cancer. And this was true both in 2021 as well as 2020. And so that translates to COVID accounting for 8 and 10% of deaths in 2020 and 2021, respectively. And again, that to me is quite significant, particularly since cancer and heart disease, again, encompass so many different conditions, whereas COVID is a single well-defined condition. So to put that into perspective and context, here are just a couple comparisons that we drew from our local numbers in our county. So to compare the COVID deaths that we recorded in 2021, that was more deaths than what we recorded in deaths from flu, tuberculosis, and HIV/AIDS combined over a 10-year period. And those COVID deaths in 1 year in 2021 were more than deaths from firearms of all types over the last decade. So just think about that for a moment. I want to make sure that we continue to think about COVID and the people that we're losing from COVID in context of all of the other conditions that we monitor and think about and worry about and try to mitigate and prevent. So just to think about COVID as compared to other infectious diseases, in January 2021, at the height of the Omicron peak, we had more deaths that month than we've had from flu in the worst flu season in the past 17 years. So more deaths in a month than in an entire season, the worst season. And more deaths than HIV/AIDS deaths recorded in our county in the past decade. So I hope that just puts things into context as we think about what we're working towards with all the various policies that we have and prevention measures to protect the community. And I think it's possible that we continue to hold the importance of preventing COVID and its harms at the same time that we can continue to do many of the activities that we want to do and that we need to do, both social and economic. I don't think that those two things are in conflict. We have many, many, many ways to prevent COVID and manage the risk as we've been doing. So we are delighted to take questions. Both Dr. Kamal and I are here.
Thank you, Dr. Cody. Thank you, Dr. Kamal. I'm happy to say that at 6 o'clock last night, I got my booster, my second booster in my right arm, and I got my shingles, Shingvic, something like that, I think it was called, in my left arm. Very disappointed. The cost on shingles was $200. And that is just so prohibitive for the public. But I got both arms done, and I would show you my 2 red Band-Aids I have on, but I got a long sleeve shirt, so I shouldn't do that. We do have 4 or 5 speakers now. Let's go 2 minutes each, 6, 7, 8. Hold on just a sec. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Let's go 1 minute each on the speakers, please. Colin?
All right, the next speaker is Joni Murphy. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. And Joni.
Hello.
Are you there?
I'm
There you go.
I'm just unmuted. Good afternoon. I'd like to comment about masks. On April 3rd, 2020, the CDC announced that everyone should wash their hands, clean surfaces, wear masks in order to prevent the spread of COVID-19. But a month later, the CDC's own journal dated May 1st, 2020 indicated washing your hands, sanitizing, etc. did not protect against COVID, and masks do not work with COVID or influenza. Quote, there is limited evidence for effectiveness in preventing influenza virus transmission, either when worn by the infected person or when worn by uninfected persons. Basically, this is still the quote from the CDC, our systematic review found no significant effect of face masks or transmission of laboratory confirmed influenza. This research was
Next speaker is Steve Kirsch. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Okay. Hi, my name is Steve Kirsch. My colleagues and I are considered to be the top COVID misinformation spreaders in the world. Now, as everyone knows, COVID misinformation is a huge problem in California and especially in Santa Clara County, where Dr. Kamal said the uptake is low for the boosters. But there is a way to solve the problem once and for all, and you can do that instantly. It's a method that nobody has tried, but that's absolutely guaranteed to work. We are inviting Dr. Cody to a recorded public discussion so she can answer our questions and explain to us how we got it wrong. If she does that, all of us will voluntarily agree to stop spreading COVID misinformation. Censoring us will not work. Censorship is not the way Americans want disputes resolved. All we are asking for is a live recorded civil debate with Dr. Cody on the COVID policies affecting Santa Clara County.
Next speaker is Barry Arata. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you for your time. Since we have a short amount of time here, my name is Barry Arata, resident of Santa Clara County. Again, been working for the San Jose Fire Department for 16 years this month. I've been heavily affected as an unvaccinated employee, where it's been hard. It's been a mental health crisis for many of us, as you've heard. We're not here to talk about that today. But Dr. Sarah Cody, as a board founding member of American Frontline Workers for Freedom, the nonprofit that has an open lawsuit against Santa Clara County and yourself in your capacity, we are challenging you to publicly disclose your information like you did today. For instance, how many of the vaccinated deaths that you are recording that's saying Omicron has killed more people than Delta were fully vaccinated? Can you start breaking down your information to show us the real data that's going on behind the scenes? Show us the data at each hospital of all these deaths and all these hospitalizations. We're demanding that you prove scientific transparency to the community that you serve.
The next speaker is Suzanne. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Nichols. I'm a nurse at Valley Medical who's been placed on administrative leave because I did not get the booster shot as per a religious exemption. The question that I have is, I haven't seen any data on vaccine effectiveness for spreading COVID. I know we've heard a lot that, oh, it's not intended to stop the spread. It just will help people who from getting very, very sick. And I think that that takes it out of a public health realm. It doesn't help the spread. What is the reasoning for keeping the vaccine mandate on when people are going to get COVID, whether they've been vaccinated or not, and spread it, whether they've been vaccinated or not? I'd like any data related to that. I've been looking for this for months.
The next speaker is Brenda Perez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Brenda Perez, and
Same along the lines. I mean, it seems that Sarah Cody has all the statistics, all these numbers, and it just makes no sense given that this county was the most proactive, had the most strict regulations, yet we are the county that seems to have the worst COVID problems. So that in itself shows that everything and anything she has done is obviously not working. And I would like to know her solution. What is her solution? Keeping the unvaccinated not working? Because it's like everyone has said, getting the vaccine doesn't prevent you from getting the infection, no different than someone who has been vaccinated. So I would love to hear, what is your solution other than keeping us not working because we're not vaccinated? Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Amy. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. I am not vaccinated, and in order for me to go to Stanford Hospital or El Camino Hospital, if I'm not with my minor child or an emergency, I had to visit with my husband who stayed a few nights. I needed to get a COVID test, a negative COVID test within 72 hours. That's ridiculous, since everyone can get COVID and pass it on. It is totally illogical and discriminatory, and I've never been discriminated against in my life. So this is very interesting, and it's very frustrating and infuriating. Barry, thank you. I support all firefighters. Sarah Cody, I'm glad you're being sued, and the acting fire chief. You are endangering public health. We need these men and women working for us. I've had family members face life and death circumstances, and we need these men and women coming. You are endangering public health. Have you ever had a family member drop down in cardiac arrest and you are waiting for the EMT to come? We need them, and you are jeopardizing public health. Stop what you're doing now.
The next speaker is B. Beekman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thank you for your reporting today. I mean, we're addressing that COVID is still around. I mean, it's been rising in our sewer system reporting over the past month or so. And with the things going on in China right now, mask use is still important. You know, we are winding things down, but we have to continue social distancing and mask use ideas and all that sort of stuff. A reminder in the importance of what Alameda County has been doing with their employees and the issues of mandates, vaccine mandates and the like. I think they're really good examples. They're a Democratic Party base for all of us, and they're really good examples of how that balances all sides. Good luck in how to consider Alameda County's workings on COVID vaccine issues. And good luck with the biometric camera reporting and how much open public policies and surveillance technology ordinance can help. Thanks.
The next speaker is M. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
A study from Singapore among healthcare workers with a history of headaches who wore personal protective equipment such as face masks for more than 4 hours per day. These healthcare workers either agreed or strongly agreed that the increased PPE usage had affected the control of their background headaches, which affected their level of work performance. This impaired work performance is identified to affect the work performance of 9 out of 10 with headaches and 42 out of 158 participants, which is 27%. I desire to have clear thinking medical personnel treating my family, and you should too. Your beloved vaccination expedited my father's death. It also landed my friends in the hospital with blood clots and hemorrhaging for 2 months. I urge you to do the right thing and stop this mass vaccination.
The next speaker is Alex Eulenberg. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
This is Alex Eulenberg, and I am a longtime resident of Mountain View, California. And I would like to say, please stop promoting vaccines, stop requiring them at all levels. They are not approved, especially I heard Supervisor Lee refer to vaccines being approved for children. Not a single vaccine for children is approved by the FDA. Not a single booster is approved. What does that mean? That means they have not been proven to be effective. But we've heard from plenty here today that will tell you how vaccines have caused injury. And you have no right to require them at the city level, it's wrong to promote them and allow discrimination on the basis, because again, the FDA never said that they make anybody safer. So discriminating against someone on the basis, making them test, keeping them out of public accommodations is wrong, illegal, against Americans with Disabilities Act. You're thinking they have a disease they don't.
Next speaker is Christy. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yeah, hi, this is Christy Connors of Bay Area Freedom Alliance. During the April 5th Board of Supervisors meeting, Dr. Smith admitted that masks don't protect from transmission, yet the county is still forcing masks to be worn by unvaccinated first responders. This admission was unrelated to vaccination status, and based on Dr. Smith's admission, all masks and all should be voluntary. No person should be required to wear masks. The shifting science applies to vaccines as well. We were told by the CDC and the FDA in the spring of 2021 that if you get vaccinated, you won't get sick and you can't get other people sick. However, by 2021, the science had changed, and now you could get sick, but you won't be hospitalized or die. Well, we all know that's not true, because by the fall of 2021, you needed a booster. Now you need a second booster. And now, by January of 2022, even the CDC said, hey, vaccines don't prevent the transmission. And the case rate of COVID as of mid-February of 2022, if you were boosted, you have a higher chance of getting COVID than if you just received your primary series. California Department of Public Health shows a higher case rate of the boosted than of those.
The next speaker is Linda Edwards. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, everyone. Over 2 years ago, you asked us to flatten the curve to save our healthcare system, and we did. Then you asked us to endure more lockdowns and restrictions to reach herd immunity to save the elderly and immunocompromised. But now we know that there will be no herd immunity because these vaccines do not provide immunity. They do not stop person-to-person transmission, and their effectiveness against severe disease wanes within mere months, requiring never-ending boosters. It doesn't matter if it's Delta variant, Omicron, or Xanadu. We will continue to have variant after variant after variant. It is time to treat COVID like the endemic health situation that it is, just like the seasonal flu. We have to learn to live with it. Please stop forcing people to choose between their jobs and forced vaccination. Stop the insanity. If we work together, we can find a way to live with this virus. Let's figure it out sooner rather than later. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ari. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, here's Dr. Fauci.
We can't hear you with your radio on in the background. Let's go to the next speaker.
All right, the next speaker is Angel. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Angel. I'm a resident of Santa Clara County, and I would love for us all to work together and not force vax mandates to any workers at all. And there's a reason why people are not getting these vaccinations, and we need to respect them and not discriminate against them. And it made me really sad to hear a mom not be able to visit her son or her kids and her husband. And this is wrong, and it's discrimination, and we should work together and be a loving, kind community in Santa Clara County for all the firefighters, doctors, nurses out there that want to work and you're telling them they can't. Is heartbreaking. I thought America was for us to come here and live our dreams and work, and this one thing is stopping us. Is you got to think that's wrong, and we got to do what's right for our people in our county, and please and respect that and our children. Thank you.
Next speaker is Patricia Alonso. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Alonso. I'm the program manager with Healthier Kids Foundation. I am here today to support the recommendation to establish a children's roadmap for recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic and the possible expansion of the wellness centers in schools. Healthier Kids Foundation has been conducting emotional wellness checks among fifth graders in Santa Clara County. Of the 2,500 students we've screened this school year, 44% have been identified as having unmet emotional and mental health needs, with 2% being emergent cases. Let that sink in for a moment. 44% have identified as having unmet emotional and mental health needs. Our team follows up with the parents of those students to assist them in obtaining supportive services for their children and work closely with the established wellness centers to do so. We recently spoke with the mother about her child's wellness check. She already knew that her daughter needed support. She shared with us that her fifth grade daughter.
Next
Thank you.
speaker is
Curtis, if I may, just for everyone who's waiting to speak, and we have 15 more people to go. We're talking about item number 12, which is the COVID health report from our public health office. Okay, please continue.
The next speaker is Gloria. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gloria Lois. I'm program coordinator with Healthier Kids Foundation. My colleagues and I strongly support the recommendation to establish a children's roadmap to recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. At Healthier Kids Foundation, we identify students who have unmet needs and work with their parents to get them into the appropriate care. But unfortunately, we have worked with many families who have lost loved ones and are in need of critical support. Many of the families that we work with live in undeserved neighborhoods where COVID became rampant due to their living and working conditions. We recently spoke to a mother who was struggling to live with her children after losing her husband 6 months ago. And this mother encountered lots of language barriers, and there was also negative stigma in receiving counseling services that prevented the mother from receiving support. These are lots of obstacles that are overwhelming and can discourage real challenges for these types of parents. Thank you for recognizing how critical mental health and other supportive services are to our community at this time.
The next speaker is Adriana. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Adriana. I'm speaking on items 12 and 14. So this is math studies are done in ideal laboratory conditions and in real world medical settings with trained personnel using controlled methods of proper masking. This does not include a mask in some lady's purse or some guy's pocket or dangling from a rear view mirror for 6 months. In a study on the correct use of face masks, the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons points out, and I quote, overall data were collected from 714 men and women of all ages. Only 90 participants passed the visual mask test. About 75% performed strap placement incorrectly. 61% left a visible gap between the mask and the skin, and 60% did not tighten the nose clip. Face masks are not used correctly. We should not pretend that they are. Masks are unsafe and ineffective when used by the general population, as has taken place throughout this period of mask mandates. This is yet another reason why mandates must be brought to an end. The face mask narrative is all.
The next speaker is Zlatko. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. Face masks impair cognition among healthcare workers in a review of scientific report of harms caused by face masks. A study of 343 healthcare professionals on the COVID-19 front lines in New York City, 314 respondents reported adverse events from prolonged mask use. Impaired cognition was reported in 81 respondents. Some respondents experienced resolved side effects once masks were removed, while others required physical or medical intervention. Everyone may feel virtuous when they wear a mask, but given the fact that we know masks do not work, do we really want our children treated by people wearing a device that creates impaired cognition in nearly a quarter of respondents? Thank you.
The next speaker is Tanya. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Tanya, go ahead.
Tanya? We'll come back to Tanya. The next speaker is Christina Lopez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Christina Lopez. I was required to wear the N95 mask for 8 hours a day to keep my job at Santa Clara County for being unvaccinated. I had difficulty breathing. I was prescribed medication and there was 0 accommodations provided. I think it's dangerous to employees' health, and I hope that the mask mandate and the vaccine mandate will stop. Thank you.
I'll go back to Tanya. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. And I'm not getting anything from Tanya on the request to unspeak. So let's see. 1 moment while I go to the next speaker. The next speaker is Sue Fritz. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. And Sue, are you there? I'll come back to, oh, there you are. Go ahead.
Yes, and apparently I raised my hand without knowing. So please move on to the next.
Oh, sorry about that. The next speaker is Alex Brunny. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I am Alex Bruni, a firefighter here in the county and a board member with American Frontline Workers for Freedom. We just listened to Dr. Cody discuss the COVID deaths, and I think we all would like to know if those numbers are from or with COVID. That makes a big difference in statistics. Also, these numbers have the ability to break down into vaccinated, boosted, recovered, or no shot at all. The public has the right to know who is contracting and who is dying. That is beyond important. Also, a few weeks ago, Dr. Smith said that masks only prevent and protect the wearer from contracting anything. There is an industrial hygienist who I sent the video to everyone. His name is Stephen Petty. In it, he talks about all of this and that masks are not the approach to take. If you're truly wanting to do it, it would be ventilation. Also, respirators, like SCBAs, are the only thing that fully protect the wearer. A face mask is not a respirator.
The next speaker is Delilah Pulido. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, the vaccine does not stop you from getting or spreading COVID. The vaccine has harmed some of my family members. The COVID symptoms between my unvaccinated family members and vaccinated family members have been the same, except for 2 of my vaccinated family members who got it worse. They were dealing with long haul COVID. They are not high risk either. And because of this, they regretted getting the vaccine. Please stop with the fear mongering. People wake up, stop living in fear. If you want to wear the mask and get the shot, that's your choice. Everyone should have a choice. This should not be forced. And making a worker choose between getting the shot or lose your job is by force. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ann Colton. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Ann, we have a message that you have an older version of Zoom and I'm unable to unmute your microphone. Perhaps you'll be able to log in on a different browser or cell phone and I can get back to you. So we'll just have to put you on hold here for 1 moment and we'll go to the next speaker, which is going to be Marie Romsberg. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Marie, are you there? There we go.
Sorry. On May 21st, 2020, 7 weeks after the CDC's April 3rd, 2020 face mask recommendations were released, the New England Journal of Medicine addressed the foolishness of mandatory masking of the general population. Quote, "We know that wearing a mask outside healthcare facilities offers little, if any, protection from infection. Public health authorities define a significant exposure to COVID-19 as face-to-face contact within 6 feet with the patient with symptomatic COVID-19 that is sustained for at least a few minutes. The chance of catching COVID-19 from a passing interaction in a public space is therefore minimal. In many cases, the desire for widespread masking is a reflective reaction to anxiety over the pandemic," end quote. Quote, "What is clear, however, is that universal masking alone is not a panacea. A mask will not protect providers caring for a patient with active COVID-19 if it is not accompanied by meticulous hand hygiene, eye protection, gloves, and a gown. End quote. Thank you.
The next speaker is Aaron Noriega. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. And Aaron, go ahead.
Yes.
Aaron, are you there? Aaron, we cannot hear you. I can come back to you in a moment and we will go to the next speaker. Next speaker is Ari. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, yes. The unvaccinated people here in Santa Clara County are being denied equal rights to employment, education, and admission to public places. This is illegal, and there is already a legal action, and it will get larger. Medical discrimination violates the Americans with Disabilities Act and the Unruh Civil Rights Act. ADA prohibits discrimination on the basis of medical condition or perceived disability, which is being perceived as having an impaired immune system, irrespective of what treatment or vaccination might change it. ADA was passed in 1988 to stop discrimination against people who had tested positive for HIV or were diagnosed with AIDS. And there were many such people in the LGBTQ community, for example. And that's why it was passed, to prevent this from happening. FDA says that the vaccines have not been shown to prevent infection or transmission. So please stop medical discrimination in this county now.
And I'm going to go back to Aaron here. I'm going to unmute you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
On May 23rd, 2020, a New Jersey driver got into a car accident. The Lincoln Park Police Department stated the crash is believed to have resulted from the driver wearing an N95 mask for several hours and subsequently passing out behind the wheel due to insufficient oxygen intake and excessive carbon dioxide intake. We believe the excessive wearing of an N95 mask was a contributor factor to the accident. While we do not know this 100% certainty, we do know that the driver had been wearing an N95 inside the vehicle for several hours, ultimately passing out while operating the vehicle. We also know that nothing was uncovered at the accident scene that would suggest the driver was under the influence of drugs or alcohol. All this being said, it's certainly possible that some other factors, medical factors, played into the passing out of the driver. Health may not always notice, a healthy person may not always notice the stress of the body wearing a face mask. Sick individuals may be more likely to notice the stress and may even have their underlying conditions aggravated. The question remains, assuming a medical reason is true.
The next speaker is Raul. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my spouse is a nurse for Santa Clara County, and I witnessed firsthand how continuing to work through the pandemic caused her severe anxiety. Many days she came home terrified she may have been exposed to COVID and then coming home to expose her family. But yet she continued to work regardless of her safety without a vaccine. I would say her and all these medical professionals who worked through the pandemic are heroes. Yet COVID and vaccine has become highly political, and all the firing of the staff is just political because the vaccine does nothing to actually stop the transmission of COVID. Vaccines should be a personal choice. Please reinstate all these workers immediately. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ephraim. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello.
Go ahead.
I think the name showed up wrong. I just wanted to just chime in and provide my my thoughts. It looks from what you're hearing is everyone seems to understand, based on the information that's out there, is vaccines, masks, mandates all have risks that outweigh the benefits. And it seems to me that the public is in the understanding of this, but why hasn't it moved forward? What are you guys looking at? Why aren't you providing transparency? And really, what is the game going forward? Because you're not helping anybody. I have people in my life that have serious reactions from the side effects, tumors to blood clots, and I'm not seeing getting this because you won't provide any information that justifies it. So, like, until you guys can do that, I think it's time to drop before, like the lady said earlier, more lawsuits come, and what for? What's the benefit? What are you trying to prove by this? Thank you for my time, and I hope you guys have a
And we're going back to Ann Colton one more time. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
In their journal dated May 1st, 2020, the CDC states, quote, proper use of face masks is essential because improper use might increase the risk for transmission. Thus, education on the proper use and disposal of used face masks, including hand hygiene, is also needed, unquote. The World Health Organization states using a mask incorrectly, however, may actually increase the risk of transmission rather than reduce it, unquote. The following is a 2009 list created by the World Health Organization as behavior that can increase transmission: touching mouth and nose, touching a mask in use, touching a clean mask with unwashed hands, not washing hands every time after touching a dirty mask, wearing a mask that is not new and clean, continue to wear a mask after it has become damp instead of immediately replacing it, reusing a single-use mask, not discarding a single-use mask immediately upon removal, as opposed to leaving it in the immediate environment. Thank you.
And that concludes our request to speak.
Thank you, Colin. All right, members, 12 is simply a receive item, as we do every couple of meetings. We've heard from the doctors, we've heard from the public. I'd like to move on unless there's any questions remaining. Supervisor Lee. You're muted if you're speaking.
Yes, thank you. I'm just muting and getting the video all working. Thank you.
Sure.
The question I have is just to clarifying regarding the latest mask mandates. In Florida, a district judge has came out with the order that the mask mandates should be vacated, and then since then there's been a lot of confusion out there.
Supervisor Lee, could you speak a little louder, please?
Sure. So there's been a lot of confusion right now as to what the mask mandate is anymore since the court order coming from Florida. I believe they came out on Monday. So I just want to ask, as far as where we are right now as the county, in terms of public transportation, the mask, technically speaking, we are still required to wear masks on public transportation. Am I correct?
Supervisor, I can take this question. So
okay.
You're correct. A federal judge in Florida struck down the CDC's federal masking requirements for public transportation, which applied to not just airplanes, but all other forms of public transportation. The state of California, in its masking rules, includes requirements for masking in certain sectors, including, for example, healthcare facilities and congregate settings. And included in that list is public transportation. And we'll see if they provide any further updates, in terms of the state's requirements related to face coverings and requiring them in public transit settings. But that would be the applicable rule here in California for things like, local public transit. There is no county, I should clarify also just for everyone's awareness, there's no local county mask health order in effect.
Okay, thank you, James. So personally, I have gotten my 4th shot about a week ago, and certainly the boosters as being shown. I think the charts are saying that close to 70% of folks have actually been able to at least get 1 boosters. So certainly those are still very much available right now. In terms of people getting scheduled, I just want to say that for those who want to schedule to get vaccinations, go to sccfreevax.org. It's fairly easy right now to get appointments, and there's really not a whole lot of issue regarding supplies, shortage, and anything like that I know of, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President Ellenberg.
Thanks so much, and thank you to staff for today's report. The data putting COVID into context relative to other causes of death is a really powerful reminder of the severity and the broad spread impact of this disease as we've begun to resume more normalcy in recent months. COVID, I understand, is still identified as a public health emergency. We as a board, as has been the case since the beginning of the pandemic, have a responsibility to respond to this as well as to other urgent demands which have been exacerbated by the pandemic, including mental health issues, substance use disorders, and food and housing and economic security. I think that one of the most critical questions for this board going into the budget workshops, and this is a policy question, is how do we balance continued response to COVID with other very real community needs? And to support that discussion, I've requested information at Board of Supervisors meetings on February 8th, March 8th, and March 22nd to be provided to the board prior to the release of the recommended budget to include the following: the current amount of reimbursed funds recovered from insurance companies for residents with private insurance, but who utilized county COVID testing, vaccine, and booster shot services. Second, information regarding steps and strategies used to ensure that residents utilize primary care providers for these labor-intensive COVID-19 services. The plan for ongoing COVID-19 strategies, baseline capacity levels, roles of local system partners, and finally, projections regarding baseline funding levels to maintain core capacities in surveillance testing, vaccination outreach, and other needs. Those 4 items are verbatim quotes from previous direction that's been approved by the board. We haven't yet received that information. I want to be clear that I certainly understand that a surge in county response is possible, but what I'm looking for and what I think we all need to know is what baseline level of investment and activity is anticipated and where we're setting the parameters of the county role in continued COVID response, given the roles of the many hospitals in the county, the pharmacies, healthcare coverage providers, any federal and state directly funded responses, and other entities that bear responsibility along with us to serve our residents. Since this is the last board meeting prior to the release of the budget, Dr. Smith, can you let us know, please, when the board can expect to receive this information and what mechanism is going to be used to provide this foundational planning information to the board?
Dr. Smith.
Yes, we're working on an off agenda. As you know, what you've asked for is quite thorough and complete, so we're trying to be responsive. So we'll have an off agenda, and you will see some of the answers to your questions in the recommended budget.
Terrific. And I just want to hear you reconfirm that we'll have that document prior to the budget discussions, the budget workshops prior to when we're starting to talk about it.
Yes.
Yes. Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And thank you again to staff for the thorough reporting today.
Thank you. Thank you all. Oh, Supervisor Chavez.
Yeah, thank you. I know we're going to talk about the county employee requirements on item 14, so I'll hold off on that. But Dr. Cody, I do remember, and I can't remember if we got this chart from you or not, but a chart that looked at the hospitalizations and deaths, I thought, by whether or not folks were vaccinated. Is that something the county produced for us, or did someone else send that to us?
That's something that our epidemiologists produced, and it was in a board meeting several months back. I can't recall exactly when, but they were rates of infection and rates of hospitalization by vaccination status. And I don't know that we had rates of death by vaccination status. It may have been because the numbers are too small in order to be able to calculate it. I don't remember, but we can look back.
If we could, just because of the number of folks who asked about it today, can we post it on our COVID-19 website on the chart, the list with all the charts on it already?
Yeah, we'll take a look. Yeah. Let us look and see what we shared and see where we can tuck that in. We are very happy to make that visible and available.
Thank you. And I thought that was important, just given that was raised by so many folks. And then one other just question that's sort of broad along what we're seeing. You know, one of the questions that I have is that as we see this new variant, is it acting the same, meaning that we're not seeing an increase in severity of illness, but that the increases we're seeing, even if we see them in hospitalizations, are more related to just the number of people being infected?
Yes. So as you will recall, Omicron much more infectious than Delta, which was much more infectious than the previous variant, and BA2 sublineage much more infectious than Omicron. And then there's actually a sublineage of BA2 that's circulating in New York right now that's even more infectious. So with each generation, the virus seems to become more infectious. That infectiousness is what's driving the case rates. And so even if on an individual level, you're less likely to have severe disease, on a population level, that can overwhelm a hospital, just because the sheer number of people getting sick. A small proportion of a large number can still be a large number. And that we saw with our Omicron surge. So interestingly, right now with this BA2, which we're, pretty much everything we're seeing right now in Santa Clara County in the Bay Area is the BA2. That is what's driving what looks like now the beginning of a swell. We certainly hope that it doesn't take off. The thinking, but again, we should be nothing if not humble 2 years in, right? All these twists and turns, but it looks like we have a pretty good immunity wall here in our county and in the Bay Area, both from vaccinations and through all the infections in Omicron, right? Just ripped through populations. So I think that's why this new BA2, even though more infectious, is not able to gain a foothold the way that Omicron was. But we just have to do what we always do, which is watch the trends carefully and see what unfolds.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And then my last question for this item is this. Could you delineate the difference between the state's health orders and the county's, meaning your health orders, Dr. Cody?
So right now, there's not much in the way of a local health order apart from the testing order. So there's two orders that are still in place. One is a testing order, and the other is the booster mandate for individuals working in high-risk settings. And that order, as you may recall, was amended. And so it is now in line with the state's booster order for high-risk settings. So there's not a lot of differences. Ours is a little bit more broad, but otherwise extremely similar. So that's what I would highlight for you locally. So I guess the top line message is there's not much in the way of local orders in place.
And just a little more broad means?
It means that the local booster order applies to custody, whereas the state order doesn't, and the local order applies to medical first responders, where the state order doesn't. So ours is broader, but not deeper.
So meaning that we are still including, I guess, EMTs, paramedics, and firefighters?
Correct, as they are medical first responders, but they are similar to the state order if they are not boosted because they have a medical or religious exemption, they are not required to be reassigned away from the high-risk setting. They can continue to work as long as they have other protective measures in place. So that's the same as how the state handles high-risk settings in general.
I'm sorry, could you say that again? I was listening to Mike. Mike, you weren't on.
I wasn't muted, sorry.
I know, that's okay. Could you just say that last part again? And
Right.
what I'm asking is, again, that just about the, oh, well, I actually lost you right after you just described the difference.
Right, so just to recap, in general, the local booster order and the state booster order are quite similar, far more similarities than differences. The differences are as follow. One, the local order considers custody and medical first responders to be high-risk settings. So that makes ours a bit broader. Second, our order was amended so that now it looks quite a bit like the state order. And what that means, the amendment allowed for individuals who have a religious or medical exemption, rather than needing to be reassigned away from a high-risk setting, they can now add 2 more protective layers, masking and frequent testing instead. And they can continue to be in the setting. So that is aligned with the state order. And so our order has been amended. And I can't recall the date that we did that. But the important thing to know is that in general, compared to where we were, in previous chapters of the pandemic, we don't have many mandates in place. We have a lot of recommendations and outreach and education, but few mandates at this time. We highly recommend that people continue to mask indoors. Highly recommend, particularly as things are going up. Can't underline that enough.
Yeah, and I will just reiterate that the sooner we can be aligned in total with the state for orders. And what I mean when I say we, I'm not wearing my hat as an employer right now. I'm just saying just regionally to be aligned with what the state's directives are, I think the better. And I appreciate, Dr. Cody, the point you raised about the deviations being relatively small, but those relatively small deviations are extremely significant just in terms of, human stress. So that's why I was raising it. But thank you for that. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And to all the team that's been working on all of the good work you've been doing to fight COVID, thank you all very much.
Okay, all hands are down. Part of my job as chair is to manage the meeting. That took exactly an hour. We have 18 items to go. We move on now to item 13. And Rocio, you are right there.
Good afternoon, President Wasserman and members of the board. Rocio Luna, Deputy County Executive. The item before you is in response to a referral from Supervisor Ellenberg and Supervisor Chavez to establish a children's roadmap to recovery from COVID-19. With me today are Zelia Faria Costa and Catherine Aspiras from the Behavioral Health Services Department and Danielle Christian, our legislative manager. I will go over a brief PowerPoint that will summarize the report's recommendations, after which we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
The first request in the referral was to establish a program to support children who have lost a primary caregiver to COVID. Currently, there is no formal system to identify a child who has lost a primary caregiver to COVID. So we are recommending that we establish such a program in the Office of Children and Families Policy to coordinate and support linking children to needed services. We believe we should do this in 2 ways. First, leverage the existing communications, services, and referral networks already in place across school districts and proactively push messaging about the availability of existing services and resources. We could do this in partnership with the County Office of Education.
Rocio, my apologies. Supervisor Chavez, did you have another comment to make? Your hand was raised. Nope, Rocio, please continue.
Let's see, could we advance this to the second slide? There we go. Second, we recommend evaluating a partnership with the Center for Living with Dying to ensure children and their families are supported with grief counseling. We have been asked to consider extending grief and trauma counseling to children and youth that may not have lost a primary caregiver, but may be living in a household where an aunt or an uncle or a grandparent has been lost to COVID and or are experiencing trauma as a result of a primary caregiver who may now be actually disabled due to COVID. This information is also being integrated into the development strategies for the Trauma Recovery Center. For young adults over the age of 18 that may be working or attending college or university, we recommend working with 211 and our network of CBO providers to evaluate the best way to route this age group to necessary services. Next slide, please. With regard to recommendations to expand wellness centers in a way that allows for consistent replication and sustainability, we recommend a period of additional assessment to understand how existing wellness centers function and operate, what their operational costs are, how they staff and supervise their clinical staff, and how wellness centers interact and complement each other and within existing systems of support already available on school campuses, including periodic behavioral health screenings. If data is being captured, we should understand those metrics so that we can start to collectively say how improvements in child well-being are being captured. We recommend a neutral convener bring together all partners to develop an action plan that will lay out each of the wellness center building blocks with enough specificity to support consistency and expansion. The Chief Children's Officer could act as this neutral convener with additional supports as needed. The board could also consider making smaller investments in this area by supporting a community of practice that could help pull together all existing school districts with wellness centers to learn and lean on each other, frankly. This effort also could be facilitated by the County Office of Education. The board could also consider supporting and investing in complementary services such as meditation or yoga or other items needed at existing wellness centers that are not often funded by state or federal grants. And lastly, the board could also consider to fund wellness centers directly once the assessment and plan is complete and braided funding plans are better understood. Next slide. In terms of support for the early childhood and early learning workforce, recommendations include strengthening the existing infrastructure by understanding the roles and responsibilities of each partner, better understand what funding is already available, which partners are applying for which grants, what gaps in funding exist, and of course, continued support for a countywide coordinated strategy for recruitment and professional development in this area. Again, the Chief Children's Officer can help in this process. Second, because of the universal TK mandate in California by 2025, we know that state and federal funding will continue to be made available directly to school districts to support teacher development and training in order to help meet this mandate. Therefore, we recommend identifying and focusing on areas where there are no alternative forms of funding available. In this case, we recommend focusing on strategies that result in the quickest net increase in childcare workers in the county, because there is a broad continuum of requirements for the teacher workforce, for the childcare workforce, from meeting CPR and training our requirements to fully fledged bachelor level, master level teachers. We recommend, again, focusing on areas where no alternative funding exists. These recommendations include support for apprenticeships, microgrants for small home improvements that help meet licensing requirements, particularly in those areas with lower levels of childcare providers, and further evaluation of the idea of creating a service alliance infrastructure that helps relieve existing childcare providers from some of the administrative burdens of operating a home or center-based childcare business. This concludes our recommendations. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Deputy County Executive Luna. Appreciate that report. This was brought forth, I believe, in Supervisor Chavez and Vice President Ellenberg. Do either of you wish to make a motion? Vice President Ellenberg, your hand is raised, and then Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion, but with some further direction, please. First, with really just tremendous gratitude to administration for preparing such a robust report back on this comprehensive suite of requests for the Children's Roadmap to Recovery. I'm really pleased with the progress that's being made. I know that we've got more time for discussion at this month's CSFC meeting for some of the elements. But I want to just quickly hit on the three of them with some clarifying direction, please. With regard to the support services for children who have lost a parent or primary caregiver due to COVID-19, I think your approach is really thoughtful. And the direction I'd like to add is for administration to proceed with a contract for grief support services as a foundation to build out other supports as they're identified, and to put together a 6-month training and implementation timeline to share with the board and the school districts to map out the remainder of this school year and the start of the next. With regard to the Wellness Center, I also really appreciate the need for clarity and planning for long-term expansion and maximizing all of the different resources that may be available, state, school, private, and I'm glad to see that we're looking to fit the key elements together for wellness centers, school-based services, the outcome centers, the screening tools, and the new state resources. And I just want to be sure that the planning work stays on track. So my direction here is that I'd like administration to execute a contract with a facilitator or assign dedicated staff to assure that the planning process outlined in the report stays on track, and to provide to the board a timeline with dates and deliverables associated with the plan outlined in the ledge file at the next CFSC meeting during the Office of Children's Policy report, where I hope maybe we'll also be treated to an announcement of a Chief Children's Officer, fingers and toes crossed. The ledge file indicates a 6-month planning phase, and that after that an action plan, quote, may be developed. The two phases really should be merged into one timeline, ending with a report back to the board with recommendations for implementation. We should be allocating funds in the FY23 budget for a multi-year contract with the County Office of Ed for the community of practice, billing system supports, and complementary services outlined in the ledge file. We should establish a reserve in the FY23 budget for wellness center expansion that can be tapped pending the action plan to be developed, hopefully before the mid-year budget. And lastly, not referenced in the report, but really an important element of the overall school-based behavioral health landscape is school-based mental health screening for all students. Funds should be allocated in the FY23 budget to support school-based mental health screenings for next school year until the model of services is developed and ready to be expanded alongside the wellness centers. And then the third piece of the referral, the request to address the ECE workforce shortage. Again, thank you, administration, for your ongoing conversations and partnership. The CEO proposed ARPA allocations during the November 2nd, 2021 meeting that included about $25 million, $5 million of which is to go to that child care development. And I just haven't seen a set aside to fund this work. So I'd like to accept this portion of the report and request that we set aside that $25 million earmarked for programming that will go towards children and childcare, which will be included in the May budget for board action after this month's CSFC has had a chance to discuss and recommend a proposed allocation for this. I want to accept all of staff's recommendations under items C, and especially direct administration to formalize a partnership with cities, community colleges, First Five, and the County Office of Ed to create an action plan that delineates goals, objectives, metrics, roles, timelines, and key milestones focused on workforce expansion based on shared agreements and commitment and graded funding. The Office of Children and Families Policy may be considered as the key facilitator in this process, that's my hope, and should be included in the work plan for our Chief Children's Officer and their team. Finally, I'm glad to accept recommendation D, which is to amend the our county's 2022 federal and state ledge priorities to include recovery strategies for children including providing a letter in support of Senate Bill 854, which is the Hope for Children Act of 2022. We noticed in the last IGR matrix report to the board that the letter has not been sent yet because it's pending board approval today. So I do want to make sure that this letter goes out before tomorrow's Senate Government and Finance Committee meeting where it's scheduled to be heard at the state. I've sent a personal letter in support. Happy to share it with administration or Danielle or anyone else if a template is needed. So all of that is my motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Chavez, I'm sure you understood all of that. Would you like to second that motion?
I
and
will.
make
I'm
some
going to second
comments?
it. I'm going to second it for discussion. And then what I would like to do is I see you have a lot of hands raised from the public. I'll make my comments after the public.
You don't wish to speak now. You want to hear from the people we have
Yes.
calling in to support this item?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else wish to speak before the speakers? Seeing none. Colin, would you please let our speakers in at 1 minute each?
The next speaker is Wendy. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Wendy Mahaney-Gurahu. I'm the Chief of Community Impact for First 5 Santa Clara County. We so appreciate the hard work of Children's Champion Supervisor Ellen Bird and the entire Board of Supervisors and County Executive Office and staff in bringing forth proposals that directly address this catastrophic shortage of qualified staff in the field of early learning and care. These caregivers are the infrastructure that supports Santa Clara County's working families. We're thankful that you've prioritized the children's roadmap for recovery from the COVID pandemic in Santa Clara County. Families and children benefit when they can access safe, reliable, quality childcare without staff, and due to severe pandemic disruptions, some 300 childcare facilities have been forced to close in the past 2 years. This is a critical economic recovery and development initiative, and that directly benefits children and families in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ephraim. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. And Ephraim, are you there?
Sorry, yes, I get thrown off with that time. You guys hear me?
Go right ahead.
Thank you for letting me speak. Just going back to the earlier proposal, I noticed that kind of threw in that we're not so sure about people who lost, COVID due to COVID. And I want to say that's false because even the CDC can't tell you who they lost due to COVID. So it's just amazing you guys are under that impression. And the other reason why is I have students or I have children in some of those areas where you talk about, and I really don't see the areas improving. Every year you guys ask for more and more money, and every year our schools look worse and worse. And I want to know when you guys are actually going to take some of the effort that you're claiming to put into it and actually put it into those areas that benefit from it. Because I'm not saying that I see you guys trying to make these conscious moral statements, but in all actuality, when it comes down to it, you guys continue to do nothing. So please don't lie to the public anymore and stop wasting our taxpayer money.
Next speaker is Christiane Meyer. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Christiane Meyer, and I'm a coordinator of social emotional wellness with the Santa Clara County Office of Education. The 11 wellness centers our county office is operating in partnership with local districts have already begun to create positive outcomes. Since opening doors in November, we have had more than 4,400 student visits. Of these visits, 83% of students said they found their time in the wellness center to be helpful, and 84% of students stated they would visit again. Through the Wellness Center initiative, we've been able to partner, coordinate, and leverage in order to maximize and expand mental health and wellness supports available to students on their school campus. One 7th grade visitor shared, "Middle school can be really hard. We need a place like this." Another student expressed, "It feels like the school actually cares about us." There have been many more students who have simply said thank you and asked if they could come back. We are really leaning on our students and listening to the impact the wellness centers have had on them directly so we can continue to grow and improve in getting them the support that is needed, and so we can continue to normalize the conversation about mental health and wellness. We value our partnerships with County Behavioral Health. Thank you.
Next speaker is Art Pulido. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. And Art, are you there? I will come back to Art. Next speaker is Laura Clendaniel. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Laura Clendaniel. I'm the VP of Operations with Healthier Kids Foundation. First, I promise to be brief and want to apologize for a couple of our staff commenting on item number 12, total mix-up on our end, and my sincere apologies. Next, I wanted to reiterate our support for the roadmap, and we hope that we might be able to help with the effort. This year, we've worked hard to identify children's unmet needs through over 74,000 health screenings and 2,500 emotional health screenings in the school setting that were completed this year. These screenings have led to over 12,500 cases for follow-up and support. These kiddos need our support and services. All this to say that we've been working diligently to identify the needs of our families and would love to be a part of the roadmap and support the effort. Thank you very much for your time and have a wonderful afternoon.
Going back to Art Pulido. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Don't have anyone there. Oh, next speaker is Caroline Gray. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Carolyn Gray from the Government Relations Department of Santa Clara County Office of Education, SCCOE. We ask that the county allocate funding to expand SCCOE operated wellness centers in support of this roadmap for children's recovery. Additional resources and supports are urgently needed in Santa Clara's schools to help address the children's mental health crisis exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. 5 decades of research indicates that children are 10 to 21 times more likely to receive the behavioral health services they need when they are provided on a school campus. Thank you for taking the time to address this important issue today.
Next speaker is Luis Valdez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, everybody. My name is Luis Valdez. I am 16 years old. I attend Mission Early College High School in the city of Santa Clara. I'm here today expressing my support for the Santa Clara County Office of Education's request for additional funding for mental health services as well as wellness centers. Mental health services are a very critical aspect to an average schooling environment, and it is something that I have personally used as well as my friends. And it is something that truly does touch deep bases in me, and I am here to just definitely put out my opinion about how this is an extremely vital aspect. And then on top of that, the wellness centers I have definitely visited, and they are tremendous for help in navigation and truly does build a higher sense of community at the school. Thank you.
Next speaker is Corinne. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Corinne Frizay. I'm a coordinator of social emotional wellness at the Santa Clara County Office of Education. The wellness centers operating in partnership with us are already creating positive outcomes. The over 4,000 visits that our school-based wellness centers have had since opening just under 6 months ago is data showing us that having a place to go directly located on campus that is familiar, where the staff is familiar, and where the schedule is predictable is making a tremendous difference in students seeking mental health and wellness support. We are seeing teachers who know that a student needs support not send them to the office, but instead give them a pass to the wellness center so that they can get help regulating and thus return to class in a space that allows them to learn. We have learned that many students have suffered in silence for a long time, and we have seen COVID amplify and exacerbate students expressing needs for mental health support, including students that may not have identified as needing support regarding their mental wellness prior to living through this pandemic. We've seen that peer advocacy and support have been instrumental in many students seeking help, often for the first time, just by walking their student or their peer directly to services on campus. We look forward to our continued partnership with County Behavioral Health.
Next speaker is Amanda Dickey. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. I'm Amanda Dickey, Executive Director of Government Relations at the Santa Clara County Office of Education. I want to share appreciation for the outpouring of support that's been expressed for expanding the Santa Clara County Office Student Wellness Centers, including support from Anthem Blue Cross, the California Children's Trust, the California School-Based Health Alliance, the California Alliance for Children and Family Services, and Santa Clara First Five. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kathleen King. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Kathleen King from Healthier Kids Foundation. And when you're near the end of the speakers, the good part is everybody's said all the good things before you. But I will say that I just have to say I'm so proud to know every one of you and know how you feel about children, and that you really truly can call Santa Clara County Kids County, because I think we all want to help families advocate for their children and teach our children how to advocate for themselves and to know when to ask for help. And I just couldn't be more excited about the effort going forward and all the work each of you are putting into this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Irvish. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much to Board of Supervisors. I wanted to certainly acknowledge the fact about the requirement that has been outlined as for the COVID-19 vaccinations and the health standards that is required to be maintained for the kids. Certainly with the COVID-19 pandemic, more and more resources are there. However, the outreach is required to be outperformed than with the resources that are available. And also the distance learning education would also be helpful in such time when the kids becomes unaware about that what are the resources they actually need under the circumstances they are in. So I certainly support the cause and as well as the program development as a part of the agenda item. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Matthew. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Matthew Mullane. I am 16 years old and I attend St. Francis High School. I'm calling today to express my support for the Santa Clara County Office of Education's request for funding to expand school-based mental health services and student wellness centers. Providing health services on school campuses is very important because it removes barriers to getting services like transportation and stigma. Personally, I would not even think of seeking out mental health services if it was not in a close area like school. In my case, it has helped me overcome my burnout and anxiety, which has allowed me to be more active in schoolwork, sports, and extracurriculars. That's about all. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kaylee Dang. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Kaylee Dang. I'm 14 years old and I'm attending Cheboy Middle School. I'm calling today to express my support for Santa Clara County's Office of Education's request for funding to expand school-based mental health services and student wellness centers. At Cheboy, the guidance counselor is only one email or building away. If a student is ever dealing with family problems, mental health issues, or just being stressed out from school, she's always going to be there. The issue is that there's only one guidance counselor for over 800 kids. If she's ever out of office, students would have to wait at least a week to get support, and sometimes that's already too late. This increase in funding would tremendously help students get the support they need at any time and take some of the weight off of the shoulders of exceptional guidance counselors. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sean Powell. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Sean Powell. I have the privilege of serving as the Director of Youth Health and Wellness at the Santa Clara County Office of Education. I want to begin with thanking you all for your commitment to meeting students and youth mental health needs, which is urgent and imperative for us to do in light of the COVID pandemic. The work being done through the Santa Clara County Office Wellness Center initiative is a demonstration about what we are able to collectively accomplish and create when students drive the work. Our youth continue to share with us that the Wellness Center approach is effective for them because it reduces barriers. The Wellness Centers operated by the County Office of Education are already creating positive outcomes. We have had over 4,000 student visits in 6 months. Furthermore, research indicates that school-based wellness centers reduce access to barriers to care and stigma and support mental health, but they also increase academic outcomes for students as well. We want to thank you all and share that we value our partnership with the county behavioral.
The next speaker is Chloe. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi there, my name is Chloe, and I am was just listening to this today, and I'm a parent of 3 children, all of whom have mental health problems. And I think it's great that you guys are normalizing mental health issues. Actually, I don't think it's great. I actually think it's scary. I think that something that we need to be looking at, if you really care about kids, you should look at the 70+ vaccines that our kids have had. Do you realize that not one vaccine that our kids have had has completed a phase 3 clinical trial? Our kids are the phase 3 clinical trials for these vaccines, and we have never had a generation of kids with more mental health conditions than we have right now. I hope that if you all really do care about children, then rather than normalizing these mental health problems, that you will actually try to look into our vaccines and why they are causing all of these mental health problems in our children's and our families. So thank you for your concern and support, and I hope that that
that concludes our request to speak.
Thank you very much. So I'm going back to Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. And I was happy to second the motion. Rocio, I too wanted to echo my my thanks for what I thought was a very thoughtful approach, especially since we don't have our Chief Children's Officer yet, that you're just leaning in and getting this work moving. There are just a few issues that I want to raise for my colleagues. One is that I like the idea of working for the Center with Living with Dying. I'd like that work, if it's possible, to be connected to the investments we're making already with the Recovery Center. And the reason is that I think one of the tacks you've taken is really to leverage where we already have infrastructure and we're already investing in that infrastructure. And I think that's one area that I would just recommend we do the same in that area. And also I wanted to acknowledge the use of 211. I think that's really very smart investment. Again, the only issue there is making sure we have a mechanism for determining whether or not that's a useful tool for our young folks, especially because 18 to 21-year-olds, if they're calling themselves, they're normally texting. And so I think it's really important to make sure we understand what 211's experience is there. 3 areas that I want to just lift up. One is I'm very interested in us focusing on transitional aged youth, since they're probably the least supported in our community, in particular foster youth. Again, we should look at contracts and relationships we already have with experts in that area. That would include Raising the Bar at the Bill Wilson Center as examples. And then the other that I'm really 2 areas that I just want to lift up for my colleagues. One is I am very enthusiastic about the early screening, mental health screening that we saw happening during COVID-19. I am very interested in expanding that. I'm not interested in us starting a brand new program to do that, but I think we have to expand what's already working. So please, let's take a look at that. And then lastly, I would just say that, one area that I feel like well, I have two things. One area where I feel like we've missed the bar is really focusing on absenteeism. I still don't see that really being addressed. I raise it because it's really one of the earliest indicators we have that something's not working at home. And we see it as young as 1st grade, and we see it very significantly with high school students. And I think we're probably seeing that even more than normal now. So I remain concerned about that. And then the other, I just wanted to emphasize, Rocio, or Dr. Luna, the point that Susan just raised. I think, the county, actually I might be channeling Mike Wasserman right now, that it's really important that we invest in what's not being invested in. I think that is so smart, the way that you laid this out, so that we're not duplicating services. And what that means to me is that where we have an opportunity to leverage insurance resources, that we're working with all of our partners, Kaiser and everybody else, so that there's a tool for sustainability for evidence-based practices, that we are really focused on that. Because I think absent that, we're going to design a whole bunch of wonderful things that are going to get eliminated the next time we have an economic downturn. And I think it's probably the smartest way to make sure that these programs are sustainable long into the future. So if you, with the maker of the motion, including those additional requests, Supervisor Allenberg?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Muted. It sounded awfully good, mute. All right, so we have Supervisor Ellenberg's motion, which Supervisor Chavez seconded, which she then added on to, which Vice President Ellenberg agreed with. Now, Supervisor Lee, we're going to turn to you right after Dr. Smith, who has something to say about what was just said. Doctor.
I can wait until after Dr. Lee. I just wanted some clarity, but I'll wait until.
Otto, you're both an attorney and a doctor now.
Sorry.
No problem. We didn't. Yeah. And he's a supervisor. And he's a supervisor.
Doctor. He has a law degree. He's a doctor in law.
He's like you. All right.
Well, thank you.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes, thank you. I certainly want to say thanks staff for the really comprehensive report, and like to add to Supervisor Ellenberg's direction to request that we also continue to look at closing the gap regarding the child care wage issue and how that might not be aligned to our county's living wage. I refer to attachment 3 on the continuum of care preschool center-based childcare providers, a report there showing that the family child care home providers, FCCH, the median California wage is only $13.43, even though the minimum wage in Santa Clara County is $16.40, which of course is significantly less than what the living wage would be. I just want to point that out, given the fact that transitional kindergarten classroom teachers has a 41.86 as their compensation rate. So I just want to point out these discrepancy to see if there are any ways that we could pursue so that we could provide a better compensation, so that more folks doing that work for childcare is able to get a bump on that wage. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we call for a vote, I'm just going to chime in. As Supervisor Chavez said, it should be teamwork. It should not be duplication. I also look for the state, whose responsibility is the schools, and we, the county, are helping out on the school campuses. I look for the state to provide a ton of the funding, one way or another, to their schools. That's very important to me. I'm glad we're sending that letter regarding Senate Bill 854 in support. But at the end of the day, I really, really, really want to see the state jump in there firsthand. Dr. Smith, go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure that I have clarity. We've been taking the direction from the board to mean that we are tasked with developing a comprehensive, multifaceted road to recovery, which will include many different components, wellness centers, behavioral health services, concern about other issues in the schools. And I just want to make sure that that aligns with what the board's vision is, rather than turning over the process to another entity. We figure that, for example, with wellness centers, there are multiple different styles of wellness centers, and local control is very important, as you all know, at schools. So working in conjunction with all community partners and shareholders is typically our pattern. And I just want to make sure that's what I'm hearing being said.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yeah, thank you. I would say that we do want you, our staff, to play a leadership role. And my reflection on what Supervisor Ellenberg was saying is that if it's necessary, bring in outside help. If not, I say dig in. In fact, I'm more interested in the leadership of the new office determining how we move forward. I'm sure Dr. Luna is waiting daily for the person to arrive. But I think some of that has to be rooted in both what we think the workload and capacity is. So my expectation is that is internal. I think Supervisor Ellenberg was saying, if you need help, get the help. So we stay on track.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Smith?
Precise.
I was just going to say thank you.
Good. That's a good answer. Thank you very much. All right, Supervisor Chavez, your hand's still raised. Do you have additional comments? Nope. All right, Colin, roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Hang on a second.
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. We now move on to item number 14, which should be Dr. Smith. Yes, it is.
Whoops. Members of the board, thank you very much. At our last meeting, the board asked for an update on our county policy about vaccinations and high-risk areas. And I think we provided you in the attached documents with answers to the majority of the questions, if not all the questions that were asked. I would just go through a basic rendition of what's gone on in the beginning, middle of the pandemic. We established a vaccination protocol for our employees, so requiring all employees to be vaccinated unless they had a religious or medical exemption, in which case we attempted reasonable accommodation in other skills, other areas of work within the county. We had a very positive result and we're, as a workforce, highly vaccinated. In December, in a separate motion, not related to our policy, there was a local health order which stated that in order for unvaccinated individuals to work in certain high-risk areas, the organization had to apply for a waiver, and the waiver would be evaluated in terms of safety. That public health order was amended in early March, at which point the requirement for an exemption for the organization was lifted, and still recommended that vaccinations be required but not mandated. When that order was lifted, the county reverted back to its previous policy, which requires employees to be vaccinated based on a risk stratification system, high risk, low risk, medium risk. You've got that explained in the packet that you have with you. We have had people who have applied, employees who have applied for exemptions because of religious and medical issues, and the result of that is that they are considered for reasonable accommodation. Now, you've heard from the public and some of the employees that that has been challenging. I agree, we should be doing better with reasonable accommodation. But as is pointed out in the documentation, there are now 138 employees out of 22,000 who are on paid leave related to the policy. You can see that most of them are related to patient care contact or contact with custody clients. And we're working to encourage them to get vaccinated or to find other reasonable accommodation, which I said we will re-up our efforts on. With that, I think I'll just take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Smith, for that presentation. If I don't have any hands raised, I'll start myself. Dr. Smith, and I know it's all your discretion, but I certainly am in favor. This goes to Dr. Cody as well, of the county following the state rules as soon as possible without any modifications of any kind. I think Supervisor Chavez brought that up earlier. It's tough for people to understand. I love saying, we don't have any rules, we follow the state. And I know that's a cop-out, that's a way out, that's a whatever, but that consistency, and I'm also feeling that, we can't live in fear forever, and following the state's guidance at this time would certainly be my preference for you to consider. The other one was, I've been learning different rules about cubicles with ceilings that go to the wall and don't. And I personally would be in favor of vaccinated county employees who are alone in their cubicles, not needing to wear masks unless somebody comes to their cubicle, then they have to put on their mask. I learned about, offices and office doors closed and walls to the ceiling, and they get to take their masks off. But I certainly feel when I see various staff members in their cubicles alone, having to wear a mask all day long because their ceiling doesn't go to the top. That's just my 2 cents. Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you so much, President Wasserman. Dr. Smith, I appreciate hearing that there are plans to step up the process of identifying and securing reasonable accommodations for those, what's the number, 138 employees. My understanding is that ESA has created an email alias that's staffed by 3 people. And I'm told that they're just sharing basic information about available positions and that they aren't proactively seeking to place employees. My sense is that that type of work would really require somebody to be working at a higher level, to be working across departments to identify appropriate alternative roles. But I realize that that's in itself a difficult task, but it expected to work through the reasonable accommodation process if they don't have access or authority to move employees into alternative work environments. It's and my understanding is that it's most often the location of the work and not the function that's really in question here. So if there's more nuance to the issue that can be shared publicly, I'd be happy to hear from County Council. Before that, let me just make a couple of other observations. Unpaid leave in and of itself is not a reasonable accommodation because it doesn't provide equal benefits and privileges of employment. And our core issue here is that we need to be providing fair, legal, supportive access to reasonable accommodations for employees that have approved exemptions. So just for my own full history and to be able to answer constituents, I'd like to get the answers to a couple of questions, please. First, when was the current risk tier matrix created? A month and a year is specific enough. Dr. Smith, can you share that?
It was created right as immunizations were being introduced into the market. So that's a year ago. And it's been enforced based on the same model, like you said, reasonable accommodation. And I should clarify, we do not consider unpaid leave to be reasonable accommodation. It's a waiting.
Actually, I'd like to speak to that issue in a minute when you're done.
Sure. Go ahead, Dr. Smith.
The way that we went about trying to deal with the reasonable accommodation was equivalent to what we usually do with typical reasonable accommodation processes. However, because we had so many, we did get overwhelmed. So we're working on expanding our intervention in the process so that with the remaining 138 employees, we can be more proactive. So hopefully that answers your two questions.
Let me hear from James first, and then I'll come
Yes,
back.
James.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that from a legal perspective, providing an employee with unpaid leave is a form of reasonable accommodation. I recognize that there's a broader policy conversation about additional and reasonable accommodation measures, but I just wanted to clarify that because it is absolutely an accommodation versus discharge from employment.
Thank you. And I didn't want to suggest that we were doing something that was not compliant with the law. Certainly the spirit of the effort is to move people into reasonable accommodations, with the unpaid leave as necessary being a waypoint, essentially. And Dr. Smith, I will be interested in hearing how you're going to ramp this up. And I would like the Board of Supervisors to receive a verbal update at each future board meeting, citing the number of high-risk tier employees with exemptions that were reasonably accommodated in the preceding 2 weeks. Let me just ask a question about did you want to say something about that request first?
No, I was just going to say we'll be happy to do that.
Thank you so much. The risk tier attachment references criteria from the Public Health Department that are being applied by the departments, but I can't find any specific or objective criteria in the document. Where can those be found, please?
That refers to the recommendations of the public health officer, not the orders specifically. So we still have recommendations, strong recommendations, that individuals who aren't vaccinated not be in high-risk environments. It's just not a mandate at this point.
So
it's in the health order, but it's not an order. Maybe James can clarify for you.
James.
Yeah. In one of the attachments regarding the risk tiers and rating criteria, there's a description of the factors. The departments apply those factors to specific employees' work. And so those factors are, the person's interaction with vulnerable populations, for example, whether it's a congregate setting, the extent to which that individual has direct interaction with others. Those are the specific factors, but the department's applying them not on a classification basis, because people in the same classification sometimes are doing different work or working in different settings, but applying those to the specific work of the specific individual. Now that's more clearly defined in the case of the jail and the hospital. And as you can see from the other attachment, which includes a list of employees, that's where the vast majority of the employees who are currently on leave, arise from.
So, James, I appreciate that, and I understand that it's applied to the individual employee, but I think it's important. You just pulled out a couple of specific criteria from the order, and I think it would be very helpful in clarifying if there is one place where there is literally a list. It's not the same as saying how does it apply to each particular employee, but we should all be able to look at the same specific and objective criteria in the interest of transparency and consistency with what we are considering. I'm not looking for consistency necessarily in outcome given the different roles, but it's been very difficult for employees to even find that list.
Any comment?
I'll comment on that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
We'll go back and try to clarify.
Thank you.
Okay, and then finally, Dr. Smith, thank you for agreeing to provide a verbal update every 2 weeks. And I'd also like at least the first update to include what actions have been taken in order to speed this up. Did you recommend increasing the staffing, doing something else in order to make this happen faster? And I'd like to ask administration to work with our bargaining units to collaborate on identifying open positions in intermediate or low risk settings. I think we've got to work together to find roles for these employees, many of whom we referred to as frontline heroes during the pandemic. So let's really use all of the tools and try to improve the consistency and the support for employees.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee. To unmute. Perhaps your hand went down?
No, my hand went down. Many of the questions I was regarding the accommodations that we heard issues from RNP nurses. I think Supervisor Ellenberg has definitely gone over so much in much finer detail than I have. So there's no more for me to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the hands that I see there. I'm thinking going forward, Doctor, we want to have your comments regarding COVID, whatever they may be. Let's put them under the public health officers and administration's report that we receive in the future. Combine all that, we can be more efficient on our speakers.
Supervisor Wasserman.
Vice President Ellenberg, yes.
With apologies. We've now moved to monthly COVID reports rather than every 2 weeks. And I'd like to be sure that this information regarding the employee accommodation comes to us at every meeting. So when there's not a public health report, is there somewhere else you'd like to include it?
Okay, Dr. Smith also gives us a report along with County Council later in there too. So we could do that. And Dr. Smith, that could be part of what you report out at that time. Will that work for you, Dr. Smith?
Yes, I was going to suggest the same thing. I would prefer to do it during the county executive's report every meeting because it really is, it's related to COVID, but it's really an administrative regulation. And so it probably is best done during my report on a.
Super. So you like my idea, and I'm not an attorney or a doctor. All right.
That's pretty good.
Let's keep moving this meeting along. That was item 14.
We have a number of public speakers.
And we're turning to the public speakers for a minute each, Colin.
Next speaker is Barry Arata. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
All right. Thank you very much. I've already introduced myself, so I'll cut to the chase. We got a lot of facts to discuss here, so we appreciate everybody having open dialogue. Supervisor Ellenberg, Supervisor Chavez, for holding hard press against Dr. Sarah Cody, Jeff Smith, and James Williams to get some clarification. I heard 183 workers, and that's outlined on your paperwork that you put out today on item 14. Those workers are all on unpaid leave, not paid leave from the county, because we're all aligned together and we're working together to keep our jobs and keep this community safe. So you guys need to get your facts straight, number one. Number two, continuing to do this to us makes zero sense at all. You now have stated that it's recommended that you have an exemption to work in high risk, and you're putting it on the employers. We have 2 firefighters in the city of San Jose that didn't get boosted, and they got denied exemptions, and now they're on unpaid leave because of what you guys are doing. So get your story straight.
The next speaker is Danette. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi there. So we're aware that the definitions of the tier system have been provided, but at this point, it seems like the question needs to be more about the validity of using such a system in the first place. It doesn't make sense anymore. And I'm just wondering if we could answer this question and why it's being used. when it doesn't apply. And also recognizing that statements that are in writing, such as, quote, based on the significant COVID-19 health and safety risk to and posed by the unvaccinated employees, ... The statements are no longer valid. They're not based in reality. And yet this is the verbiage that keeps being used. Clinical trials, scientific research, and safety monitoring have demonstrated that vaccines prevent the spread and prevent illness and hospitalization and death. These are not true and they're not based in fact, yet it's what we're basing our jobs.
The next speaker is Christy. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes. Hi, this is Christy Connors with Bay Area Freedom Alliance. The vaccine mandate makes no sense. This is not a sterilizing vaccine. The original vaccine, as with the original documentation that you guys have provided, was outlined in May or in the spring of 2021 based on a vaccine that was paired for the Alpha variant. That variant is long gone and hardly exists in nature and hardly exists at all anymore. We have a vaccine that is not paired to the Omicron variant, and now we're forcing that on people. It doesn't make sense. It's not sterilizing, which means you can still get COVID, you can still spread COVID. So mandates don't make any sense in this context. All you are now doing is putting people out on unpaid leave for stating their truth. And I'm sorry, County Council, Mr. Williams, I don't agree with you. A reasonable accommodation is not putting someone on unpaid leave. You're ruining their lives. Thank you.
The next speaker is Elizabeth. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. And Elizabeth, are you there? I will come back to.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Go ahead.
Sorry. You hear me now?
Yes.
My name is Betsy. I'm a nurse at O'Connor Hospital, and I thank you very much. I just wanted to say that Dr. Sarah Cody just explained to us that that the county is aligning with state orders regarding religious exemptions and vaccines. I am a nurse who has a religious exemption to the booster vax. As of March 8th, she was allowing people to go back to work with 2 accommodations, which were masking and testing. But county workers are being denied these accommodations that Dr. Cody just explained to us. And I'm asking, why are we being denied these accommodations and being discriminated against while the rest of the people in the county are being allowed to work just like she outlined? And I thank you very much for this.
Next speaker is Tom Davis. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I'd like to speak for the trades. As an HVAC mechanic, I've worked for the county for 3.5 years. I was put on unpaid administrative leave when my occupation was assessed as high risk. The talk that the county has initiated the process of finding reasonable accommodations for those that are exercising their legal right to a religious exemption, I can tell you that there has been no such outreach to me or my fellow tradesmen. May I speak plainly? I'm a mechanic that works on roofs, and when I am in the building, the employees and public are always told to stay away from us as we use tools and ladders that are hazardous to be around. A carpenter and a roofer, my fellow tradesmen that were put on unpaid leave when their jobs were reassessed from the medium risk to high risk in February. Both of these trades are isolated from the employees and the public of the county. So the question begs an answer. How were we ever put into a high-risk tier is beyond me. We literally have little to no contact.
The next speaker is Delilah Pulido. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
There are high-risk workers working throughout the county, but you don't want to allow your own employees back to their positions. Why do these workers need to be accommodated in another position? Why can't they return to their jobs? You have us testing regularly and wearing special PPE, implying we carry contagious disease because we are unvaccinated. What proof do you have? Is there a doctor that tested all of us and signed under penalty and perjury that we're walking around carrying COVID? You make outrageous claims without any evidence. If our God-given immunity didn't work, we wouldn't be here. The narrative is crumbling. There's a lot of data on natural immunity and proof that the unvaccinated are equal to the vaccinated. Why aren't you accepting that data? This is unacceptable to continue with the discriminatory risk tier system. There needs to be trust and transparency. Regardless of how you feel towards the unvaccinated, you should be very concerned with the level of corruption going on. I'm sure many of you have gotten COVID, just like all those politicians like Pelosi getting COVID. So let me understand this correctly. It's okay for you guys to get COVID and you don't lose your job over it, right? We know that both the vaccinated.
The next speaker is Ephraim. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I agree with everybody else. I think you guys are acting like this is still the early stages of the pandemic. The numbers are out. The CDC already admitted that they do not have any count for anybody dying from COVID. They've lumped it up into everything. We had averaged about 6,500 deaths from the flu alone in California. We can look at the numbers now. Nobody died from the flu in California. These are complete lies. You guys know what to do. You have to drop these vaccines because you have no scientific evidence to balance it. The vaccine came way too soon. Our bodies are designed to fight viruses. We develop antigens that protect us with all variants once we get the vaccine. With you guys enforcing a vaccine that only is spike specific, you're only handling 2 antigens and not the full variants. Natural immunity is the way to go. Why are you denying this? You need to answer that question. Why are you denying natural immunity?
The next speaker is Suzanne. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Suzanne Nichols. I'm a nurse at Valley on unpaid, very clear unpaid. It sounded like Jeff Smith said paid when he made his statement. Also, I want to verify accommodations are not being done. I ask you, the Board of Supervisors, to request the names of people who have been accommodated, because I know of no one who has been in any way accommodated. For instance, when I was working before I was placed on leave, one of my jobs was 32 hours a pay period, calling people who'd been in the ED for abnormal labs and their COVID results as one of them. I did that from home, not front facing, not in a high risk area. And yet I haven't been allowed to do that as an accommodation to this procedure. So they're not trying to make accommodations. There's no accommodations. And to say that letting someone have no pay is an accommodation is ridiculous. That's on the face of it, ridiculous.
The next speaker is M. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I agree with all the previous speakers stating that unpaid leave should not be considered reasonable accommodation. People's livelihoods and their families are being destroyed. People aren't able to put food on the table or pay for their rent. In a study from Singapore among healthcare workers with a history of headaches who wore PPE, such as face masks, for more than 4 hours per day, these healthcare workers either agreed or strongly agreed that the increased PPE usage had affected the control of their background headaches, which affected their level of work performance. This impaired work performance is identified to affect the work performance of 9 out of 10 with headaches and 42 out of 158 participants, which is 27%. I desire to have clear thinking medical personnel treating my family, and you should too. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ruth C. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. And Ruth, are you there? I will go to the...
Hello?
Oh, there she
Hello?
is. Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Ruth Cervantes and I'm an ER nurse. I am vaccinated and I was mandated to get boosted. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we worked day in and out with very sick people who were in need of our care. Alongside fellow healthcare workers, we suited up with the PPE that was hospital provided and took care of people who we presumed had COVID. We rapidly ran out of PPE and were asked to reuse our N95 and surgical masks and shields with the patients. for weeks and even months. Meanwhile, the rest of the county officials stayed in the safety of their homes and remained there. So do I feel safe working next to unvaccinated staff? Of course I do. Do I feel safe taking care of unvaccinated patients? Of course I do. This order is not up to the state. We need to get on the same page. I'm afraid of the continued lack of support from our leaders and our county executives. As you can hear, none of them have been given reasonable accommodations. They're unpaid.
The next speaker is Christina Lopez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Christina Lopez. Please investigate the risk tier system. Please let me understand why receptionist, somebody that doesn't touch another person, is a high risk and on unpaid leave without medical coverage. It's not fair to your employees. We're not touching other people. This risk tier system doesn't work. You're not investigating it. There's no paper documentation. Employees are suffering and they need to get back to work to protect their family, to have health insurance for their family. This is very wrong. Jeff Smith made me wear an N95 mask that affected my breathing. This isn't right what you guys are doing to your employees. Please stop him.
The next speaker is Jimmy. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. And Jimmy, are you there? I will. Oh, there you are.
Hi, yeah,
Go right
this
ahead.
is Jimmy. Sorry about
Yes.
that. My name is Jimmy Lopez. I work in the ED as a nurse. And I just want to point out that when I'm vaccinated, boosted, and I got sick. So I was super infectious. My symptoms were okay, but you know, they told me to go home. So how are we protecting our patients when I'm getting sick and I can infect them? I don't get it. I don't understand it. So how are we keeping our unvaccinated coworkers out when it's not even stopping me, who's vaccinated, from spreading coronavirus to our population, which is at risk already? That's what I don't understand.
The next speaker is Christina. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, thanks so much for hearing me again. My name's Christina. I work in the ER at VMC. So many of the jobs are online are due to having religious exemptions without proper accommodations in the units that we worked in. And Jeff Smith said that, you know, they were getting accommodated, but not everyone is getting reasonably accommodated. Not one manager has approached the staff, vice versa, to let us work in the units in positions with less patient contact, such as callback nurse, such as what Suzanne said earlier, ADT nurse, charge nurse, or triage nurse. Santa Clara County has set an example of overcoming obstacles faced in the pandemic. Now it's your time, Board of Supervisors, to ask the right questions regarding this discriminatory tier system and finding the actual truth versus what is being said. Be a county that sets the example locally and nationally, that respects those with approved exemptions, and let us work and continue to work and serve the community and that we have always wanted to do. So thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Nadia. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nadia, and I'm also one of the employees that would place on unpaid administrative leave. They are not paying me, it's unpaid. I've been out since December 7th. I don't understand how is that we are a threat to the public when we are the ones with our N95 testing twice a week, following all the protocols that they want us to do and still not letting us go back to work is just nonsense. It doesn't make any sense. If anything, we should be the ones concerned from our other employees who are not making them get tested as we are. I don't understand how can Mr. Smith get away with this by not letting us continue to work and serve our community, because that's what we do the best, and also not respecting our religious exemptions, which it is against the law. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rosie Moreno. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, so I'm just reiterating what everyone said, but one thing that was really interesting was when Sarah Cody and the doctor spoke, and they said that 91%, I believe, of the county is vaccinated. So the question begs to defer if the unvaccinated are the ones that are truly affecting the county. The other thing that was mentioned was how the reasonable accommodations are we're supposed to get help. I thank Supervisor Ellenberg for bringing up that there needs to be consistency and transparency, because all of us who are on unpaid admin leave will be terminated as of June 22nd. So we urge you to get the 183 employees that would still have a job if the county didn't have a made-up risk tier assessment and would align with California state health orders. Everyone should keep their job. That's what I'm asking. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Brenda Perez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I just want to thank Supervisor Chavez and Vice President Ellenberg for standing up and asking the right questions. And we're so grateful for doing the right thing. When I had my exit interview with Assistant Sheriff, I asked, why couldn't we be placed in positions that we actually have in the jail today? We have people who have medical exemptions working there. And I was told because I would be required to respond to riots. These people in medical exemptions, they're not required to respond to riots. So it just doesn't make sense how Jeff Smith puts it on the department puts it on Jeff Smith. But I just wanted to really get the answer to what is the difference? What is the difference between me being unvaccinated and someone who is vaccinated? I want to know, what is the risk? What is the difference? That has not, please, I would like to know, because it makes no sense.
The next speaker is Ann Colton. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
In their journal dated May 1st, 2020, the CDC states, quote, proper use of face masks is essential because improper use might increase the risk for transmission. Thus, education on the proper use and disposal of used face masks, including hand hygiene, is also needed, unquote. The World Health Organization states using a mask incorrectly, however, may actually increase the risk of transmission rather than use it, unquote. The following is a 2009 list created by the World Health Organization as behavior that can increase transmission. Touching mouth and nose, touching a mask in use, touching a clean mask with unwashed hands, not washing hands every time after touching a dirty mask, wearing a mask that is not new and clean, continuing to wear a mask after it has become damp instead of immediately replacing it, reusing a single-use mask, not discarding a single-use mask immediately upon removal.
The next speaker is Alex Brunny. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, first, thank you to Supervisors Chavez and Ellenberg for your efforts today. I would like to speak to the unpaid reasonable accommodation. Another point to remember is that the EEOC and many federal courts have taken the position that an indefinite leave of absence with no reasonable estimate of when the employee can return to work is considered an undue hardship. Making unpaid leave even more confounding for employers is the fact that the federal appellate courts do not agree on the standard to be applied to unpaid leave. The U.S. 7th Circuit Court of Appeals, with jurisdiction over Illinois, Indiana, and Wisconsin, upheld last December 2020 in its decision that a multi-month non-family and medical leave of absence is not a reasonable accommodation under the ADA. The court said that this is because an extended leave of absence does not give a disabled employee the means to work. Instead, it excuses the employee from working, which the 7th Circuit ruled is not an alternative contained in the ADA. Thank you.
And that concludes our request to speak.
Thank you. And I don't believe we had a motion on this item. So we'll consider this report from Dr. Smith received. We now move on to item 15. Item 15 is my referral, so I'll refer to me. I'll just make 3 short comments. One, Santa Clara County needs to fund South County Fire. Number 2, At its current levels, the South County District has the lowest budget per square mile and per capita of all fire districts in the county. We also have the smallest tax base because of impediments like the Williamson Act. And third and final, before I make a motion to approve this referral and forward it on to administration, would be the South Santa Clara County Fire District protects 289 square miles of the unincorporated areas of Gilroy, San Martin, Morgan Hill, South County, and a portion of unincorporated Santa Cruz County, including Loma Prieta, Hicks Road, and Uvis Road. To give you an idea, I said 289, call it 300. Districts 2 through 5, I believe, are 400 square miles. This area includes a permanent population of 53,784 people and a transient population of over 100,000 people a day commuting through the district. I've been working with Miguel, I've been working with County Fire. I've brought this referral forward. It's something that needs to be done right away. There's not enough money left to operate the upcoming beyond 2022 and 2023. So I'll make the motion to approve this referral and forward it to administration and council to report back to our board with options to ensure emergency and fire services in South County remain adequate and sustainable. I'm not even saying good.
I'm happy to second.
Thank you, Supervisor Simidian. Supervisor Chavez, your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you. What I wanted to do is I recognize this is a referral, and so I'm going to support the referral going forward. But what I'd like to ask for is the options for the region relative to resources. And I hear what you're saying, Mike, about the limits in terms of taxes. I do just want to remind my colleagues that this is, I mean, I actually brought a request for a whole study of the impacts of the wildlands around our area not being covered. Honestly, that's an area I'm really concerned about, Mike, and I think it attaches to what you're saying.
Yep.
The other, though, is that we were in the process of a LAFCO study that I thought was going to be responding to part of this question. And so I would like an update on the LAFCO study as well and where that is in process. And then finally, you all may recall that we had, in fact, part of what re-prompted the LAFCO study is, my recollection is when we were having a discussion about fire coverage in South County and fire coverage in North County and the impacts of the wildlands all along the periphery. And what I don't remember, and I was going to actually ask Supervisor Simidian this question, is that I know the LAFCO study was one big outcome of that. I can't remember if there was an additional set of tasks that came that were going to staff, because for some reason I thought the county staff, or maybe it was county fire, was tasked with doing an assessment of, for lack of a better word, a needs assessment that would feed into the LAFCO study.
Thank you, and I'll respond to you on the LAFCO study. LAFCO did an outreach, found a consultant, hired them, started the study, and then LAFCO broke off with that consultant and terminated the contract with about a third or a fourth of the expense paid. They then did an outreach to the public, to an RFP, if you will, to find another entity to do the audit, which is a different audit than the other audit being done. And Supervisor Ellenberg, you sit on that with me. I believe they did find another company and have started work with them.
To do the bigger study.
To do the study that LAFCO was
tasked
with doing, yes, because special districts, things like that. The problem we've got here is fire districts are funded, by taxes based on real estate. And the real estate here is gigantic amount of lots at very low dollars per square foot. And then many are protected by the Williamson Act. And it's on page 3 of 4 with the 5-column sheet. where it shows budgets and budget per capita. And you can see the $120 is the South Santa Clara Fire District. And they need to get up to around $500 per, and that would never happen. That would never pass. And Santa Clara County Fire needs to be supported by Santa Clara County until there's an alternative. But we can't just close up shop.
Well, yeah, and I'm not arguing about closing up shop, but I just want to say that part of the reason we had this discussion at the board was exactly, Mike, to address the issue that you just raised and look for alternatives to both for funding, but also for coverage. And I appreciate the LAFCO study is far behind. I guess what I would request when this comes back to us with some assessments is to get an update on where the study is in process, where the audit is in process. And then, frankly, I'll have to look back at the old reports too, to see what other ideas were being considered. But one other thing I would like to add, Supervisor Wasserman, is I do think that the other issue that should be addressed in whatever study comes back is what's the strategy for the zone that's uncovered up above the hillsides of the areas you're talking about.
Okay, I know we've got Miguel listening in on this. Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you very much. The issue isn't a new one. I certainly agree that emergency and fire services in South County is currently structured, remains inadequately funded, and unsustainable. It probably goes without saying, but I will mention it for the record. I think this is one of the reasons that some members of our board presumably sought a consolidation of South County and Los Altos Hills fire, specifically to address this inequitable funding issue. That action, as we all know, wasn't adopted by the board. South County remains underfunded. I am definitely concerned about the safety of the residents from all forms of fire. I'm also concerned about a potentially problematic precedent to direct county funds, county general funds in perpetuity to support South County fire. I'm glad to support today's referral as it asks administration to bring back options. And I really would like to emphasize that I'm interested in seeing a variety of funding sources. And I think that Supervisor Chavez presented this perhaps as a friendly amendment for the report back to include an explanation of how this referral fits within the context of the broader fire service reviews being conducted by county and by LAFCO. But I don't want to put words in your mouth. If that's not what you intended to do, Supervisor Chavez, then I would request President Wasserman that you consider that as a friendly amendment.
I'm happy to do that. The issue is real simple. It's 50,000 an acre down there and it's 5 million an acre up here. So it's real simple. You can tax everybody the same and you get 1/10 of the revenue. And there's so much more land to cover there than there is anywhere else. So this is where we are. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. South County in District 1, your district, Supervisor Wasserman, is by far the largest and the most agricultural and rural part of the county, and certainly most prone for wildfire. So first of all, I want to say thank you for bringing up this very, very important referral. The drought that we're experiencing and the latest wildfire that we have gone through the past few years, the size of them is far exceeding what we've experienced in the past decades. So I certainly am, personally, I'm really shocked to see that the budget per capita is significantly less than everybody else. I mean, for the Central District, we thought it was 637. 120 is not even a quarter, about a fifth of what the budget should be. But at the same time, the risk of wildfire certainly is much higher where you're at. So I certainly do believe that this referral is long overdue. So you certainly have my strong support on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And to your point, if one person's paying 2% you have to charge somebody else 10% to generate the same dollars because the property values are 1/5. That's not right. And that's where we are. Any other comments?
Supervisor, forgive me, I haven't raised my hand, but if I may, just a couple of quick comments because this is at the referral stage. I just wanted to respond, I think, to Supervisor Chavez's question. I think she was recalling the fact that while there was a service review, which is what LAFCO does pursuant to statute, that is in most respects separate and apart from the operational review, which we tasked the administration, not the fire district, but the administration, if I remember correctly, to conduct. So that is the separate parallel study that is underway. And when we have the results of both and can sort of integrate them into our thinking, I think we'll be better positioned to take a look at all this. And I'm happy to support, and that's why I seconded your referral today. I do think, respectfully, colleagues, I think people have some preconceptions about both the problem and the solution that are a little premature. There's been no discussion, for example, of the fact that Prop 172 was approved at the statewide level as a tax measure to specifically provide funding for this kind of public safety need. And yet we haven't used Prop 172 in that way. Maybe that's the right decision, maybe it's the wrong decision, but I would just ask everyone to, forgive me, poor choice of words, keep your powder dry and keep an open mind on this. I think the referral is well advised because I think it will bring back the information we need to have a more comprehensive discussion. Happy to second, and I'll be an aye vote.
Thank you very much. It's the smallest budget of all districts and the most land of all districts. With that, Colin, I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
We do have a request to speak.
We do have one. I see that down there. Thank you.
All right.
Go right ahead.
1 minute for George.
Yeah, let's be fair to everybody that we've been for the last 3 hours. Thank you.
All righty. The next speaker is George. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, good afternoon, Honorary County Board of Supervisors and the general public. First of all and foremost, my name is George Wong. I'm humbled to serve as the CAL FIRE Unit Chief as well as the Fire Chief for the South Santa Clara County Fire District. My firefighters who staff the South County view themselves as part of the community and the district rather than outside contractors and have full and successful working relationships with not only the community, constituents, and other cooperating agencies. We have served the community and provided fire protection and emergency services under a cooperative agreement since 1980. We serve the citizens of Santa Clara County while providing you the best service possible, which includes full paramedic services. As the data shows from both studies, CAL FIRE continues to be your fire department, but we ask that with times the current budget, that we work together as the current level of funding is unsustainable, and that as a dependent district, we would like your support and approval. I would like to take a moment to thank this District 1 President Supervisor Wasserman for his continued support, and I appreciate each and every Board of Supervisor for your time and support as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay safe.
And the next speaker is Irvish. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much to Honorary Board. Thank you very much to Board of Supervisors. And I wanted to define what is to be called the adequate and sustainable. And I wanted to set an example about when in 2020 there was a fire, California wildfire, which came out, and there were multiple multiplexes, lighting stations were out there, and then there was a need of the emergency and fire services being taken from the multiple cities in order to take care of the within the Santa Clara County light multiplexes within the southern region, northern region, and as well as towards the eastern part. Now, it is to note here that when we are talking about the adequate and sustainable, we need the right set of resources to be aligned geographically and demographically, and we also need to identify that which particular cities require more sustainable resources. So that's something is really need to be quantified.
And that concludes our request to speak.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. We now 16, 17, 18, and 19 were consented. We now go to item number 20, Supervisor Simitian. This is your referral. You're muted. There you go.
There we go. Thank you very much. Thank you, Supervisor Wasserman and colleagues. I think the referral is fairly straightforward. I want to, however, express my appreciation to folks at the Central Fire District and the Acting Chief Glass in particular. We've been working closely with them on this proposal. It aligns with what they are hoping to do. It essentially calls for a ramping up of the fuel crews and as a way to clear brush from key evacuation routes, and expands on an already very good chipping program. Supervisor Wasserman, you know, I now have the pleasure of representing Los Gatos and Montessorino, as well as two other West Valley communities, Cupertino and Saratoga. They're all in what is known as Zone 2, portion of Saratoga to be technical. They're all in Zone 2, which is the sort of heart of the Central Fire District. And so you will notice that this referral is actually addressed from me to all of us as the governing board of the Santa Clara County Central Fire Protection District. So this does not affect general fund. It's entirely about how funds from within Zone 2 and the fire district get used, and really pretty straightforward. As I say, we've been working with the folks at the district, including the chief. It's a central fire Zone 2 issue in specific, and in one case it's an expansion of an existing program, and in another it's a response to a clearly identified need. And I would respectfully move approval and ask for a second. Thank you.
You're welcome. We have a motion, we have a second, we have no speakers. Any board members wish to chime in? Seeing none. Colin, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Items 21 through 27 were consented. So I'm turning to our county executive under item 28 in our agenda. Dr. Smith.
I will pass today. We're
all right.
Focused on getting the budget ready for the board on the 1st, and I think I talked enough under COVID.
All right, I understand that. Item 29, Mr. Williams, County Counsel.
At the April 18th closed session by a vote of 4-1 with Supervisor Chavez voting no, the board authorized the county to initiate litigation in one matter. The name of the action and the defendant, as well as the substance of the litigation, shall be disclosed once litigation is formally commenced to any person upon inquiry. And I will turn it over now to President Wasserman for the rest of the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. At the April 18th, 2022 closed session, by unanimous vote with all members present, the Board of Directors for the Santa Clara County Central Fire Protection District approved the appointment of Sirwana Girdgau as Fire Chief. Congratulations, Sirwana. All right. That concludes item number 29. We now move on to item number 30, which is the Paul Lorenz.
Good afternoon, President Wasserman, members of the board. So in this month's report, we've given you an update on SB 1152, which is our requirement to document the services provided to individuals that present to your hospitals as homeless individuals. As you know, we have to document the services offered. I think in previous board meetings, your board had requested some additional data around services offered and whether or not those services were refused or accepted. And in this report outlines that information. The three hospitals have been working toward further compliance to 100%, and we are moving in the right direction in terms of that documentation. With that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions regarding this report or anything else related to the homeless program.
Thank you. We have no speakers. I'll look to board members. Vice President Ellenberg, your hand is raised.
It is. Thanks so much, Paul, for the report back. Glad to see the numbers improving. Just have two quick questions about transportation and weather appropriate clothing categories. And if you have the answers now, terrific. If not, happy to get them in an off agenda report. With regard to transportation, I'm interested to know what modes are made available. Are there distance limitations, and do drop-off locations include cooling stations on hot days?
So the answer is we do offer transportation regardless of distance. The important thing to note is that we do use all modes of transportation, whether it's bus, taxi, and in some situations we will use Uber depending on the circumstances. But in the end, what we can do is provide you a detailed report in terms of the extent to which we use each service and the locations generally that we provide that service to.
Thank you. You said no limitation. I assume
Well,
got to be within the county.
They are definitely within the county, but there are some situations where we actually have to transport patients out of state to their family members so that they can reconnect. So we do look at it in terms of what's in the best interest of the patient going forward.
Great, thank you. And do you happen to know if the drop-off locations include cooling stations if you're dropping someone on a hot day?
Yes, it would include the cooling stations.
Great, thank you so much. And a similar question regarding clothing. I'm curious to know what weather-appropriate clothing looks like during the summer. I may think of a sundress, but I see many blue-collar workers wearing pants and long sleeves and hats to protect themselves from the sun, as well as shoes and socks. What are we thinking about in terms of providing that summer clothing?
So my understanding is that we provide weather-appropriate clothing. So what I can do is provide for more specifics in terms of what those items would be, given whether it's a hot day or
right, because weather appropriate though could still mean very different different things, and I just want to make sure that we're appropriate not only for the weather but for what that person might be doing during the day, how much time they need to be spending outside in the sun is really what I'm thinking about. So glad to get that off agenda as well. Thank you so much, Paul. I appreciate the report.
Thank you. Maybe some PF flyers with that sundress, Vice President. I hear you. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. First, thank you, Paul, for answering the questions our team has requested earlier based on this report. And as a follow-up, the number of people being assessed for the clothing and those who actually receiving clothing seems pretty low when you look at page 3, 4, and 5 in those three tables on the number of folks who are provided clothing. The weather appropriate clothing, as we mentioned, are about 8 to 10% on all three sites. And not many people refuse the clothing. So I guess maybe you could elaborate a little bit. Are you saying that 90% of the folks actually basically says, hey, I don't need the jacket, I don't need the clothing you're providing us?
Yeah, so what I can share with you on the numbers, so 89% or 1,550 were assessed for their clothing needs. Only about 9% were provided the needed clothing because that's what they were assessed to need. There were no individuals that refused the clothing options relative to their need. So we are able to provide for the needs relative to their clothing. And I think to Supervisor Ellenberg's question is it weather appropriate and does it meet their particular needs? And I would also add for this board is that we have been working very closely with a number of different organizations, including our vendors, to ensure that we do have in stock the necessary items for our homeless individuals that present.
Okay, now when you say assessment, what type of assessments exactly? Maybe you could give us a quick and dirty explanation. How exactly do you assess somebody's clothing? Do you just ask them what clothing they need, or do you just look at what they are wearing when they're at the hospital?
Both. So there is a checklist for all of these items. For clothing specifically, they not only observe the patient, but they also communicate with the patients relative to what their personal preference and needs are. But the social worker as well as the provider work with the patient if they believe that they're not adequately clothed for the situation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So for example, like let's say in a cold night or cold day, if they need a jacket, this is something you'll be able to provide, correct?
Right. If the assessment's done, which it should be, they will inquire and observe the patient's needs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to take that as a motion by Vice President Ellenberg to approve the report. Does that work for you, or do you want to be Supervisor Lee?
That's totally fine.
All right, motion by Ellenberg, second by Lee.
Yes.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. No further discussion. No members of the public. Roll call vote. Colin.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. 31 and 32 were on consent. That takes us to 33, where our Director of the Department of Planning and Development, Jacqueline, will speak to us about the Coyote Valley Climate Resilience Incentive. There she is.
Hello, President Wasserman, board members, Jacqueline Anshano, Director of Planning and Development. Actually, Michael Meehan, our principal planner, is going to speak to this item. So Michael Meehan, if you would, please.
Take it away, Michael.
He might not be on mute. He might be on mute. Michael?
You're on mute. Speak louder.
Good morning or afternoon. Can you see me?
There we go.
It's not morning.
Just don't say evening. All right, Michael, give us the report that you wish, then we'll turn to the public and then to the board.
All right. Good afternoon, President Wasserman, members of the board. As introduced by our director, my name is Michael Meehan, principal planner with the department. I'm here today to provide a brief overview and answer any questions regarding item number 33, seeking board direction on whether to pursue any of the potential Coyote Valley climate resilience incentives, which our department has been exploring. But first, a note on an error in the background section of our staff report, where it refers to the board having adopted a resolution to dedicate year-end fund balance for the acquisition of ag conservation easements. This was on June 19th, 2018. And in fact, the board considered but did not adopt this resolution, instead voting to direct County Council to return to the board with a modified resolution, specifically with options relating to the definition of, quote, new locally derived and unrestricted revenues for the general fund. A supplemental memo was submitted this morning to correct this inaccuracy and provide additional background on this subject. Now, on to the item itself. There will not be a slideshow accompanying my brief presentation here. However, if it's helpful during Q&A, I can bring up some of the summary tables or some background slides upon request.
Thank you.
So on December 14th, 2021, the board adopted general plan and zoning ordinance amendments to create the Coyote Valley Climate Resilience Combining District. The board also directed the department to report back on the feasibility of developing financial incentives applicable within the newly adopted combining district. 4 types of voluntary financial incentives for property owners were recommended for consideration in Coyote Valley. Number 1, preservation funding. Number 2, open space contracts. Number 3, a new grant program. And 4, a climate resilience credits program. Staff evaluated these 4 types of incentives according to feasibility, cost, and impact, assigning a 1 to 5 point scale for each potential program in each category. And in evaluating impact and feasibility, staff looked to similar programs administered by the county, especially those related to implementation of the Santa Clara Valley Ag Plan. With the exception of preservation funding, these are largely novel incentive programs untested in other jurisdictions, making the evaluation of cost more difficult, especially in the case of open space contracts and the credits program. Whereas preservation funding and the new grant program evaluated would cost only so much as would be allocated by the county to those programs. With this in mind, staff relied largely on evaluating these programs in relation to one another. Further development of any of these programs, I should say, would undoubtedly yield more tangible insights into the feasibility, cost, and impact, which would be prior to any board adoption or implementation. So based on this review, the department's recommendation is to focus on preservation funding, specifically the development and implementation of a program focused on a buy, protect, sell model in Coyote Valley. And staff's recommendation is also to pursue an open space contract program building off the existing county program, which allows property owners to convert Williamson Act contracts into open space easements. Today, staff is seeking direction from the board on which, if any, of these 4 incentive programs should be pursued. Should the board direct staff to proceed with development of one or more of these incentives, the department will get to work and will return with draft program policies and guidelines for further review and consideration by the board. And that concludes our presentation. We're now available for any questions.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. Supervisor Lee, you okay with hearing from our 2 members of the public first?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Colin, 1 minute each.
The next speaker is Brian Schmidt. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Go ahead, Brian.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Brian Schmidt here with Green Foothills. We urge the board to move ahead with financial incentives for Coyote Valley to support buying agricultural conservation easements and to continue working on the Agricultural Resilience Incentive Grant Program and the new Climate Resilience Program. We support staff work done to date, and we encourage moving the process forward. We want to thank county staff for the work done on all this to date, but there is no time to rest on laurels. Coyote Valley still faces threats from piecemeal development. Voluntary financial incentives are appropriate counterparts to zoning and general plan designation changes. But possibly even more important than which of these programs move forward is that they are adequately funded. We strongly urge the supervisors to carry through on these initiatives that they have already started to protect Coyote Valley, and then to fund the programs that will enhance Coyote Valley as an environmental gem that is protected for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Mark Landgraf. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Mark Landgraf, Santa Clara Valley Open Space Authority. The authority is in strong support of the recommendations outlined in the staff report. We applaud staff for their work on these incentives and agree with the prioritization of the preservation funding and open space contracts incentives suggested in the report. Both are important tools to protect farmland, and with that, the local food sources and natural infrastructure that farmland has on it. As the staff report describes, the original preservation funding allocation of $5 million is anticipated to be exhausted this year, and another allocation will be crucial. We suggest additionally, if resources can be made available either from within the county or from external sources, that the grant program, as outlined in the staff report, also be pursued. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
And that concludes our request to speak.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Lee, then Supervisor Chavez, then I've got some comments of my own, and then hopefully we'll get to a vote. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. I just, first of all, I want to thank staff for a very comprehensive report on these different type of incentives for the climate resilience.
We're waiting for a while. I can bring some.
Somebody's got Mr. Sepulveda. David, thank
Sure.
you. Go ahead, for Supervisor Lee.
Sure. So I was just want to thank staff for the good work you've put together. All 4 recommendations are all very important, I think. And at this point, I just wanted to clarify with staff, as the report stated, currently there's no impact to the general fund whatsoever on any one of these 4, right? So if we were to ask for staff to come back to us, that's when the cost estimates will be in the next report, correct?
Through the president, that's correct. We're looking for direction explicitly on which, if any, of these incentive programs to further pursue or develop.
Right, exactly. And right now, the recommendation technically is for really the first 2 based on the points being assigned as the most feasible and probably less cost. But then again, based on further study, these numbers could change too, correct?
That's correct.
Through the chair, this is the director,
Yes,
Jacqueline. Yes, that is correct, Supervisor Lee.
Okay, thank you. So in that case, if that's appropriate, Mr. President, I would like to make a motion to follow the recommendations, but not just the first 2, but actually for all 4 of these programs for further study. And then when staff comes back, we'll have a better idea of what the cost implications would be and feasibility. And at that point, we could then pick and choose which one makes sense. So that'll be my motion.
And I would second that. I just have one request to add to it.
Please.
And we have the cost and feasibilities done in the chart on page 2, but the reason for you wanting them to do the grant program, the climate resiliency, is because you think something could change, Supervisor Lee, between now and when they do that?
Correct, yeah. Once we have more information, I think we will be able to learn more and have a better understanding of the true cost implications at the end of the day.
Okay, Jacqueline and Michael, on the item that Supervisor Lee just brought up, do you have any additional comments?
I do not. Michael, to you?
Only that some of these programs, in particular, I would say the development of a new grant program would require significant staff resources. And so in particular, pursuing all 4, I'm not sure that we have a timeline on when we could bring back program development, the development of program guidelines for all 4 of these, in particular, looking at administering the grant program, as well as the climate resilience credits program, which is largely being directed from a collaboration of outside parties that we've been participating in. With that said, I'll also just add that the Agricultural Resilience Incentive Grant Program, or RA Grant Program, which will be coming back in the form of a report back to the board, I believe at next meeting, has been a great success. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to continue to look at that type of program. However, I'll just add that it has also been taken a great deal of staff resources and time to develop and administer that program. So I would just add that the only limitation here, although it may not be in terms of impact to the general fund, would be in terms of staff resources.
And Supervisor Lee, that's why I brought that up, because they had done their ratings on a 1 through 5 scale. But if it's still your wish and there's still 3 people that want them to reassess after what Michael's just said, then that's the direction we'll go.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
And just as a follow-up to that, what I would also be interested in is what, if any, external partner could lead in these areas. I don't want to assume this all has to be us. Sure. And I don't think necessarily it should be. And then just 2 other issues that I wanted to add. One is that, you know, with high-speed rail coming in and our partnership with the Habitat Conservation Plan, I am very interested in whether or not we also have the opportunity to designate parts of Coyote Valley to be recipients of resources from the the mitigation funds that are coming out. And I think part of that is a legislative designation. And so if we could do a little homework on that, I think it would require us to work with Steve and his team on government relations. But in other parts of the state, I understand that they've designated areas to receive resources, and that might be another way for us to get a more concentrated source of funds for the higher grade property or the higher grade value where you have soils that are of a higher grade. So I add that because in a conversation I was having with former Senator Jim Bell, he was very interested in the work that we were looking at doing in the Coyote Valley area, and that was one of his recommendations. So let's find external partners. We don't have to do everything, and then let's see whether or not there's a legislative remedy that might allow us to take what could be a significant influx of resources. I'm sorry, not just from high-speed rail, but also in our partnership with the Santa Clara Valley Water. Santa Clara Valley Water. Yeah, Santa Clara Valley Water with the Anderson Dam project.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got a motion and a second. I've got a couple of comments that I want to bring up with Michael and Jacqueline. I don't see hands raised by Supervisor Ellenberger submitting them, so I'll go ahead. Michael, you brought up that 2018 numerous meetings that we had and getting the set aside money and the Kialas and all the other people that came forward that wanted to buy into our program of ag easements to run with the property in perpetuity. And it gave them some money on what they were losing out on by not developing it. If they still own the property, they could still sell the property. Their relatives could still inherit the property. And we ensured that farming was going on and on. You made a correction at the very beginning of your speech, and I keep looking over here, Michael, because you're the fourth row down on my screen, but I'll try and look here. So you made a comment, I would have lost a dollar bet. That's all I do is dollar bets, but I would have lost a dollar bet that we had voted on the dollars. Dr. Smith had located certain fund of, if there were dollars left over, we could put dollars into this fund up to $20 million a year. And I think the first or second year we got the $5 million, and we never got any more since. And as president of the, not president, chair of the Habitat Conservation Authority that went through all these meetings with Supervisor Simidian and Hewlett, and we came to this great plan, and we had a number of farmers that wanted to accept our great plan. I understand this, Michael, is going for Coyote Valley. Is that correct? And it does not apply to South County farmers?
Well, it's South County farmers certainly are in Coyote Valley. So this would be a subset, really. If you're looking back to the agricultural resource area that we designated in the agricultural plan, there were a number of sub areas. Coyote Valley is one of them. So certainly this, the recommended incentive program to allocate preservation funding for Coyote Valley would be for agricultural conservation easements in the same fashion that you're familiar with from our work with the task force.
So the program we're voting on today does include potential resources for farmers, say, outside of Gilroy?
No. So this would be the confusion perhaps is that we're referencing that program that was discussed during the ag plan, which was for the entire unincorporated area. That was just a reference in the background section of this report. But the item before you today is specific to that new combining district for Coyote Valley alone.
So just to be clear, so Coyote Valley would not include San Martin or the unincorporated areas around Gilroy. And that was planned 4 years ago. Supervisor Smitty and I, through Hewlett, spent all that time on, and you did all that analysis and appraisals of land and came up with dollar amounts and negotiating. And we had, I don't know, half dozen farmers wanting to participate in the plan. And the plan never got funded any year since, because apparently we didn't vote on it. And now this plan today is a similar ag preservation plan but does not include the farmers that we had voted on to do this with before?
That's correct. It would not include the farmers outside of Coyote Valley. I should say that there are a great deal of farmland property owners in Coyote Valley that are interested in participating, but this program would not include those in San Martin or outside Gilroy or elsewhere.
Okay, and can this program, through a board motion, can we vote to include farmers, ag land in Santa Clara County, unincorporated areas?
Certainly, yeah. And I should say that our staff continues to work on the development of a more comprehensive agricultural conservation easement program. And Coyote Valley is a priority area within that. Should the board choose, it could allocate funds specifically for preservation within Coyote Valley within this new combining district that's been adopted, or an allocation for the agricultural conservation easement program at large, which would encompass other areas of the unincorporated.
Thank you.
As
Thank
well.
you. So board members, newer and older, reading from page 3 of the staff report, on June 12, 2019, the board approved the establishment of a one-time reserve for agricultural conservation easements in the amount of $5 million to fund the purchase of ACEs in Santa Clara County. And what we never apparently did, and what Michael appropriately corrected at the very beginning of this meeting, was the board never voted on that to set money that was the set aside money left over each year to go into that fund. So the fund would build up and we could buy properties. And we had lots of farmers that wanted to participate in this program, but we didn't have the money. Dr. Smith?
I just wanted to clarify for the board, there's nothing in this action that is an appropriation. So if the board decides that they want appropriation, we'll have to come back and it'll have to come out of the general fund.
Okay, and I'm not looking for anything different. I'm just looking for unincorporated farmland in Santa Clara County to be eligible to participate so that we can preserve ag land wherever it may be in Santa Clara County.
I just want to make sure you understand there's no money to do that.
In the program that we're voting on now?
Right. This is not an appropriation. It's merely a discussion of the program.
Okay. So Supervisor Lee, what I'm asking as far as discussion of the program is that as it gets further vetted and discussed, looking for areas for revenues to come in, that it doesn't draw a hard line that is Coyote Valley, when 4 years ago, we told all these farmers we were going to do this, we didn't do it. And now we're doing a new program which excludes them. Supervisor Chavez.
You know, one of the things that I think we could ask staff to come back with is a prioritization, because I think that's the question you're asking about, Mike, and that makes a lot of sense to me. I will also say that, I looked back at the actions that we took, and they were actually even a little more disconnected, Supervisor Wasserman, from the work that went to Hewlett, in part because we were having a discussion more broadly about whether or not we would put a sales tax on the ballot, and if so, what would we be using that revenue for? And one of the things we talked about was having a consistent funding pool for the purchase of agricultural land, or protection of it, I should just say, in South County. So what I would say to address the concern you're raising is, why not let staff give us feedback on how they would prioritize the programming relative to the different, prioritize the land acquisition strategy relative to the type of program that they would be looking at under each of the options they gave us.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. If it's the majority of the board's will that be included, which would be all unincorporated farmland in Santa Clara County, and then come back to us with your thoughts on most important ag land. I'm all for that. Does the motion maker agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Supervisor, you seconded the motion, I believe. and you just came up with the idea, so I'm assuming you agree with it. If there's no further discussion, let's have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
I'm sorry, I did hear from the public. Thank you. Go ahead.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 34, Dr. Day regarding lead screening in juvenile hall and James Ranch.
Okay, very good. Good afternoon, Chair Wasserman and Supervisors. This is Eureka Day again, Director of Custody Health Services, and I'm here to provide a brief verbal report and answer questions in response to Supervisor Chavez's referral regarding lead screening of youth in juvenile hall and William James Ranch. The referral came behind the timely airborne lead study of Reed Hillview Airport by Dr. Sami Zaran, where a reference was cited that linked childhood lead exposure to higher incidence of juvenile delinquency in adolescents. And the board asked Custody Health Services to address several different items to include standards of care, protocols, mechanisms for lead screening, resource needs, resources of funding, outreach activities, and as well as related legislation and or local funding allocations that can be used to support this effort. And due to the probation department and juvenile courts being the holder of the information for juvenile detainees, this referral was also shared with them to include Judge Clark and juvenile leaders, Chief Garnett, and Deputy Chief Burchard. Custody Health Services considered an equity health lens in framing a response to this referral to include the dynamics of purpose, power, people, place, and process, respectively. In addition, we considered those already established county statutes and state statutes, regulations, standards, and protocols to include federal guidelines and the national protocols and practices espoused by the American Academy of Pediatrics. And I have with me today my esteemed colleague, Dr. Shelley Agarwal, who will take lead on answering any questions that you may have. Dr. Agarwal is our Medical Director for Juvenile Custody Health Services. She's a pediatrician and adolescent medicine subspecialist and an affiliate faculty member for Stanford School of Medicine. And we'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the staff for their report. And I'm going to just make a motion that the staff establish the criteria and workflows for lead screening in juvenile hall and the ranch, and that the screening, should be made available to youth if they would like to opt in and get tested, and that we begin this program no later than the fall of this next year, which would be September.
I'll second.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. Seconded. We have a motion and a second. No members of the public. We can go to a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian. We'll come back to Supervisor Simidian. Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
And President Wasserman.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. We move on to item 36. DA Rosen presenting regarding a one-year report on the Children's Advocacy Center, and DA Rosen has become James Given Shapiro.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to share my
James,
screen.
James, if you can hold 1 minute. Supervisor Chavez, did you have an additional comment?
Apologize. Nope. Thank you.
No worries. James, go right ahead.
I'm sharing my screen now, so hopefully you can see it. First of all, thank you, everyone. I'm James Given Shapiro. I'm an assistant district attorney at the DA's office. I'm joined by Children's Advocacy Center Program Manager Jennifer Putoff and Children's Advocacy Center Medical Director Marlena Sturm. And it's a huge thank you that we have to the Board of Supervisors and to Dr. Smith. Your support has resulted in a huge success for the county. For fiscal year 2021, the Board of Supervisors provided the funding to renovate most of the first floor at 455 O'Connor, near O'Connor Hospital, and to move all the agencies that do work with abused and neglected children all into that space. And on April 19th of 2021, 1 year ago today, we opened our doors under budget. And in that 1 year since we opened, we've changed the model for how providing services to abused and neglected children in our county works. Before, children and their families had to go from place to place to place to get the services they needed from all the different agencies with, we admit to say, poor connections between those siloed agencies. And now today, we're all together under one roof, and that means that we have police, medical, victim advocacy, Department of Family and Children's Services, all together providing work collaboratively to serve the needs of these sexually and physically abused children. I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer Putoff to talk a little bit more specifically about the success we've had.
Thank you, JGS. The CAC multidisciplinary team has accomplished several milestone activities in our first year of operation, with a large focus on designing our infrastructure and workflows in alignment with national accreditation standards for CACs. And through this design process, we launched new case tracking management software, hosted countywide trainings for law enforcement professionals and other protection agencies, developed marketing and outreach materials, including our website, and branded resource materials for CAC clients and their families. You can go to the next slide. At the CAC, we provide expert and compassionate care for youth in the aftermath of abuse. Referrals for appointments at the CAC come from two main sources, including local law enforcement and DFCS. The CAC is open Monday through Friday from 8 to 5 by appointment, as well as evenings and weekends for urgent exams or interviews. On-site services at the CAC include our child and adolescent forensic medical examinations, forensic interviewing, and victim advocacy through the YWCA, Community Solutions, and the District Attorney's Office of Victim Services Unit. These agencies offer immediate crisis intervention, peer counseling, court accompaniment, and victim support, including linkages and referrals to therapy services and case management. You can go to the next slide. Since opening in April of 2019 through the end of March 2022, the CAC provided 431 forensic interviews in partnership with 13 law enforcement agencies, including the FBI and Homeland Security. This is a 15% increase in forensic interviews from 2021. We provided 435 specialized medical exams for youth survivors of sexual assault, physical abuse, and neglect. This is a 49% increase from the year prior. And just in the last 2 months, the medical team has already tripled the total number of medical encounters in comparison to last year. 273 individuals from stakeholder agencies received training and education, and CAC clients, including siblings and protected family members, received 1,232 incidences of advocacy services. This is a 175% increase in confidential victim advocacy services since 2021. Go to the next slide. This graph represents the number of referrals for forensic interviews at the CAC by law enforcement agency from May 2021 through the end of March 2022. The San Jose Police Department providing 73% of the 431 total referrals. You can go to the next slide. The following graphs on this slide represent the total number of forensic interviews per month by allegation type, with sexual abuse making up 86% of the number of interviews conducted. 46% of the youth who had a forensic interview at the CAC were between the ages of 13 to 18, 35% between the ages of 7 to 12, and 19% between the ages of 0 to 6. You can go to the next slide. Since the transition of the medical team at the Center for Child Protection on the Santa Clara County Valley Medical Campus to the CAC in April 2021, we've seen a 49% increase in medical encounters for physical and sexual abuse, as well as neglect. This increase is largely a result of the increased coordination, collaboration, and co-location of investigative services working in tandem with the medical services on site. You can go to the next slide. In this figure 5, you can see the breakdown of medical encounters by allegation type, with Q4 showing an increase in encounters for children seen for sexual abuse. Again, this is largely a result of the effective coordination and co-locations of services at the CAC. And in figures 6 and 7, overall demographics of the clients seen medically are largely Spanish-speaking population, making up 62% of the total medical encounters, and 58% of the kids seen were between the ages of 0 to 6. We'll go to the next slide. And client, caregiver, and stakeholder voice at the CAC is incredibly important to the work we do. And at the end of each visit, both caregivers and youth are provided with the opportunity to complete an anonymous survey, which looks at client satisfaction, as well as questions regarding trauma-informed care and healing. And just to highlight, our CAC has outranked other accredited centers from across the country with 90% or higher satisfaction rating from caregivers across all domains in the survey, as well as an 80% or higher satisfaction rating from youth. You can go to the next slide. And when youth were asked about what they liked most about the CAC, majority of our youth responded that the staff were kind, understanding, and they really liked our snacks. We also asked our caregivers if there were any additional services that could be available at the CAC for yourself or for your child, what would that be? And 87% reported they asked for therapy or counseling on site. Go to the next slide.
So looking ahead to year 2, with your support, we're going to be, first of all, meeting that request of our the survivors and their families. We are planning to have on-site mental health services. We want to expand the capacity of our community-based organization partners to meet the needs of the increasing number of children that we're seeing. We want to expand the capacity to do forensic interviewing for the increasing number of kids that we're seeing. We want to expand the professional development that we're doing for law enforcement to make sure that they're using the best practices when they're interacting with kids. And we're going to be working with First Five and other partners for new programs to prevent child sexual abuse. So thank you so much for your time. And Dr. Sturm, Jennifer, and I are available for your questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to start with Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I just wanted to, sometimes as we do these report outs, especially as it gets to the end of the day, we can miss the really important things. And there are 2 important issues I want to raise. One is that I really want to acknowledge the leadership of the entire team, and Dr. Sturm and James in particular, and Jennifer, welcome to the team, and also to Casey. And the reason I just want to say a very special thank you is I think sometimes we forget how important leadership is, how important tenacity is to getting the work done that we most want to get done. So thank you for that. Dr. Smith, one thing that I have been raising as it relates both to the VASC and to the Child Advocacy Center is that one of the most important elements of both of these programs is that they are so client-centered that we've worked through and continue to work through the clashes between the different cultures of all the organizations that provide services. And I don't want to underestimate how difficult that is to do. But Dr. Smith, you've been very focused on this idea around how we get to a just culture and how do we change the culture of the county. And one of the recommendations that I would like to make after seeing the Child Advocacy Center at the VASC and soon the Child Diagnostic Center is because those centers are full integration with multiple partners in them, but they are geographically isolated. I think this is a very good time for us to research what's working in them, to do an assessment of that, and then to look at how that fits into the just culture work overall that you've been doing, because I think there may be a way for us to, working with all of our partners and our bargaining units, to really infuse the just culture, but do it both geographically and interagency collaboration. So that's kind of a big picture to how we move a 22,000 person organization in bite-sized chunks to get the kind of outcome we want.
Thank you.
Dr. Smith, I don't know if you have any comments on that.
Dr. Smith.
Yes, I do have a couple of comments. I think your insights are actually totally on point. I really want to thank all the partners, Jennifer and James and Marlene and Casey, for building this very important CAC, obviously with the support and advocacy from the board. I think they really...
Excuse me, Dr. Smith. There you go. Go ahead, Dr. Smith.
They've really all created exactly what we wanted, which was, like you say, a multidisciplinary cooperative environment where we get the best care possible for our clients, and we should be able to replicate that throughout the county. It is a little bit bittersweet. I love the fact that we have a great team doing great work. I love the fact that we're being able to provide more services. But I hate the fact that we need to provide more services because fundamentally, this great team would love to be out of business if they could. So we take your point, Supervisor, very internally, and we'll try to do as much of the same model as we can throughout the entire county.
And thank you for those thoughts. And I just have one other thing to share. And Dr. Sturm asked me if, how I felt about this the other day. She said, I hope this is something you feel good about. And it really is. I think, Dr. Smith, you're exactly right. It's bittersweet, but it's extremely powerful to see services moving in the right direction for kids, because one thing we know is that being a victim of a crime is one of the leading indicators for being a victim of crimes later. And so the earlier we can get in and really, impede the cycle, the better. And so this is really not just part of our intervention, but a deep, deep part of our prevention, because we can support families through these processes. So thanks again for all of your good work. And we look forward to, to what the expansion will look like. I would just say that I'm interested in the culture getting set prior to our expansion, because I think it will help the expansion a great deal.
Thank you. Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you so much. I'm going to briefly just pile on, because I think that this really is so important. And first, want to thank everybody that worked so hard to bring the CAC to fruition in our county. I had the opportunity to join Supervisors Chavez and Lee, as well as many county department members and community members at the 1-year anniversary yesterday, celebrating the CAC. And the model where the child and their family are served in a holistic way is not only practical, but as others have acknowledged, so much more effective in reducing the instances of compounding trauma. I wholly agree with Supervisor Chavez, who said both yesterday and a moment ago that this is how we should be providing services to our community. This high utilization reflects the support of the collaborative model. And when all of the involved parties can see each other's work, law enforcement, forensic, advocacy, medical, mental health, and social service providers, we compound their collective impact and give kids, the children and their families, the support that they need. So I just want to really echo everything in my urging to Dr. Smith to continue to think about this model and the benefits that it has for not only for the clients, but for all of the providers to really feel that they are part of the team, to understand not just their piece, but how the entire system works, and to be able to notice and acknowledge gaps and figure out how we can constantly be improving. So James and Dr. Sturm and Jennifer, nice to meet you. And the whole team that made this happen, just kudos and gratitude. Thank you.
Wonderful. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. Exactly. Everything has been said by my colleague. I cannot agree more, and really want to congratulate our staff for this great work they have done at the Children's Advocacy Center. One data point I just want to highlight is that the centers offered 435 specialized medical exams for youth survivors of sexual assault, physical abuse, and neglect. This represents a 50% increase in number of exams and medical encounters since 2021. And in the last 2 months, that number, I learned, has tripled. Now, at first, when I heard that, I was so concerned that, oh my gosh, our abused and neglected children tripled this past year. Isn't that awful? But actually, this has shown that we are finally able to capture all those with the needs and not let them fall through the cracks of the stovepipe of the system previously. And this is clearly a result of effective coordination, collaboration with this type of one-stop model and the synergistic effect. So I just want to say, I'm very glad to have attended the one-year birthday party for the center and for all the departments, everyone involved with the Children's Application Center under the leadership of the District Attorney's Office and everybody else. Please keep up the amazing work. Thank you very much for having us yesterday.
Thank you. And I'll close. Oops. Dr. Sturm, did you wish to say something?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
So first of all, I just want to very quickly add my thanks to the Board of Supervisors and Dr. Smith for your extraordinary support this last year and most recently for approving the robust ask we had for behavioral health at not just the Children's Advocacy Center, but also connected to the Spark Clinic, which will be upstairs by the end of the year, and also the Diagnostic Center, which will be upstairs by the end of the year. So this, honestly, this is the jewel in the crown. It's the piece that we were really, really missing and frankly, often aching about. So we're very, very grateful to you all for approving on-site behavioral health. It's just so very important. With regards to the numbers going up, I just want to highlight that extraordinary increase reflects our relationship with San Jose PD, which has just been a glorious thing this last year to watch that relationship improve and for us to really learn to work with one another for the sake of protecting kids. The flip side of that is there are 12 other law enforcement agencies in Santa Clara County. And we have not, although all of those agencies are participating at the CAC and we're very grateful for their collaboration, we don't yet have the same level of, we are looking to work to build that relationship in this year. But I just wanted to give you all a heads up because it means not only will our numbers go up again very significantly in 2022 and 23.
Doctor, we're losing you. Can you hear me, Dr. Sturm? We cannot hear you. So I'm going to use this opportunity to make my comments, and if the doctor comes back, we'll let her finish her comments. James, mine are directed to you and to Jeff. It was several years ago when
also our need for staffing is going to go up as we try to accommodate all of those cases. And again, thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Sturm. We missed a lot of what you said in the last 60 seconds, but the gist of the matter was, thank you, Board of Supervisors, and we're doing an awesome job, and you love what you're doing. Good. All right. So, James, just to finish up with you, it was several years back, came up with the idea of the reentry center, and Javier took it and ran with it, and we did one in San Jose, and then we realized the next most necessary place for one to be was Gilroy, and the Family Justice Center. I have that down. I'm starting to make up a list of things that have been accomplished by this board over the last 12 years. And I have the Family Justice Center as one of those items. And it started out in San Jose, and then you got locations in North County and South County. And that Family Justice Center was a one-stop shop where an abused, most of the time it's a woman, but an abused spouse and or children could wait for the husband to go away and then go to one place and not have to return home to domestic abuse or any other kind of abuse. And so I did a little list of Family Justice Center services and the Children's Advocacy Center. And there's 4 services that overlap and there's 6 that are brand new. My long history report there, all in 60 seconds, is I think what you and all those involved with you, Dr. Sturm included, and Jennifer included, and everybody else. I think what you're doing is God's work. I think what you're doing is wonderful, awesome, super, and I want you to look for opportunities of some sort. I don't know if it's collaborating with the Family Justice Center. I don't know if it's what, but looking for some sort to make access, as Supervisor Chavez also brought up, access easier, because the items at the Children Advocacy Center, the issues that the CAC is dealing with go from Los Altos to Gilroy. So thank you for what you've done, and don't stop here. Thank you very much. And board members, all we needed to do was receive a report, so I'm going to consider it received. We're now going to move on.
We do have a couple of speakers on that item.
Oh, we do. Thank you. Colin, go right ahead. 1 minute each.
Next speaker is Irvish. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much. I think I wanted to acknowledge the fact about the CAC's program, but I also wanted to acknowledge about the level of understanding that kids would have to cultivate, and as well as the Children's Advocacy Center and the education, and as well as the type of a trainer, or I would say the type of a counselor, because in terms of a CAC, when we are providing a referendum to children, it is important that we provide a specification or that what type of a treatment, what type of a care, what type of education, what kind of a wellness is going to be provided to the kids who require such attention at early age, especially for the orphans, also for the kids who has gone through the child abuse, sexual harassment, as well as having been going through the emotional phases. It is important that they are providing the right care and as well as the right resources from the right person. So that.
The next speaker is Lindsay Mansfield. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Mansfield, and I'm with YWCA Golden Gate, Silicon Valley. Thank you so much for your support of the Children's Advocacy Center and your understanding of the vision. James, Jennifer, Mary Ritter, and many others have been relentless in their efforts to see that children and families have the resources and services that they deserve. The Children's Advocacy Center is a place of comfort, care, and healing at a time of great distress. This is in large part because of the attention, care, and collaboration that occurs amongst partners. The increase in reporting and connection to services is actually a sign that something is working. The CAC is crucial in intervening in the cycle and preventing further abuse and trauma, as I know a couple of you mentioned, and it's very important. Thank you so much for your time and consideration of further supporting this vital programming.
The next speaker is Erica Elliott. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to thank you, everybody, for your support and increase for the expansion of supportive services and training at the Children's Advocacy Center. I also want to thank Dr. Sturm, James, Casey, Jennifer, Mary, and many others for all of their hard work in launching and ensuring the Child Advocacy Center has a successful first year. This funding is here to help serve survivors and their families and ensure everyone that walks through the doors of the Children's Advocacy Center has access to services and robust support to the criminal justice system, and they're empowered through these services. So again, I just want to thank everybody for their vision, strength, and empowerment through all of the past year. And thank you for all of the hard work and advocacy. Thank you again.
And that concludes our request to speak.
Thank you, Colin. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor, oh, wait a minute. This was the receipt.
Oh, excuse me, no vote
motion.
needed.
Yeah.
Yep, the item 36 is received. Now we turn to item 37. James, are you doing this one too? No, who's doing this one?
David Angel, I think, is speaking to this one. And
All right,
David, I think he's on the line.
Just 1 second. Supervisor Chavez, your hand is raised.
I was just going to say it was David Angel.
Oh, thank you very much. In my staff.
I hope, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. All right, well, so I'm sorry, Supervisor, I sort of interrupted you. Are you ready for me to proceed now?
Yes, please.
All right, terrific. Well, I can see even indirectly, you all have had a very long day. So let me see if I can assist you both by being brief, but also by summarizing what this is about, because I know you've had a dizzying amount of matters to kind of master. So essentially, what the board asked our office to report back about really stemmed from a widely reported incident out of San Francisco, where a woman was a victim in a case, in a sexual assault case, in a certain year. And as part of that investigation, there was what is often called the SART exam, but in any case, DNA was taken uploaded into the lab's database. Let me be clear, not our lab, but in San Francisco. And then in a subsequent year, there was a DNA profile that was taken from another crime unrelated to it. And then because of that, there was a match that was made between the DNA profile from the new crime and the DNA she had uploaded. Now, this is extremely problematic. I think all of us can tell why, but just to emphasize, you really don't want to set up a situation where victims of a crime are going to be disincentivized from cooperating with law enforcement, with the prosecutor, with forensic in their own case. You don't want to give them that unfair choice that if you want to seek justice in your own case, you might risk being pulled up in a case years later. So when we heard about this, fortunately, so naturally the question arises, well, could that happen here, and what should we do to make sure it doesn't? There's more details in the report that I've lodged, but the bottom line answer is something like that really can't or shouldn't. I can't think of any way that it would happen here. And the reason is we have very strict protocols that prohibit uploading. It's rather a very limited list of who can be uploaded to what's called the Q&A database. And it explicitly excludes victims and also witnesses, because we don't want to put witnesses in a situation where they have a choice of helping, witness a crime and cooperating, but then later being caught up with it. So I can't see any way that it could happen here. One question of concern was I aware of laws or other regulations that govern this? And I am not. Here it's governed by our own protocols that are publicly available, and I think I gave an excerpt for. It is my understanding that Supervisor Scott Wiener is proposing legislation that is largely consistent. I mean, it's not quite as robust as our policy, but it would achieve more or less the same aims. So I have a feeling going forward there will be state law on this, but certainly for now in our own county, I don't see any way that it could happen, and it certainly is prohibited. So I can give more details on how these databases work, but I know it's been a long day and it might not be directly relevant to what you're considering. So I'll open myself up for questions, but I'm happy to expand on that.
Thank you, David. I appreciate that. And this is received report as the prior ones were. The first hand I saw was Supervisor Chavez, then Supervisor Lee.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say how much I appreciate the staff doing this work. And I had requested it in part because I was concerned that the announcement and the coverage that San Francisco case got may keep people from reporting these crimes. And so I just wanted to make sure we went on the record. I was certain we weren't doing that, but I appreciated the protocols being reviewed and our reaffirmation of the really ethical standards that our crime lab has, especially dealing with the sensitive information of victims. So thank you, David, and to the district attorney's office for jumping on this so quickly.
Thank you,
Supervisor. I can assure you, if there was anyone who was more insistent on an answer than you, it was the DA the morning that the story broke. So you were not the first person to inquire about it.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Yes, I just want to echo that comment from my colleague, Supervisor Chavez, and the fact that there's a confirmation from you that our crime lab just does not upload victim, witness, and the consensual partner DNA. And because by not doing that, this just couldn't happen here, right?
That is, no, listen, I've been a public servant long enough that I almost feel like it's jinx to say that nothing can ever happen, that it almost guarantees some mistake is made. But I really can't see of how it could. It's not part of our protocol. And let me, a little bit unrelated, but if you'll allow me, I really want to give a shout out to the terrific, I just think in this county, we tend to develop a very deep bench of people who are thoughtful. And at our crime lab, this policy, like, as I said, there was no law saying you had to do it. This was the forward thinking of individuals at the crime lab who were really thinking critically about this years before anything like this broke. And so I'm just very grateful for their good work. But listening today to various departments report, it's you just sometimes feel really proud that you can be working with such folks and organizations. So I do want to pass the credit on to them.
Super. Thank you. Thank you all. This was received report, so we will consider received. David, nice job. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Now moving on to 38 and 39, and it was asked that these be heard together. So 38 is supposed to be the DA's office, and that's, don't know who's gonna come up. There's Patrick. I think.
Yeah.
And Patrick, we've got you for 38. And for 39, it says Rocio. So we will listen to both of you now for 38 and 39. And that leaves us with about 5 items left, board members. Go right ahead.
Thank you, members of the board. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's
Big and bold. Almost looks like Berkeley.
there. We go. There we go. Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Van Eer. I'm the lead prosecutor for the District Attorney's Office Human Exploitation Unit. I'm also on the steering committee for the Light 2.0 Task Force, our County Human Trafficking Task Force. I want to first begin by thanking our partners with the South Bay Coalition to End Human Trafficking, specifically Director Sharon Denoa, Juvenile Probation Department, local law enforcement agencies, Community Solutions, YWCA, Golden Gate, Silicon Valley, and Department of Family and Children's Services for furnishing data and information as part of this report. This report was generated as part of a larger report back and recommendations from the November 19th, 2021 meeting of the Human Trafficking Commission. And it summarizes basically some of the work that we're doing and emerging trends that we're seeing in the county on human trafficking. Now, in 2020, the county saw a decrease in the number of county law enforcement personnel dedicated to victim recovery and human trafficking investigations. And also that year, the District Attorney's Office assumed operational control of the County Human Trafficking Task Force and began to create what we now know to be the Light 2.0 County Human Trafficking Task Force. And in a short period of time, Light 2.0 has greatly leveraged existing resources, has built partnerships, and successfully sought out outside funding to enhance the Santa Clara County human trafficking initiatives. Now, over the last several years, we've noticed a variety of trends and have diverted resources to focus on these trends, but 2 emerging trends that Light Task Force presented to the Human Trafficking Commission back in November involved the growing online market for commercial sex trafficking that we're seeing in the county and intersections between substance use and sex trafficking, and particularly concerned for the impact of opioids and the overdose rates that we're seeing in the county today. Now, the emerging trend in terms of online sex trafficking has been particularly alarming, and it underscores the need for more robust resources, both for our investigative and our prosecution efforts. And the first involved the proliferation of dozens of online commercial sex websites and platforms known to engage in the exploitation of both adult women and of children. As shown in this slide, these websites allow traffickers to post ads.
Patrick, can you go to slide 4?
Sure.
Because your slides haven't been moving.
Okay, this is slide 4.
Yeah, you're
Yes.
still on the first slide.
On your screen.
Okay.
You have your slides in the far left column, but the only thing in the middle of the screen is your title, your first page.
Oh, it's not, they're not moving, they're not advancing.
They're
No.
not.
Okay, let's try it again.
But you're on slide 4.
There you go.
All right, great.
I don't know what number that.
He's on 5. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. So what we see here is the proliferation of online commercial sex ads. And as discussed in the report, we saw a proliferation of these ads back in 2018 as a known platform that covered the majority of online sex ads in the world. Backpage.com was shut down, and dozens more sort of filled the gap and began to infiltrate the market And what we saw was a definite increase in the amount of exploitation, both for adults as well as for minors. Did the next slide advance? Hopefully it did. So what we've noticed in terms of emerging trends,
No, it didn't,
No,
Patrick.
you're on slide 5 right now. And I
Good.
think you're talking about slide 6.
Okay, let's start here. How about that?
There you go.
All right, we'll do it this way. So last year, in focusing on this information, we actually studied the number of online sex ads that are actually advertising within cities in Santa Clara County. And between December of 2020 and June of 2021, we learned that Santa Clara County showed an average of 4,500 ads per week in the cities in Santa Clara County. And based on certain indicators, we believe 750 of those ads depicted commercially sexually exploited children or minors. And this was certainly an alarming figure that we noticed, and it's certainly consistent with what we see. And these ads, they specifically can market in particular cities, and I'm showing in this particular slide, Private Delights, where there's a link for San Jose ads in particular, but there's dozens of platforms like Private Delights that are advertising specifically in cities in Santa Clara County every day, and on average 4,500 ads per week. Now we've done several investigations over the years, and I've highlighted a few of these investigations in my report. This particular slide shows a 3-year investigation that we've conducted, in which, just to hit the highlights, one particular cell advertised more than 400 advertisements involving hundreds of women on Backpage.com and CityVibe.com in just a 3-year period of time. And then they moved and pivoted to create their own website where they advertised hundreds of women more. The next slide shows just some recent operations where the Light Task Force data mined local ads and identified victims for recovery, as well as identified both sex buyers as well as individuals who were trafficking. And so it just, again, underscores the need and the work that we're doing right now to try to identify specifically exploitation from these particular platforms. Now, we also discussed the intersection of substance use and human trafficking. And it is certainly an alarming trend that we're seeing, where drug use is a vulnerability characteristic that traffickers look to for both recruitment, grooming, and control of their victims. Data from both the district attorney's office, cases that are being prosecuted, as well as data from juvenile probation, identifying CSEC cases, demonstrates a large percentage of survivors using controlled substances. However, based on the work that we've done in terms of our analysis, as well as the white paper presented by the South Bay Coalition, which I'll discuss more in a minute, there still is more work to be done in understanding the trends, both the short-term as well as the long-term consequences on our community of survivors. The draft white paper submitted by the South Bay Coalition provides a very comprehensive summary focusing on interviews with local subject matter experts, as well as existing data on the impact of substance use, both before, during, and after exploitation among our survivors. And this slide represents a summary of that data from juvenile probation, where we see between 30 and 40% of our youth who have been identified as CSEC reporting their use of controlled substances, specifically during the period of time that they were being victimized.
All right.
We highlighted 2 cases, and obviously time doesn't permit to go into the details of these cases, but I believe that the summary of these cases really sort of underscore and provide real world examples of how substance use is used as a tool for grooming. It's used as a tool for control and manipulation during these sort of continuous course of conduct offenses. And We do have one sort of success story at MDO, and we certainly have been able to connect her with the appropriate services. And we hope that we can do that more as we recover more victims and put them in touch with our robust victim service provider community. Opioid overdose and human trafficking victims. As the county public health as well as law enforcement begins to focus on the opioid epidemic in this county, we expect to see a clear intersection with human trafficking survivors. The vulnerability characteristics as discussed in the report show that our population of individuals who have succumbed to death as a result of overdose and our community of human trafficking survivors have very similar vulnerability characteristics of age, of homelessness, of poly-drug use. And we believe as we continue to sort of explore this particular trend, we're going to see that our survivor community is very much at risk at this growing epidemic of fentanyl and opioid abuse. And so we come to our recommendations, and it involves increasing both our investigative and our prosecution staff for Light 2.0. We'd like to see 3 coded investigator positions through the DA's office assigned to the Light 2.0 task force and 1 additional prosecutor. We believe that as we continue to expand both outside county resources as well as resources within the county, we're going to see more cases, and we're going to be able to identify and recover more victims and be able to plug them with services that they so greatly need. And that will also create more litigation and the need for more prosecutors. And so we believe this will greatly enhance our county's response to the large number of cases in these emerging trends. It will also help complement our OVC grant resources that we received earlier this year. And it will match comparable counties in terms of their task force models and how they're approaching the same issues that we're approaching in this county. And lastly, through this increased capacity, we believe Light 2.0 can address the gaps in data collection, recover more victims to increase access to services, increase training to build capacity to identify substance use as a vulnerability to address, and then build awareness and outreach with other partners to address the fentanyl and the opioid epidemic. And so I just kind of went through this real quick. I think the report is very detailed, and I'm certainly available for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, we also combined 39 with this. Is your feeling you want to hear Supervisor Chavez? Did you want to make a comment now or wait for 39's presentation?
I think that was 39.
I thought this was 38. And then
I'm sorry, 38 and 30. Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
I was going to put them together. If we could hear both, that would be great. And then I have a comment.
Thank you. And 38 is a receive report only. 39 has some possible actions, but they deal with receiving reports. So now we'll go to 39, and we should have Rocio here.
Yes, President Wasserman. Actually, Carla Collins, manager of the Office of Gender-Based Violence Prevention, will briefly go over the recommendations for item 39.
Carla Collins, long time no see.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Thank you so much. And thank you for that introduction, Dr. Luna. I will go quickly through the slides. If you could go to the next one, please.
Thank you.
I'll go quickly through to give an overview of the efforts of the Office of Gender-Based Violence Prevention to address 4.
Carla, we lost you. Carla, your screen, your audio, and your video aren't working right now. Rocio, can you pick up for her?
I think we have Julie as well, who's prepared. Julie, go ahead.
Sure, I'm happy to jump in. I'm going to leave my camera off for better connectivity, though. So I'd like to go quick. Carla,
I'm so sorry.
You kept me in and out.
Okay,
go ahead,
bad
Carla.
connection. I'm so sorry. Can we go to the next slide? And I'm hoping you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, good. So to respond to this referral, we consulted with several of our community partners with great thanks to Community Solutions, ACI, the YWCA, Maitri, Next Door, the South Bay Coalition to End Human Trafficking. These are our partners who do the work to support survivors of gender-based violence. We also consulted national resource centers, academic and peer-reviewed journals, and published practice guides to provide more situational awareness. And this, we hope, will guide decision makers as we continue to work on improving policy, programs, and practice to better meet the needs of trafficking survivors. And in fact, in FY21, just last year, we served 345 survivors in our county, 202 unduplicated adult survivors, and 102 at-risk and 41 confirmed youth and transitional aged youth. Next slide, please. So as you saw in the file, there aren't many quick or easy fixes, and whether we're working on housing, substance use, or joint funding opportunity, all work demands thoughtful collaboration with government and community partners, clear communication and clarification of basics around data and terminology, and new efforts, especially to support our community partners in their pursuit of funding streams, so that support for this important work is shared equitably by all partners. Next slide, please. I will say quickly, on some of these issues, there is already strong leadership that we must continue to support. Let's go to the next slide. And in other areas, there is still too much unknown to make informed decisions. Can we go to the next slide?
Are you frozen, Carla?
I think she is.
I can hear you. You go. Why don't you go ahead?
I'm happy to jump in. So, as Carla was saying, in some areas, there's just a lot of unknowns to make informed decisions. And this is particularly true when it comes to the advocate recruitment and salaries. The information that we have so far from our initial cursory review with our partners and with our contacts throughout the state really shows that we need to dig deeper in this area to understand how salaries are set for advocates, what education and experience requirements are required, and the pros and cons of professionalizing the field and impact. So we're going to continue to work and go deeper on this issue. But on the next slide, you'll see what's really exciting that we'd like to share is that we've got this space to ensure that not only, to ensure that we don't duplicate funding efforts, but that we work with cities within the county to make the investments complement each other and to really maximize the benefits for survivors. So there's commitment from these partners throughout the county to work together and to do the best work possible. We want to focus on clarifying the data, to agreeing on terminology so that we are gathering information consistently, and overall to support, of course, the survivors of human trafficking with dignity, respect, and the support that they need to move forward towards healing. That's a general overview, but we're here to answer some questions for you.
Thank you very much. And Patrick, thank you for your presentation. Carla, thank you for yours. Julie, thank you for stepping in. Both these items, board members, are receive reports only. I see two hands raised that might have some comments or questions for you. Supervisor Chavez.
Yes, first of all, I'm going to comment on both and then make a motion for both. I really want to thank Patrick for not just his excellent report, but he has been all over this. You can tell he's enthusiastic. He wants to get this work done. I also want to thank the South Bay Coalition to End Human Trafficking for their white paper on CSEC substance use. And I would like to commend your partnership and collaboration, and it relates to the recommendation put forward under item 38. I would like to request that that Dr. Smith work with the district attorney to consider the funding recommendation they're making for an attorney and investigator as part of the ledge file for the upcoming budget. And I would also like to request the Office of District Attorney work with the South Bay Coalition to convene a working group to refine the recommendations listed in their white paper and report to Children's Family Seniors in June with a set of recommendations.
And that is your motion, Supervisor?
I'm going to do both together just so that you can have people speak on one.
But this is part of your motion, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So that's for 38. Now I'm going to go to 39. I again want to thank the staff and service providers for putting forward their preliminary analysis as a response to my referral, it's clear that folks need more time to refine their recommendations and determine how to move forward. So to frame that, I have 3 requests. First, on self-sufficiency, I would like to request the administration work in partnership with Community Solutions to analyze the self-sufficiently pilot proposal for survivors of human trafficking and bring back the funding as part of the budget process. Second, as it relates to the housing for survivors, I would like to request that staff's recommendations and service providers analysis be referred to the Gender-Based Violence Housing Working Group. And I would like to request that an actionable set of recommendations comes back to Children's Family Seniors in August as part of our analysis, as part of our Office of Supportive Housing report on gender-based violence. And third, as it relates to the advocate salaries, I would like to request that staff and service providers continue their discussions and report back to us in August. And that's not a problem for any one nonprofit, it's a problem for all of them. So that would be my motion for both items.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg, do you want to second that motion and add some things on?
I am glad to second it. And what I was going to add may have just been addressed. So let me just start then with a thank you to the District Attorney's Office and the Office of Gender-Based Violence Prevention and all of the community partners that have been working hard on the Human Trafficking Commission for this report. And thank you to Supervisor Chavez for steering your commission and introducing the referral. I ask for the items to be heard together because they are part of a whole, part of the same solution, uplifting survivors and taking down traffickers. And what I want to make sure of is that we are taking a balanced approach between the work of investigating and prosecuting the crimes or the harms and the work of supporting survivors of trafficking. And I was concerned because I noticed that there were funding requests attached to the former, the District Attorney's Office, but not to the latter. And if we're going to scale up our law enforcement and prosecutorial staffing to bring more cases, I really want to know that we'll have the corresponding proportionate infrastructure on the survivor side to support that as well. But I think Supervisor Chavez, I heard you acknowledge that funding is going to be considered also, even though it wasn't in today's presentation.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Then I have nothing additional to add and very glad to second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We have a couple members from the public. Colin, will you please let them in?
Sure. The next speaker is Irvish. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much. I wanted to thank again Board of Supervisors to opportunity for the speak as a public speaker. With the human trafficking issue, I think it is important that how the technology plays a part in cyber strategy, how much cyber strategy is important with respect to the child, abuses, sexual harassment, as well as going to the internet and having to be accessed the vulnerable site. Those kind of a situation and aspects are very uncontrollable because the content on the internet is uncontrollable, and on most of the occasion, the kids and not having much of education and unaware about what kind of a pop-up window that pops up and provide you the information on that and substantially provide you the phishing and such kind of the abuses. So it is important that the county implements such program as well, which provides the education on that, and as well as parental prevention can be. Thank you.
The next speaker is Perla Flores. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hey, Perla.
Good afternoon, Supervisor. I really appreciate all of the support that you provide for survivors of gender-based violence. And thank you, Supervisor Chavez, for uplifting these important topics. We did have the opportunity to work with DVAC and to put together a presentation and also a memo around some of the challenges that we're seeing around advocate recruitment and retention, and look forward to continued our communication with the Office of Gender-Based Violence Preventions and how we can move some of those conversations forward, and also submitted memos around the self-sufficiency pilot and recommendations for housing. And again, just want to take this opportunity to really appreciate all of this amazing support. And thank you, Patrick, also. It's been great working with you on the coalition. Thank you.
And that concludes our request to speak.
Thank you. Wonderful people doing wonderful things. We have a motion. We have a second. Roll call vote, please, combining 38 and 39 together, Colin.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian. We'll come back to Supervisor Simidian. Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And Supervisor Simidian? He is away. President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
All righty. With that, we're going to move on to item 40, hearing from our sheriff and our chief procurement officer. Who do we have from the sheriff's office?
Good afternoon, President Wasserman, Vice President Ellenberg, and esteemed members of the board. This is Assistant Sheriff David Sepulveda, and along with me is Captain Michelle Asbin. She's available, and we're available to answer any questions on item 40.
Thank you. And our chief procurement officer, I'm looking for Jean. Don't see on my screen. So I think we're going with just the sheriff. We have no members of the public speaking. And this item.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
On item number 40.
Supervisor Simidian?
Thank you.
On item 38 and 39, you were not part of the vote. Did you wish to be?
Forgive me. I was an aye vote. I thought I had my mute off, but if I did not, yes, I should be an aye vote.
Thank you very much. Now we're on 40. Your comments, please.
Thank you. I left this on our agenda rather than continuing it because I have some questions, but I want to move that we continue the item until our second meeting in May. And first, I want to express concern that the sort of core documents, the anticipated surveillance impact report and the surveillance use policy, were not published on a timely basis on Wednesday. They came as a supplemental essentially at the end of the day on Thursday, sometime after 3:30. And, you know, this makes a bit of a mockery out of our Brown Act requirements. We have these items on our open and published agenda, regular agenda, by ordinance to make sure that they can be available for public scrutiny. And obviously that's not made real if we don't have the information on a timely basis. So this, you know, I'd rather just do this once rather than twice, but under the circumstances, I'm going to move that it be continued. And if I can get a second, I do have some questions I want to ask now so that hopefully we can take action on a timely basis at the second meeting in May.
Thank you. We have no members of the public. Vice President Ellenberg, was that you on the second? Thank you. We've got a second. Supervisor Simidian, go right ahead.
Thank you. Let me just ask first, and I don't know if county council or the county executive can help on this, but I am troubled that we're taking action on these items when both the number one and the number two person in our privacy offices have departed and to my knowledge have not yet been replaced. So let me just ask Mr. Williams, because his office has been so helpful on making sure that there's a rigorous process in place. Do we know if the privacy office had a chance to review these as it has reviewed others in the past?
Good afternoon, Supervisor Simidian, Board of Supervisors, Assistant County Counsel Rob Coelho. The answer to the question is yes. The Sheriff's Office worked both with our office as well as the privacy office. I believe they worked with Yale Macagon before he left, as well as with the person who is now primarily responsible within the privacy office to take it across the finish line. But the Sheriff's Office worked with both county departments that they're required to work with based on the ordinance.
That's helpful. How are we going to manage that in the future? Just so I know.
I would defer to Mr. Marquez as it relates to that, but there is an individual within the privacy office who is the primary designee for all things surveillance technology at this point.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. This is Miguel Marquez. The Privacy Office still has Mr. Alan Wang, who is a senior privacy analyst, and he, Yale Macagon, before he left, did an awful lot to prepare him to continue in making surveillance work be a high priority of the office, and he's fully prepared to do that. I should also let you know that we are closing in on beginning the interviews for the Chief Privacy Officer coming up in the next couple of weeks. So that's moving along fairly quickly as well.
And Mr. Marquez, thank you. That's encouraging. But even if you all thought you found the ideal candidate, how long would it take to bring her or him on board?
If we found the ideal candidate, it wouldn't take us very long to do the interview process and make the offer. That could take 2 or 3 weeks. And then the only thing after that is their availability. Sometimes people need to give notice wherever they're coming from and maybe take 3 or 4 or 5 weeks. It depends on them, but we could be prepared to bring them on probably in the next 2, 3, or 4 weeks, plus whatever time they might need to transition over.
Thank you. And what's your current thinking about hiring for the number 2 position in the organization? You know, these, if I remember correctly, there are only 5 slots in the small but mighty privacy office. So losing a number 1 and 2 is a daunting task, I know.
Yes, and those hiring processes are being done in parallel. And so at the same time, I've requested that the position for the one that Yale Macagon had left, that it be posted so that people can apply. I don't know if it's posted yet. Sometimes that can be a process of itself, but I did ask the team to go ahead and post those, and I'll double check and make sure that indeed that position is being recruited for.
Thank you, Mr. Marquez, appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, here are my questions for the folks at either the Sheriff's Department who've been working with the vendor or Mr. Coelho, if he thinks he would like to weigh in.
And Supervisor Simidian, are these answers your wish to bring back to the May 2nd meeting?
Not the May 2nd meeting, the second meeting in May.
Okay.
And if there's a quick and easy answer today, that's fine. But certainly if folks say, why don't I get back to you at the second meeting in May, that's perfectly okay by me today. And thanks to the Sheriff's Department for its willingness to do that. I noted packet page 359 that Guardian RFID was the only vendor that submitted a proposal on or before the due date. I wonder if we could get some indication as to why that was the case. I have substantial familiarity with RFID technologies going back maybe a decade and a half, did a lot of work in this field. RFID is a long-standing technology. It's got a wide array of uses. I can't believe there's only one vendor in the world who has a product that is usable in this setting, but maybe that's the case. But I would like to get some clarity about that, why that shouldn't make me anxious that there was only one vendor for what is such a widespread technology. I also would like to get some input from the Sheriff's Department about the use of RFID-enabled identification cards, which would be issued to program participants who participate in activities outside the jail facilities. The problem with these cards, of course, is that I understand the RFID technology and think it's, a sweet little technology, but how do you make sure somebody doesn't just hand their card to somebody else? And related to that, if I understand the data collection that's described at packet page 358, the plan is that what are known as hard tags would be installed at various locations throughout the jail facilities, that individuals with their wristbands would be wanded, and then the data from the wand would be transferred to the hard tag. Now that may be a misreading on my part. I found it a bit confusing, candidly, but if that is the case, again, we don't really have any guarantee that somebody once wanded has in fact moved through or past the hard tag location, because all we know for sure is that they were wanded. We don't know what happened to them after that. If the hard tag isn't actually reading their RFID identification, it's reading the information secondarily, if you will, off the wand. So those are all issues that I would appreciate getting some further feedback on prior to taking action at our second meeting in May. And again, really, I think our organization generally has gotten a little casual about supplementals when it is not just a late letter of support or some supporting information, but the actual substance of the referral. Thank you.
I don't know, I have to check. Whoops, right there I am. Okay, Sheriff Smith.
Thank you. We've been working on this for quite a while. Right now, all movement of inmates is paper. We have worked with county procurement on some of the issues. We need this. We need it now. We have done the surveillance ordinance. I would really oppose moving this. Supervisor Simitian seems to always want to be an obstacle.
Okay, that's the end of your comments, Sheriff Smith? Thank
Supervisor
you.
Wasserman, I might just point out that according to the referral, which comes to us from Sheriff Smith, this is a process that's been underway for 4 years. So expecting that our board simply rubber stamp it, rather than say, let's take the time to do it right, get answers to our questions, is, I think, a bit beyond the pale. Hard to have lived without this for 4 years, that it's apparently taken folks to go through the process, but now somehow be told that we're jammed, and if they don't have it in the next 4 weeks, that there's some kind of a serious problem. So my motion stands. I appreciate the second, and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Colin, roll call vote. Oh no, we have a speaker.
Oh, we do have a late speaker. The next speaker is Irvish. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much again to Board of Supervisors for the opportunity to speak as a public speaker. I wanted to acknowledge the fact about what Board of Supervisors Joe's submission mentioned about the one. When any tracking system is being implemented, what are the implementation that is to be taken care about, specifically about the safety and security of the device, tracking devices itself, and as well as, and it is very well known the fact that now the devices comes with a GPS and GNSS system where the location and the data tracking be enabled. But what if the one or any tracking device system is being lost or is being broken or somehow advertently or inadvertently not being worn? So there has to be a tracking system which is substantially be able to provide you the security in terms of that, it becomes non-traceable in terms of a non-breakable when it is being utilized for specifically for the inmate purposes. That is to be assured, that is required to be.
And that concludes our request to speak.
Thank you very much. I was prepared to vote for this, but I do need to support the deferment to next month with the information that was requested back, and hopefully we'll get it all resolved in. Colin, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian.
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 41, Sheriff, you are a staff member, is the presenter of this.
Yes, we have Captain Amori and Sergeant Davis who are available to respond to questions.
Thank you very much. I see no members of the public. I turn to any members for questions or a motion.
Happy to move approval of all three recommended actions, A, B, and C.
Second.
I beat you to it. All right, Supervisor Simitian's got the motion. I've got the second. There are no members of the public. Any members wish to speak? Seeing none. Roll call vote, please. Colin.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank
All
you.
right, that was 41. 42, 3, and 4 were held. 45 is to consider items previously removed from consent. We start out with 72, then 98, then 100. Do you agree, Colin?
Yes, that's exactly what I have.
All right, and 72 was pulled by Supervisor Chavez, 98 and 100 by Supervisor Simidian. Supervisor Chavez, you start please with 72.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. The reason I pulled this is I wanted to have Key just walk us through what we are and aren't applying for relative to the 2 buckets of money. And I saw I read the staff report. It's still unclear to me what our plans are and what still needs to be planned. And what I'm looking particularly at is both the Behavioral Health Service Center money. I think that's the right category. And then the other category is I think there are 2 categories. The Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program. I'm sorry. Yeah. Are those the 2 programs? Do I have them right?
Key.
Supervisor, there are 2 grant programs. One, is, as you stated, is the Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program, BHCIP. And that generally funds sort of temporary treatment facilities, service centers. And then the second one is the Community Care Expansion Program. And generally speaking, that funds sort of supportive housing, residential care facilities.
And with the outline in this report, could you walk through what this seems to point to is the behavioral health CIP money is what it looks like you're outlining. Is that accurate? And I'm looking at packet page 1446.
Yes, what we tried to do is to describe the opportunities presented by both programs. And the first program, HCIP, is divided into 6 rounds. And it's a little confusing because there's some of the rounds have part 1s and part 2s and things like that, but essentially 6 rounds. And the county has applied for both rounds 1 and round 2. In round 1, we received $2 million for mobile crisis services. In round 2, these are technical assistance planning grants, and we did apply and have been tentatively awarded $150,000 for planning and services or planning. And then the action today is to ratify a grant application for the Child and Adolescent Psychiatric Facility / Behavioral Health Services Center as a part of BHCIP round 3.
Got it.
Yep.
And then just to acknowledge this, I recognize your point about part 3, 3.1, 3.2 and all that. This round 3 of this $585 million, is that the bucket you anticipated that we had access to about 80 million in this division?
Yes, that is
okay.
Yes, that is correct. $80 million is the amount that has been allocated to the Bay Area region.
Got it. And that one we're applying for all of it?
Well, we applied for the maximum. The state staff, of course, have indicated that it's unlikely we will receive the maximum, but we didn't want to hedge against ourselves.
Got it. Okay, that's right. So not to put in 2, so we're against our own interests there. What I'm curious about is for the rest of it, for 4 and 5 and 6, do I understand that for round 4, we're also going to be looking at the same, we're going to be looking for the child adolescent facility again?
Yes, because round 4 is focused on sort of children and youth facilities, we think it is appropriate to use some of those to try to access some of those funds. And so we'll try to resubmit, but we'll have that conversation with the state to see sort of what's most appropriate. So far, they've indicated to us that we can submit for both.
Oh, so we can, so we're, and the objective there would be, and is that because we're recognizing we're going to be using all general fund dollars for the psych hospital?
I can't sort of say if we could use general funds, but
it's not going to be general fund. What is happening is we're trying to get 2 bites at the apple. That's what it boils down to. The project has already been funded with tax or lease revenue bonds up to the limit of what we thought was going to be the cost, but because of the delay, we're anticipating in the final expenditure, it'll be higher, although we don't have a firm number yet from the construction team. So we're merely trying to get some state money to see if we can finish it off. If we don't get the state money, we'll have to go out for another bond.
What's the total bond right now? Because I maybe I misunderstood. So we wouldn't use general fund money for this anyway. We would just be, not just, we would be increasing the bond to cover it.
Right.
Which
but if we can get money from the state, we're better off.
And what's the delta?
Well, we don't have a firm number of what it will cost because it's gone out to bid, so we're waiting to accept the bids. But
oh, right. I'm sorry. I do know that.
Given the fact that, you know, price of steel has gone up and there's problems in the construction market, we're anticipating it'll be more.
Yeah, and I don't want to talk about how much more while we're out to bid. I completely understand that. I'm going to stop
right
there. Okay, so here's my other question. For the funds that you know, the city of San Jose has been interested in competing for an interim, not interim, for a modular outpatient service for folks who are to give judges an option of from incarceration to people being able to get services. It is the round 3. Would they be competing in round 3 or round 4?
Well, I can say that the part 2 of round 3, the applications are due on May 31st.
Got it.
If the city of San Jose were to prepare an application and submit one, obviously they would need a letter of support from the county.
Right, and I'm presuming we're working with them on that, so there wouldn't be a controversy there. Am I accurate?
Yes, we are having conversations with their staff, but they do recognize, you know, that this is a sort of major undertaking.
Well, colleagues, then let me just ask. I'm sorry to ask so many questions on this because as I was reading it last night, I got a little concerned, and here was one of my concerns: is that from reading this, what I didn't understand is round 3, part 2. Only if they have money left over from round 3?
They've set aside actually some monies for round 2.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, part 2. So like part 1 and part 2 don't compete against each other technically, and theoretically funds left over from part 1 would be available for part 2. But
good.
Okay, and then for 4 and 5, colleagues, I'll just say the reason that I asked to pull this off is that I was very interested in us looking at the high-end, high-cost IMD beds as a real option, because we need them so desperately, and I don't know, and I'm really intrigued, Susan, with the what LA's doing, just your enthusiasm over that. So I just wanted to really weigh in with staff on 4, 5, and 6, and because I know this is, you know, I know this is really under Supervisor Simitian, under your committee. I wanted to say that I hope that your committee gets a chance to look at this, but I would really like the board to get an update, the whole board to get an update as part of our budget process about specifically what we're applying for, in what pot, and not just with this pot, but also with the community care expansion money. I just think it's really critical that we understand all those links, know what we're investing in, and know what we're prioritizing as a community over these kinds of grants. So I would move approval or
to ratify, Supervisor?
What's that?
You're moving to ratify the grant application?
Yes, I would move approval with the report back to the full board as part of our budget process for all other grants, including specifically what we're going to be applying for out of both pots of money, the behavioral health money and the continuum money, or the 2 buckets of the
Thank you.
needs.
Do I have a second?
Yes, second. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My third will be whenever you can write a grant and get some money, go for it. All right, Colin, roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Simitian, you are now on 98, then 100.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask staff if, in connection with these timelines, they could tell us where this puts us with respect to construction completion dates and opening dates.
Supervisor Simitian, Doug Koenig, Deputy Director for Capital Programs. If we proceed on this course, we would still be looking at the schedule that we've been reporting in the HHC, that we would have a beneficial occupancy of October, staff and stock of October 24, staff and stock of November, December of 24. And provided we have licensing at that point, then we would have a move-in date of January 25.
All right. Happy to move. Thank you, Mr. Koenig. Happy to move approval, Mr. Chair.
Of A, B, and C, and I'll second that motion. No members of the public, any members of staff of the board, any questions or comments? Supervisor Chavez?
Just have a quick one. I'm curious about Barbara Aaron's Pavilion. Does it stay with this project? Like, it's going to stay functioning and we're going to keep it together?
Doug?
Barbara Aaron's would continue to be utilized until we move the patients over to the new facility.
Well, I think what I'm worried about, colleagues, is I don't want to lose those beds. We just don't have enough services and places for folks. So I'm concerned about us knocking a building down, even if we move the patients out, because we're not increasing the overall capacity.
Mr. Draper.
I'm sorry.
Well, I can jump in on that. We haven't programmed the ongoing use of Barbara Aronson at this point. As Doug says, the plan is to move the patients out of Barbara Aronson and out of staff out of EPS and staff the new building, and then we'll have to come back and decide what to do with those 2 buildings. If we can convert Barbara Aronson to IMD functioning beds or another level of care that's needed, we certainly would come back to the board with a recommendation to do that. However, both buildings are near their expiration date, so to speak. So that decision will have to be made in the future, but we share your concern. If we can use those buildings for subacute or IMD, we'll do that.
And I appreciate that, Dr. Smith. And I recognize the building's going to take some time to build, but I think what would be helpful for me to understand, and Supervisor Simitian, not to put just more work in your committee, but if you all could take a look at the health and vitality of the two buildings we're talking about, and then again, bring it forward to the board for a discussion of the total, what should happen to those assets would be helpful.
Okay.
Supervisor Simitian?
Fine, happy to do it. My continuing concern, which I know is no surprise to colleagues, is getting this project done. And it's been, 7.5 years now, and it's time to move it along. So I am sounding a little impatient, Mr. Chair. It's because I am. So thank you.
Understood. We've got a motion. We have a second. No members of the public, no more hands raised. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now finish with item 100. Back to Supervisor Simitian, who pulled this from consent.
Move approval, Mr. Chair. Forgive me.
I'll second. Any members of the public? None. Any members of the board? None. Roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian.
Aye. Forgive me.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Aye. Thank you very much, Colin. Do you confirm we've handled everything?
That is everything.
Thank you very much. Board members, without objection, I will adjourn this meeting at 5:54. Thank you all very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
And with that, this meeting room will be closed. Thank you all for attending.